Million-Dollar Mistakes. Author Pavel Alexandrovich Annenkov. Business series step by step. Abstract: this book is for entrepreneurs and those who want to become one. Both an experienced businessman and a beginner in business will find a lot of useful things here. 11 years of business experience in one book. You won't just find out what the most common mistakes of company owners are. You will receive practical recommendations on how to avoid them and create a successful company. The book will destroy many stereotypes that exist among entrepreneurs and negatively affect your business now. There is a guide to action at the end of each chapter. Take it and apply it yourself. During my entrepreneurial career, I have made hundreds of mistakes, some repeatedly. When I started communicating with experienced entrepreneurs such as Pavel Annenkov, I realized that the vast majority of my mistakes are not original and are common to almost all entrepreneurs. I am very sorry that Pavel wrote this book only now, and not 14 years ago, when I was creating my first company. I would have saved a lot of time, nerves and money then. Therefore, I sincerely envy everyone who starts their way in business by reading this book. It is difficult to imagine that a person in his right mind decided that it was time to realize his long-held dream of becoming a doctor and, having told his family, "Stop putting off life for later," suddenly went to see patients the next day. In business, this happens often, and many may even start to get positive results quite by accident. Such simplicity is at first captivating and misleading. Building a successful and especially large business is not easy. It is often more difficult than becoming even a very successful doctor. Read what Pavel Annenkov learned from his experience about the creation and development of his business, who went from a top manager and an employee of a large company to the owner and CEO of several successful enterprises in various fields. His advice and experience will help you understand what to look for when creating your business. Reading this book, it may seem that Pavel, pointing out the difficulties, dissuades from the idea of creating his own business. But not those who are truly infected with the spirit of entrepreneurship. No one can dissuade such people. It is to such aspiring entrepreneurs that this book will bring maximum help. It will help you answer the most important questions and not repeat other people's mistakes. Believe me, there will still be plenty of your own. Have fun reading and prosperity for your businesses. In my opinion, the most useful business books are written by active entrepreneurs who have created several successful companies. There are few such books, as usually such people do not have time for this. But you are lucky, Pavel managed to find this time, and his book is in front of you. Pavel has remarkably systematized the most important points that any entrepreneur will definitely face. This book will not build a successful business for you, it is only in your power, but I am convinced that Pavel's valuable experience outlined in this book will allow you to do it faster and more efficiently. The public confession of a successful entrepreneur. Succinctly. Practical. Without water. Great material for thinking about and diagnosing your business. It's nice to meet a book written by a businessman with the aim of really sharing his experience. The very first chapter about the non-necessity of an original idea makes both the book and its author original in their own way. Who Pavel is, a man who honestly does his job, or rather, works. Its constant development is really based largely on doing such regular and systematic things. Pavel himself is a wonderful motivating example of how to create a business, and this book is part of his consistent work on the development of entrepreneurship in Russia. It's hard to write a review about a book that I edited. I definitely like her. What is important is that the knowledge, experience and information concisely presented by the author in this book helped me open my own successful business. This book reflects the experience of a man whom I have known for many years and who, without any exaggeration, can be called a self-made man. The development of his 3 companies took place almost before my eyes, and everything that is written in Pavel's book is very valuable for everyone who starts and continues to build their business. Sharing your experience with others is one of the most important features of a true entrepreneur. A very useful book. I would call the book a roadmap for a person who has decided to go into business. Everything is clear, step by step. The book describes the real situations that I have encountered during the construction of my business. I am sure that with such a manual at hand, I would make many decisions faster and better. The first person I will recommend this book to is my daughter, who is thinking about building her own business. I attended the seminar 40 Mistakes of an Entrepreneur by Pavel Annenkov. I can say that I have done 30 of them and continue to do them myself. The seminar, and now the book, reminded me of the cost of such mistakes, using simple and real examples from Pavel's business life. I recommend the book primarily to beginners and, of course, mature entrepreneurs, as a friendly revision of everything you do in business. It's one step from love to hate, and from success to bankruptcy in business is just around the corner. In this regard, Pavel's book will be an excellent reminder for entrepreneurs and a real checklist for working on possible mistakes. Thanks to the author who created a book that can remind many businessmen of important and fundamental points in any kind of business, Gallery is a very useful and understandable book. Simple tips from an experienced businessman will help entrepreneurs not make mistakes at the start and in the development of their own business. The author gives good answers to current business questions. I recommend it. The smart ones learn from their mistakes, and the wise ones learn from others. I regret that the book did not fall into my hands about 10 years ago. I would not have wasted months, and sometimes years, a huge amount of energy, emotions and nerves, hundreds of thousands of dollars on wrong decisions. Sometimes it was a broken relationship with people. A frank and honest book about the successful and unsuccessful experience of a Russian entrepreneur. An excellent and necessary addition to the executive MBA that I received at the Skokovo Business School. Be a wise man, learn from someone else's experience. The first writing experience of the author of the book is a generalized business mantra for young people who have chosen a difficult and thorny path of entrepreneurship. The seemingly simple path of business construction is actually a very complex, incredibly creative and surprisingly fascinating process of self-realization. And here, future businessmen will be greatly helped by the invaluable practical experience, structured thoughts and verified advice of my comrade Pavel, who generously shares his hard-won and intimate entrepreneurial experience with readers. The book will help many young people avoid serious, and sometimes irreversible, problems at the very beginning of their entrepreneurial journey, elementary mistakes, unrealistic dreams, false ideas, sincere misconceptions, incorrect estimates, illusory prospects, waste of time and other valuable resources. Read, learn, and dare. Introduction. This book was written by an active entrepreneur. I have been doing business in Russia for the last 11 years. I am one of the so-called serial entrepreneurs who create and manage several companies. Now I have 3 companies, in one of which I hold the position of director and do daily work. Thus, you gain the knowledge and experience of an active practitioner. 3 more companies during my entrepreneurial career turned out to be unsuccessful, and they had to be closed. In this book, I share my experience with you and tell you about my most costly mistakes. I hope you will not commit them, or at least commit only a small part of them. For business beginners, there is no such book and methodology that would guarantee the success of the company. It is impossible to develop a clear plan that must be followed in order to create a successful business. You never know exactly what will be the reason for the success of your enterprise. This may be a new large and long-term contract, the explosive growth of your market niche, the bankruptcy of your main competitor, the arrival of a team of talented employees in the company, and many other reasons. But there is a fairly clear list of those things that are likely to destroy your business. I write about such mistakes in this book. You will still make these mistakes. The main thing is to avoid those fatal mistakes, one of which can completely destroy your company. My book will help you with this. Why did I write this book? In recent years, after my speeches, listeners often come up to me and ask why I won't write a book about entrepreneurship. And when this year almost all my friends and acquaintances said that I should start writing a book, I decided to do it. Also because it is impossible to fit all the topics into one speech or masterclass. Now those who are developing their business or are interested in entrepreneurship will be able to get my experience from this book. One of the best ways to succeed even more in any field is to start teaching others about it. I still have a lot to learn in business myself. Let's do it together and share our experiences with each other. Error 1. He thinks that the most important thing is an original idea. In 2006, when my first furniture business was already 2 years old, I, like all young entrepreneurs, began to experience the so-called entrepreneurial itch. This is when you realize that you are surrounded by business opportunities everywhere and you can make money on literally everything, creating new companies one after another. What do entrepreneurs do in such a situation? That's right, they're starting to open new companies, because now they know how to do it. They understand that this is not difficult at all, and the first fear of starting a business has already been overcome. So I decided to continue my entrepreneurial path in this way. In 2006, I created my second company. I decided to open it in the field of internet business. At that time, the internet market in Russia was, as it seemed to me, quite developed. And I thought it was time to open a company in the burgeoning e-commerce industry. Our idea with my partner in this business was incredibly original and, as it seemed to us at the time, doomed to success. We have opened an online auction of items belonging to celebrities, musicians, artists and just famous people. At that time, only the auction trading model worked on the Russian internet Molotok.ru. And we decided that our project would be greeted with a bang by our customers, numerous fans of the stars, and just ordinary people would want to buy an unusual gift. When we opened an internet business, in addition to rushing into an industry that we had not studied with vague prospects, we made several more big mistakes. We did not write a business plan and did not draw up an agreement between partners. I will talk about this in the following chapters. See Chapter 10 does not write a business plan and Chapter 15 does not make a partnership agreement. It took us about 3 months to develop the site. We did everything at the highest level. We hired a well-known website development agency and expensive designers. We spent substantial money on developing a website with a built-in payment system for goods by bank cards. It has now become the norm to make purchases over the internet by making a payment with a bank card, but then it was still quite new, and we were very proud that we had such an advanced site. Interestingly, we have never received a single payment via a bank card, and all payments for lots were made with good old cash. The business was really interesting, and there were plenty of fans. After the meeting with Joseph Prigozhin, we put up for auction singer Valeria's piano. Among the lots was the jacket of the vocalist from the band Agatha Christie, in which he starred in the video Two Captains and which was specially sewn for these shootings. We sold very rare photographs of Vladimir Vysotsky to a collector from the USA. Everything was great and interesting. Except for one thing, our income. Purchases were made from us several times a month, but the profit from them was not enough even for basic expenses such as website support, advertising and the salary of a lot search manager. Thus, after a year of participating in this business, I decided to leave it, because I did not want to spend time and money on developing a company in a niche with very vague prospects. Then I decided for myself that this was my last business based on an original, time-tested idea. All the subsequent companies I created had widespread business models that had been tested for decades, and worked in already established consumer markets. Many entrepreneurs believe that it is uncool to do what other companies have already done before them. Any business starts with an idea that came to an enterprising person or a group of like-minded people. And this is where most of us really want to be original. Many aspiring entrepreneurs dream of creating a business that no one else has. This business must necessarily be based on a unique product or service. They think it's uncool to do what other companies have already done before them. They don't want to be one of the many owners of profitable companies that sell ordinary goods or provide common services. Now there is already a whole movement of so-called startups who want to build their companies based on the implementation of an original idea. The modern Russian business culture is such that we want to create a company that will shoot with an unusual product, and its founder will become famous, and magazines will write about him. Few people want to create the 20th company in their region that sells stationery, provides delivery services or is engaged in another type of ordinary business. Business success is about doing simple things in a company at the highest level. Let's look at the successful companies that surround us, whose services and goods we use very often. The vast majority of the business success of these companies is not built on the embodiment of some brilliant idea. Everything consists of the extraordinary quality of implementation and execution of daily tedious tasks, such as the secretary's response to the call, filling in CRM data by sales managers, the quality of advertising on the internet, processing incoming requests, product layout in the showroom, customer service of the store. We all really like to look for the silver bullet. Some kind of mega breakthrough approach to doing business, a new product that is not on the market. No need to look for a silver bullet. In order to build a successful business, it is mainly necessary to use simple, lead cartridges. But it's very good to use them. When people ask me what is better to do when starting a new business, use a unique and innovative idea or copy, I always recommend copying ready-made business models. The advantages of entering an existing niche are that there are already a huge number of customers who are used to using this product. You will not need to spend time and energy educating consumers and making them use your products and services. Just look for ways to deliver existing products and services cheaper, faster, or better than the companies currently operating on the market. But remember that you cannot be better than your competitors at the same time in each of these 3 characteristics of your product or service. Take one of these parameters and make it a key driver in your business. Organize your company's work in such a way as to be number 1 in this indicator. A striking example of this is Domino's Pizza, which delivers pizza. How many pizza delivery companies were there before it appeared? Thousands. However, the founder of Domino's Pizza decided to focus on one parameter of his business, the speed of delivery. The company promises its customers that if you don't have the pizza for your order in 30 minutes, then you get it for free. With the fairly ordinary quality of the pizza itself, the company is one of the world leaders in its segment due to this pronounced advantage. In my company, which sells furniture for restaurants and hotels, we decided that one of the main parameters that we will differ from competitors is the speed of preparation and submission of commercial proposals. Any client who applies to our company receives a beautifully designed furniture offer from the sales manager on the day of their request. Just look for ways to deliver existing products and services cheaper, faster, or better than the companies currently operating on the market. Let's look at the existing market leaders in their industries and analyze whether they were pioneers in their niche. Facebook, the MySpace social network, has already worked before it. Kontakt started as an analog of Facebook in Russia, when we already had Noklesniki.ru in my circle. Google, there were already Yahoo and AltaVista search engines before it. When the Zvyaznoy network entered the market, both Euroset and a huge number of cellular networks were already operating in Russia, which are no longer available. All these companies entered existing markets and did not offer anything innovative. They became leaders in their industries through hard work and extraordinary execution of ordinary everyday processes in their work. The idea may not even be that important. But the right time to start a business plays a big role. It is difficult to overestimate the right time to enter the market. Google just entered the internet information search market when users were already disappointed and tired of the inefficiency of current search sites. The Zvyaznoy network opened at the peak of mobile communications development and entered the fast-growing market, offering excellent service that had not been available in other salons before. The main thing is that it was at this time that such a high-quality service was needed by a large number of consumers. Entrepreneurial luck will come to someone who clearly understands the huge unmet demand in an existing market and will be able to offer customers a solution to their problem. And it's not too important here, whether you have an original business idea or not. Many entrepreneurs are afraid to open companies in markets where there is serious competition and many players. But competition is, on the contrary, good for business. The best place to open a restaurant or tire shop is next to another restaurant or tire shop. They have already done the main hard work for you, creating a flow of customers in this place. Now you just need to, as they say, get on their tail end, working at least 10% better in some way, attract customers. Before you create your own company, decide for yourself who you want to be. The owner of a cool company with a unique idea and vague prospects in terms of future profits, or the owner, perhaps, of a completely ordinary and non-stellar company, but with a projected profit. A guide to action. Decide for yourself what is the most important thing for you in business, profit or the process of implementing an interesting idea. Think about how your business will differ from the competition. Select one basic parameter and work on its improvement and development. Error 2 does not know the ultimate goal of his business. When you want to accomplish something in your life, always start with an idea of what result you want to get in the end. I hope that's how you act. If you buy an apartment, then choose the area in which you want to live, the square footage of the apartment, based on your desires and financial capabilities, the type of house, brick or panel. If you buy an apartment with a mortgage, then you know the amount of the monthly payment that you can afford. Based on this, the amount of the loan to be taken from the bank is calculated. As a result, you have a clear end goal, an apartment with certain parameters. Let's say you decide to go on vacation in 6 months. You choose the country, city, hotel and airline you will fly to. When choosing, you take into account several important parameters: how much you are willing to spend on a trip, is it a beach vacation or a city vacation, whether you are traveling with or without a child, a charter flight or a regular one, if regular, then direct or with a transfer. As a result, you begin to organize a trip independently or through a travel agency according to the selected parameters and budget. These two ordinary life examples have two similar characteristics. You begin to organize an important business for yourself, presenting the ultimate goal. The main thing here is to achieve the desired goal, and not the process of finding an apartment or organizing a vacation. It always surprises me why so many entrepreneurs start building a company without knowing where they want to go. Moreover, to build a company is not to order a trip to Thailand. Creating and developing a business is a costly business. When you are engaged in business development and building a company, you will exchange the time, effort and energy you have spent for the result that you will receive from the business. It always surprises me why so many entrepreneurs start building a company without knowing where they want to go. Many entrepreneurs initially create their own company with the sole purpose of getting rid of their bosses and becoming independent. Also a goal. But before you take decisive action, figure yourself out. Why do you need a business and what kind of lifestyle do you want to lead while doing your business? How many hours a week to work? How many days to take a vacation? How much income per month do you need to tell yourself, have I achieved what I wanted? Let's say you have a business idea and you like it. Start acting. Just before rushing to build your company, ask yourself these questions. Otherwise, there is a chance that you will create a business, perhaps even a successful one, in a few years, but it will burden you. For example, I know enough entrepreneurs who are annoyed that their company's employees are eating up a lot of their time and attention. And without communicating with them and controlling their daily work, profits immediately begin to fall and problems arise. The owner is angry, everything is fine in my business, as long as the employees are removed from it. I would like to ask, What did you want when you opened a trading company in which you cannot do without sellers and control over them? Upon closer examination, it may turn out that the owner wanted freedom from his superiors and a minimum of communication. Is it any wonder that his own company now annoys him? In such a situation, you can suggest looking at communication with employees as a means to achieve a real goal, or hire an hired director and transfer personnel management to him. Despite the fact that the situation could be avoided altogether if you knew the true goals of the entrepreneur from the very beginning and build a business taking them into account. So, take some time and honestly answer the following questions. Why do I really need my own business? What personal business income do I want to have in the first year of the company's operation and in 3 years? What is the most important measurable criterion for me to achieve success in business? What do I personally want to do in the company? How much time per month am I willing to spend working in my company in the first year of work and in 3 years? In business, it is often more important to know not what to do, but what not to do. Now, during the construction of the company, you will have a clear guideline to which you will strive. The market and the environment will provide you with a large number of opportunities for development. When there is a clear understanding and image of a dream company, you sift all offers through this sieve and take only those that help you achieve your goal, while others are easily rejected. Before starting to build a company for the supply of plants to offices and shopping malls, my partner and I clearly wrote what we want to see it in 3 years. In which market segments does the company operate? Who are our customers? Which customers we do not work with? Our expectations for the number of employees and the size of the cash turnover. We understood that the growth in the number of employees and cash turnover would require more time to manage the company. And we didn't want that and couldn't afford it, because we already had another business that required a lot of attention. During the first years of development, we were able to open several more areas, such as landscaping and working with private clients through an online store. Growing the business would require me to be more involved in my work, and I have clearly defined how many hours a week I am willing to spend on managing this company. Each new direction means extra hours, and the appearance of so much time spent on the company did not correspond to my life plans. Therefore, when the opportunity to develop the company appeared, I had no hesitation whether to take advantage of it or not. We firmly said no to new growth and development opportunities for the company, adhering to our set goals. I have often watched many talented entrepreneurs build a successful company, but it did not satisfy their personal ideas about the ideal business for them. For example, when the business started, he wanted to work hard, but spend weekends with his family in the country, go fishing with friends, and now the business is so big and successful that you have to fly to your regional branches almost every weekend and communicate with partners and customers there. And even having a large and successful company does not bring him satisfaction. For more information on this topic, see Chapter 27, thinks that business makes him happy. And remember that there is no dream business. You have to create it yourself. Do not be led by circumstances and opportunities, but build a company for yourself and according to your plan. A guide to action at the initial stage of creating a company. Ask yourself the following questions. What company do I want to build? What is my personal goal in this company? What kind of life do I want to lead in the future, owning this company? Write down your desired income per month and year from owning the company. Write down how many hours per week you are willing to spend on managing your business. Write down the answers to all these questions on paper. Review and polish your business goals at the end of each year when you summarize the company's performance and plan for the next year. Error 3. Afraid to take risks. Business is the ability to take on risk, manage risk and at the same time feel comfortable. Mikhail Prokhorov, Russian businessman. When I opened my first company 10 years ago, I risked a lot. I had a stable job in a foreign company, a high salary, a corporate car with a driver. My savings were small, and I understood that when they ran out in a few months, the family would have to live on unstable incomes from a newly opened young business. Entrepreneurship and risk always go hand in hand. To create a successful company and make a fortune, you need to take a lot of risks. People ask me all the time how I decided to take such a step. I think, in addition to a great desire to gain independence from an employer and have my own business, an innate low threshold of risk perception helped me here. I have always loved taking risks in business and I continue to do so, but every year I calculate the risks more carefully and in more detail. Previously, only after seeing the burning eyes of future partners and hearing their story about the brilliant prospects of a potential business, I was ready to invest money in a new project. After I lost money several times with this approach, I began to assess the risks of investing in a new business much more carefully. Now I'm taking a break, studying the market, communicating with companies working there, making calculations and a short business plan. And only then do I make a decision whether to enter this business or not. And if I invest in a new project, then I take on only a calculated risk. Entrepreneurship and risk always go hand in hand. To create a successful company and make a fortune, you need to take a risk. There are several main types of risks that you take on when you open a new business. You are risking money, your own or borrowed. You can use your savings to start a business. Of course, it's unpleasant to lose them, but not as scary as someone else's money. As a rule, aspiring entrepreneurs borrow from relatives or acquaintances. And here you risk not only losing money, but also spoiling relationships with loved ones. You probably know the Geox shoe brand, and maybe you've even owned a pair of shoes that breathe. This story began in 1994, when Italian Mario Moretti Polgato came to the American state of Nevada for a conference of winemakers. During a morning jog in the local mountains, Mario realized how much his feet overheat in the heat in ordinary shoes. He even had the idea to make a few holes in his sneakers. Back in Italy, Mario did not calm down and made a small trial batch of breathable shoes with holes in the sole. It took several years to adapt the product and improve the technology. Initially, Mario offered cooperation to such well-known companies as Nike, Puma, and Adidas, but they all did not take the idea seriously. Then he decided to take a chance and found a company by taking out a bank loan. Mario did not use money from relatives, although he was already a representative of the third generation of successful Italian winemakers. That's how the Geox brand appeared, shoes that breathe. Now the company's turnover exceeds €1 billion per year. One of the most unpleasant situations is to be ridiculed by your friends and acquaintances if your business does not take place. In addition to the risk of losing money by starting your own business, you also risk wasting time that you could use for something else. For example, by simply continuing to build a career in employment, you are following a fairly predictable path of gradual income growth. You won't earn millions, but everything is stable. In most companies, salaries are raised every year, at least by the amount of inflation in the country. And in the 3 to 5 years that it takes now to build a stable and profitable company, you are guaranteed to be able to step up a couple of steps in your career in a salaried job. And, of course, no one guarantees that even after 5 years of starting, the company you create will bring you a stable income. You risk being ridiculed by your friends and acquaintances if your business does not take place. For many people, this is one of the most terrifying situations. Remember how often, when ideas came to your mind and you were in a hurry to discuss them with your loved ones, you did not receive support. Instead, a bucket of skepticism and pessimism was poured on your head. Of course, they saw how you wanted to break out of their usual circle, and they don't like upstarts. Although it may well be that you have had worthwhile business ideas, Coco Chanel is an example of this. When Madame presented to the public the revolutionary ideas that are still popular, the newspapers mocked her and the public laughed. This was the case with short haircuts, women's pantsuits, and the idea of giving up corsets. Only the most daring fashionistas wore Chanel outfits. Coco steadfastly ignored the criticism, worked and eventually became one of the most famous and successful fashion designers in the world. Sales of Chanel No. 5 perfume alone still bring in millions. What distinguishes a dreamer who will consult with his loved ones and give up the idea, from a madman who mortgages his own house in order to open his own production, store, online project? Enter the right word yourself. The entrepreneur is ready to take risks. A successful entrepreneur is able to reasonably assess the risk, the level of which does not exceed the potential gain, and manage it. Risk is the flip side of any opportunity. Often, future entrepreneurs overestimate the degree of risk. They draw terrible pictures of what will happen to them if they fail. A successful entrepreneur is able to reasonably assess the risk, the level of which does not exceed the potential gain, and manage it. Therefore, as an option, I suggest to those who are not ready to risk a lot at once, combine a new business and current employment until the moment when your new company begins to make a profit. Of course, in this case you will have to work 12 to 14 hours and, most likely, 7 days a week, but this is a payment for the absence of risk. As I see it, very often the last obstacle for those who have already definitely decided which business to start is the fear of taking on the risk of investing in a new company. This is what ruins many wonderful entrepreneurial ideas. Now I constantly communicate with future young entrepreneurs at exhibitions, seminars and conferences, where I am invited to speak. Many of these entrepreneurs belong to the so-called startups. I see a lot of interesting ideas and projects being developed by smart young guys. In most cases, to start a business, they just lack one thing: the ability to take risks. They are looking for investors who should invest money in their project, while they themselves are not ready to risk the minimum amount to make a prototype of the site and test their business model. With this approach, they will not become entrepreneurs. Why should an investor bear all the risks of opening a new business, seeing at the same time that the founder of the project is not ready to risk anything? A guide to action: write down the exact amount of money from your savings that you are willing to risk when opening your business. Think about and write down the exact amount of money for your business that you are willing to borrow. In the future, developing your company, you should feel comfortable with this amount of debt. Are you ready to mortgage your property to get a business loan? If not, then look for other ways to raise money. Write down the worst thing that can happen to you if your new business becomes unsuccessful. When you realize the consequences, you will most likely see that everything is not as scary as you think. As a rule, people tend to exaggerate negative results. Error 4. He thinks that the very existence of a business will make him rich. The business itself does not have to make you rich. Dan Kennedy, don't sit idly by waiting for that bright moment when your business will start to bring you profit. He won't do it on his own, he needs to be forced. John Reese, internet marketing specialist. Many aspiring entrepreneurs, after reading motivational literature, rush to open their company, and then sit down and impatiently wait for a golden shower to fall on them. It seems to them that there are only two ways: to eke out a miserable existence in a hired job or to be a free and rich owner of his own business. As an entrepreneur friend of mine says in such cases, if everything were so simple, everyone would drive Mercedes. Everything is not so clear. Even an average employee can work half-hard and still receive his salary guaranteed in every month. So far, the Russian labor market, which is sorely lacking in specialists, provides such an opportunity. The average entrepreneur is another matter. Unpredictable and low incomes await him, and eventually bankruptcy and debts. In today's tough competitive environment, on average, it takes at least 3 years to put a company on its feet and bring it to a significant profit. There is an opinion that every business owner is a rich man who drives a cool car and constantly vacations abroad. From the outside, it seems that in order to become the owner of a successful business, you will have to do a serious act only once: decide to open a business. Following this logic, brave men will live forever in chocolate. The company's employees will work for you, and you will cut coupons. Do you recognize the stable expressions that are usually used to describe such situations? Unfortunately, everything is much more complicated. According to statistics, 90% of companies do not live to see their third anniversary. There are not so many people in Russia and in the world who are able to lead a luxurious lifestyle thanks to their own business. Many people have simply exchanged a job for the freedom to run their own business. At the same time, their incomes have changed little. Entrepreneurs often earn less than those who work for hire. It's not the 90s anymore. In today's tough competitive environment, on average, it takes at least 3 years to put a company on its feet and bring it to a significant profit, which can be distributed among the owners. As a rule, in the early years, all profits, if any, are invested by the owners of the company in development. You may ask, why invest your profits in the development of a company if you can get a loan from a bank or find an investor? In my experience, banks practically do not lend to young companies that do not have collateral. If you are ready to mortgage an apartment or other property, then there will be no problems with financing. But here the question arises, are you ready to take such a risk? More on this in Chapter 3. I remember how my partners and I and my lighting company received the first bank loan for 1.2 million rubles from a large Russian bank. They were ready to give us this amount only after the company had existed on the market for 2 years and consistently showed cash turnover on the current account in this bank. Also, by that time we had a small warehouse with goods, which was a partial security for the loan. But to create this warehouse, we spent 2 years investing all profits in goods and business development. 6 months later, we doubled the loan amount by joining the Moscow government Small Business Loan Guarantee Program. The lesson we learned from this situation is to travel and communicate with banks, ask for money and explain in detail why you need funds and where they will be spent. And sooner or later, banks will start working with you. I also recommend that you constantly monitor special programs from banks for the development of small businesses and legislative decisions, as well as programs from local authorities to support entrepreneurs. Anyone who has given up the illusions of getting rich right away thinks that since he now has a company, one day he will still become rich. Maybe not in 2 or 3 years, but definitely in the future. Only when it comes is the future and at the expense of what? The easiest way to measure business success is to take your money and count it. The period of time a company is on the market is not the most important criterion for achieving financial success in business. I meet people who have been in business for 10, 15, or even 20 years, but they are not rich at all. Some people don't even have money for basic things. And there are companies with a breakthrough idea and a growing and large market that have made their owners rich people in 2 or 3 years. What matters is not the length of time in business, but whether a person has completed or operating profitable businesses, how much money he has now and what income he has had over the past year. The easiest way to measure business success is to take your money and count it. If you already have a company, sit down and calculate how much income it has brought you over the entire period of its existence. Divide this figure by the number of months your company has been operating. Are you satisfied with this income? Or maybe, working for hire, you earned and would have saved a lot more during this time? You can have a small company in a non-profitable market for 10 years and repeat the same results year after year with minimal profit. One more year of your stay in the market alone will not make you richer and more experienced. This may mean that you have repeated another unsuccessful year in your activity. What should I do? Get ready for constant work and development. All the successful company owners I know never stop participating in the development of their company. They follow trends in their market, look for development opportunities in related fields, and try new approaches in business and development. No matter how rich they are, no matter how big their company is, they are never afraid to get dirty. That is, roll up your sleeves and delve into the details of the work of your company or department. Pick up the phone and call customers, go to a meeting with employees at the construction site, come to the warehouse and spend the whole day there, questioning the staff, examining the goods. Only in this way, by constantly delving into the company's affairs and understanding them, can you have a profitable business that generates income. And one day there will definitely come a moment in your business when you discover that the market where your company operates has changed, stopped making profit, or is completely disappearing. Or the business approaches that brought you success a few years ago have stopped working in this market. The task of an entrepreneur is to remain successful, not to miss these important moments and respond to them with a change of strategy and approaches. Or maybe it will be necessary to make a tough decision about closing this company and moving to other markets and niches where there are opportunities, development and profit. Only the owner of a successful company can enjoy all the benefits of owning his own business. Remember how contextual advertising has changed many markets and businesses. Suddenly, the moment has come when any company that has an internet site can find customers all over the country without any participation in industry exhibitions, without expensive trips by sales managers on business trips, and without cold calls from companies that do not need your products or services at all at the moment. For example, in a few years, the balance of power in the plastic window sales market has completely changed. Very quickly, the search query plastic windows became one of the most expensive in Yandex. Young companies that have correctly configured their work with advertising on the internet, made their website convenient for visitors, and built a sales system, quickly overtook many old-timers of the market. As it turned out, now, in order to be successful in this market, it is not necessary to have your own window production. The business environment will always throw similar opportunities at you. Your task is to be in the trend of all changes and immediately start using them for the benefit of the company and for your personal prosperity. By developing your own business, you exchange the responsibility and risk you have assumed for the opportunity to earn significantly more than in a job for hire. Remember, only the owner of a successful company can enjoy all the benefits of owning their own business. A guide to action: evaluate the market in which your company operates. Are there successful and profitable companies like yours around? If not, then you should think about whether you are working in the right market. Having opened your company, get ready for constant hard work. The moment when you say, "I built a dream company and now I can relax," will never come. No matter what peak in business and your personal income you reach, do not be afraid to get dirty. Look around you. What areas of your company's activities have you not delved into for a long time? Most likely, there are problems there now. Hold meetings with key employees responsible for the activities of these departments. Error 5. Builds a business that doesn't scale. There are no small entrepreneurs. There are small markets. Sergei Vikarev, Russian entrepreneur. If you want to grow a large company, work in those market segments where there is money. I have seen many well-built companies with well-established business processes that failed only because they worked in markets where there is no money. And I continue to observe entrepreneurs who created non-systemic companies, but in rapidly growing markets, and made very good money as a result. It is easier to work and develop a new business in growing markets. The growing market levels out your mistakes and miscalculations and allows you to quickly make significant profits. Scaling your business is one of the most difficult and interesting tasks for an entrepreneur. So, you have launched your business. The first obstacles have been overcome, the first employees have been found, and the first customers have appeared. Sometimes it seems to an entrepreneur at this stage that the business has already taken place. But now the most difficult and interesting thing begins. You need to scale your business, turn into a company that does not make 100 sales per month, but 1,000 sales. I took the numbers conditionally. Each company has its own indicators, and their number is relative. This can be the number of registered users, the number of paid subscribers to your service, the number of actual product sales and shipments. The main thing is to replicate transactions and manage their growth. That is, to scale the business. There are several basic ways to scale a business. Let's look at the 3 most common ones. The very first one is the opening of branches of your company and new outlets in other districts and cities. We are talking about any successful retail. For example, supermarkets or communication salons. The second option is to sell a franchise for your service or product. If we talk about the franchise of services, then the Baby Club network can be an example. Today, almost 200 early development clubs operate in different regions of development. All of them obey a single system of rules for working with children and parents, teach and develop kids according to programs compiled by the franchise. An example of a successful product franchise in Russia is the Masterboard Your Company. The company offers a franchise for the sale of stone curbs and garden paths. Baby Club in 2000, Evgenia Belanoskenko opened her first early childhood development club in Samara. Her parents were ashamed to tell their friends that after the economics academy, her daughter crawled on the carpet with her children and collected words from cubes. The parents expected that their daughter, after working for them in a construction company and completing audit courses, would head her own audit agency. Contrary to their expectations, Zhenya was more interested in the ideas of conscious intellectual education of Masaru Ibuki from his book After 3 It's Too Late and the Cubes of Nikolai Zaitsev. Just a month after Zaitsev's seminar, Zhenya's first club was launched. At first, she did not perceive her hobby as a business. Her husband had a completely different approach to the case. Yuri Belanoskenko is a financier who worked for Troika Dialogue for 9 years, a former partner of Troika, now works at Uralsib Management Company. Yuri became the company's strategist. Under his management, the Baby Club turned into a successful franchise. Under the leadership of Artemy Lebedev, the club's corporate identity was developed. We created a methodological center and described in detail the business concept, teaching methods for 5 years. The clubs are designed for children from 8 months to 6 years old. Franchising consultants helped in the description of business processes. The project was launched in 2009. Today, the Baby Club network has more than 100 clubs across the country. In this scenario, you can expect a return on investment in 2 to 3 years. The third option is organic business growth by attracting new customers to an existing company. This development implies an increase in the number of employees in proportion to the number of orders. An example of this is the business development of my lighting company Trinova. The company operates in a large and growing market. Now the potential size of the market, where it is possible to grow, is several times higher than the volume of orders of the company. In 7 years of operation, the 4-person company has grown into a company with more than 50 employees. Sales volumes also increased proportionally. The company is not recruiting staff right now. At the moment, we have consciously decided to abandon further growth in the number of people, and are working on the internal efficiency of processes with increasing turnover. From my point of view, it is necessary to build a company in the market, the size of which will allow you to create a business that will bring an income that suits the entrepreneur. Under bad circumstances, if you work in a declining market or provide a product or service that a small number of people need, the owner will never be able to make a big profit and, most importantly, grow the number of customers. Examples of this are the many niche online stores that sell a specific product. Wooden toys or designer laptop bags, for all their quality, cannot be needed by millions of people. It is especially difficult for such a business to survive now, since the cost of attracting customers has increased on the internet. They have to compete with hundreds of large companies that can pay substantial money to attract a single client, which is not available to small businesses. The giants of the mass market return their investments at the expense of volumes. Amazon in the United States and Ozon in Russia, for example, have killed a huge number of small online stores, giving millions of people around the world access to a variety of products at minimal prices. If you are going to attract money from professional investors to develop your business, then you need to start building only a scalable business. Of course, the first thing that potential investors in your company will evaluate is the quality of the people in the team that owns and runs the business. Of course, the first thing that potential investors in your company will evaluate is the quality of the people in the team that owns and runs the business. But the second mandatory question that investors will ask you at the meeting is your business scaling? They will never invest in a company operating in a small market with no opportunity for growth. Now let's move on to the practice of managing the company's growth. Before you start to grow, ask yourself the question, are all the processes in the company well established, even with such a small volume of sales? If you can't process an order quickly now, accept payment and ship the goods to 5 customers a day, then in the case of 20 to 30 customers you will drown in chaos. It is easier to solve management tasks on small volumes. Take the time to make all the processes work like a Swiss clockwork, and then start scaling. At the same time, it is extremely important to develop a new financial growth model, and for this you need to know all the current figures of your business, the cost of attracting one client, profit from the transaction, fixed and variable expenses per month, other important indicators. At this stage, you need to start doing real and serious financial planning. Make calculations of the growth of fixed and variable costs with an increase in the number of employees and sales growth. Enter new expenses for renting additional office space, buying furniture, office equipment, administrative and economic expenses. Now look at what the projected effect will be on the growth of your business. And most importantly, remember, there is a certain time interval between the beginning of growth and the moment when a grown company begins to make a profit. Until then, you will have to finance growth with personal or borrowed money. At this point, many entrepreneurs fail, either by incorrectly calculating the exact time needed to make a profit, or by incorrectly calculating the amount of money needed for development. As a business owner, you must monitor the financial situation in your company every day. When at the Trinova company we began to develop the direction of supplying lighting equipment to retail chains, we faced a problem. Most retail chains are not ready to make an advance payment and expect that the lamps will be ready for shipment to them 2 weeks before the stores open. In order to enter this market, we had to invest money in lamps that are stored in our warehouse. We made stocks with our own and borrowed money. There was a risk that if we did not sell our equipment to a sufficient number of customers, we would not be able to pay off loans on time. At that moment, we realized how important it is to financially plan future cash flows from both customers and our payments to banks and suppliers. At the stage of scaling a business, you just need a qualified accountant with financial planning skills. But in no case do not leave it to him to solve all financial issues. As a business owner, you should monitor the financial state of affairs in your company every day and feel the main business figures at your fingertips. I believe that there are two only functions that the owner of the company should never fully delegate. This is marketing and financial control. Every day, I repeat, every day spend at least half an hour analyzing the financial situation in your company. This is an analysis of the following figures: how much money has been credited to the checking account today, the balance of funds in the current account at the end of the day, how much sales remained before the break-even point in the month/quarter, forecast cash flow, for 3 months ahead. Set up 1 day a week when you have an hour-long finance meeting with company executives and your business partners. Why is this so important? I have not yet met a single successful entrepreneur who would not know how to multiply the numbers of his business by 2. If you wake me up at night and ask me about the current break-even points of each of my companies, their sales volume since the beginning of the year and quarter, the average profitability of this year's deals, I will easily answer with an accuracy of 0.1%. Let's assume you've already done the previous steps. Now start preparing the company's infrastructure for growth. The structure that served 100 clients will not be able to work with a client flow of 1,000 clients. It's hard for novice entrepreneurs to believe, but when rapid growth begins, the avalanche of customer calls does not please, but scares and angers. Sales managers refuse to accept new orders, they can hardly cope with the sharply increased volume. I myself listened to the conversation of an employee who was looking for an excuse to refuse a client a meeting, since each meeting ended with a deal. "Where are you sitting?" the seller asked. "Beyond them cod? No, I'm not coming to you. Are you ready to come? But not tomorrow." Be optimistic, prepare the staff for scaling the business in advance. The following steps can serve as examples of preparing the company's infrastructure to reach another level: hiring a second secretary to receive calls, hiring new sales managers to receive the increased number of requests from customers, increase in customer support staff, rent a new warehouse. It happens, planned or not, but sales have increased dramatically, the number of customers is rapidly increasing, and the back office is completely unprepared. The back office is the departments of the company that support and service sales, the delivery department, the secretariat, the customer service and after-sales service. If the back office cannot cope with the increased number of customers, then all the costs of growth go down the drain and do more harm to the company's reputation than good. Your business may simply be overwhelmed by the flow of new customers. Sales growth, which seems to be positive for your company, can ruin it. A guide to action: choose the approach that you will use to scale your business. Calculate the key numbers of your business before you start growing. Check if all departments of the company are ready to scale the business, and only then increase the volume. Spend at least half an hour every day analyzing the financial condition of your company. Error 6. Does not set a limit on investing time and money in a business project. If danger can be foreseen, then there is no need to be afraid of it. Arthur Conan Doyle: when you create a new business in any field, you take risks. The most obvious risk is the loss of invested money. It can be your personal funds or borrowed money. The second element of your risk is the loss of invested time. This risk does not lie on the surface, and many entrepreneurs forget about it. After all, instead of building an unsuccessful company, you could be doing something else at this time, generating income. The easiest option is not to leave your current job and receive the salary you live on until your project gets back on its feet, instead of starting a new business and spending your savings. Determine how much time and money you are willing to invest in the development of your business. Since these are the two main risks that can be calculated, you need to determine what the final value of these two important resources is that you are willing to invest in your company. First, decide which resource you have more, time or money. In business, the time to create a company can often be bought with money. Instead of doing many things in the company gradually yourself and developing organically, you can immediately hire an experienced team of employees for money who will do this work for you much faster. I also want to mention the third type of risk, which prevents many from starting their own business, and then, if it turns out to be unsuccessful, close it. This is the risk of losing face in the eyes of other people. The fear of defeat cannot be calculated and is only a psychological basis. Sometimes it seems to me that it is this fear that stops most potential entrepreneurs from making a decision to organize a company. They think, what will my friends say, and what will my relatives say if I fail? Suppose you have overcome the fear of starting a business. Then there is a risk of falling into another trap. If your project turned out to be unsuccessful and does not make a profit, then the risk of looking unsuccessful in the eyes of others will keep you from closing the company. I know many entrepreneurs who continue to support a non-profitable company and do not close the company. They are afraid that the environment will make a mockery of them. In our Russian culture, it is generally believed that if something doesn't work out for you, you are a loser. Such a worldview begins to be brought up in us even in kindergarten and school, gradually undermining the initiative and desire to learn and act. Children grow up and often by the end of the institute they completely lose the ability to create and take risks. Initiative, as you remember, is punishable. Failures are a normal process of learning and developing business projects. In 10 years, I had to close 3 businesses, and in every situation there were people who said, "We warned you, we told you that this venture has no prospects and no future." The feelings, I want to tell you, I did not feel the most pleasant at the same time. Many openly gloated. Now, fortunately, there are no such people in my environment anymore. I gradually and systematically got rid of people in my environment, who find it easier to justify their own laziness with foresight. I believe that only those who do nothing are not mistaken. Failures are a normal process of learning and developing business projects. So, you have calculated how much and how many months or years of work you are ready to invest in the development of your company. Now it remains to determine the following key figures, which will serve as indicators of the success or failure of your company. They are, of course, different depending on the type of market you work in and the company model. The following indicators may be suitable for some of them. The deadline for the business to reach the break-even point. See Chapter 26 does not know the break-even point of his company. The period of time when the company should reach the planned profit. The amount of dividends paid to you after a year of work. 2 and 3 years later. Number of registered users. This indicator is well suited for business on the internet. Number of paid users, subscribers. The number of orders per day or week. Here I have given just a few examples of such indicators. Every business and every entrepreneur will have their own key indicators. Be sure to identify them for your company before starting the project. At the moment, one of the most important criteria for me is quarterly dividends paid after 1 year of operation of a new project. The maximum payback period for a business for me is 2.5 or 3 years, depending on the market in which the company operates. Don't fall in love with your own business idea as if it's the only thing you have. In sociology, there is such a thing as ugly child syndrome. It is easy for parents to understand. We are talking about a situation where the father and mother of their ugly, unremarkable child seems to be the most beautiful in the world. Don't fall into the trap. Just as each parent believes that his child is the most beautiful in the world, so every entrepreneur believes that his business is the best. In both cases, they do not see reality. In the case of a child, this approach may even be useful, but when it comes to business, your belief that your business idea is the best can be expensive. Don't be afraid to quit the business and get out of it if you realize that it doesn't give you the results you expected. You should not rush with your idea if it does not work, just for the reason that it came to your mind. In the case of a business, it is very important to objectively assess the situation. It takes a certain amount of courage. Especially if you realize that your idea is not so profitable in the end. Impartially collect facts and figures that support the arguments. Don't be afraid to quit the business and get out of it if you realize that it doesn't give you the results you expected. If you realize that you will not earn money in this project and with these partners, drop it right away. In this case, do the same as when you leave the cinema from a movie that you don't like and stop reading an uninteresting book. Of course, it is harder to quit a business project, since both money and time have already been invested, but it is better to fix your losses now than to continue losing money by doing a hopeless business. Do you remember Mikhail Vanetsky's? Life is short. And you need to be able to. You have to be able to walk away from a bad movie. Throwing a bad book. Getting away from a bad person. There are many of them. Things are not going well, to quit. Even to get away from mediocrity. There are many of them. Time is more expensive. It's better to sleep. It's better to eat. It is better to look at the fire, at the child, at the woman, at the water. If you suddenly realize at any time during the ownership of the company that it causes more, as they say, hemorrhoids than financial results, ruthlessly close the case. Sell the share to partners, discuss with them your phased exit from the business, give it away for free, finally. It's still better than continuing to lose money. There is a very good criterion to understand whether you need to continue doing this business or not. Ask yourself the question, knowing all the features of this enterprise, if I were just now offered to start doing it, would I open such a company? If the answer is no, then I suggest you think about closing the company, leaving it or selling it. Don't hold on to the past. Look at the present and analyze the future of your company. How has the market changed? Are there any further prospects for the company's development? How will my income from this business grow? These are the most important questions that you should answer yourself regularly. A guide to action. Decide for yourself what is more important to you in the development of a new project, the time you spend or the money. Be prepared to meet skepticism around your idea and learn to ignore it. Develop at least 2 or 3 indicators of the success of your business, which you will focus on when developing it. Be very clear about this. These should be understandable and easily measurable figures. Decide how long you are willing to wait for the moment when you start making your first profit from the business. Here I am not referring to the profit on paper, but the dividends actually paid to you. Error 7. He takes partners with the same qualities and skills as himself. Every successful enterprise requires 3 people, a dreamer, a businessman and a son of a bitch. Peter MacArthur. I have noticed that quite often entrepreneurs project their ideas about a good friend onto business partners. Who do we usually like to be friends with? With those who have similar interests and who are similar to us. On the basis of this, friendship is usually formed. This has been happening since the days when we studied at school and college. Friends are together on the principle of similarity of tastes in music and cinema. Athletes usually have friends who love sports, and similar options. But in business, everything is different. And many continue to look for people similar to themselves in their business. As a result, after a long search, you find someone just like you. And often you don't even need to look for them. Friends are nearby. I'll invite them into my business, it will be more fun and interesting for us together. Now it's comfortable for you to work together, but it doesn't do any good for business. And for some reason you have to share your profits with a person who practically duplicates you in the company. You need business partners who will bring to the company what you don't have. I see this situation often. And such a partnership option is not the best for business. And not only because you are now completely wasting part of your profits, but also because such cooperation is ineffective from the point of view of the company's work. What kind of partners are useful for business? First of all, you need business partners who will bring to the company what you do not have. Here are examples of well-complementary partnerships. I have a customer base and market knowledge, and my partner has money that he is ready to invest in the development of our joint company. I have money that I want to invest in the business. The second partner has connections in the industry where I want to invest. The third partner has several large clients that he is ready to give to our business. I have a business idea and a willingness to work 12 hours every day to implement it. A partner has money to invest in the business and experience building companies. In general, there are many partnership options. It can be 2 people or 5. Just remember that the more partners there are, the harder it will be for you to negotiate joint solutions. I think that with a number of more than 5, it will be really difficult to solve issues and find a common language. Please note that in each of these 3 cases, I do not write about what size of shares in the company, even approximately, each of the partners should have. You should discuss this at the stage of starting a business. Here you must personally convince your partners of the value of your contribution to the business and try to bargain for as much share as possible. For more information about talking about business shares, see Chapter 12 Giving Business Shares to Partners for Nothing. There is also such an option, which occurs quite often. If it is difficult for you to take on all the risks and responsibility for the company's work alone when starting a business, then take a partner whose function will simply be your support. If this is the only thing he will give to your joint business, then his share in the company should be small. For example, 5 or 10%. Having business partners can play both a good and a bad role for a company. Let's look at the advantages of partnership. When you create a company, you share the costs among yourself. It is important to understand here that this is not only money for business development, but also temporary expenses. You are not the only one responsible for what happens to the company. The risk of business failure does not fall on you alone. When partners complement each other, it gives them both the opportunity to earn more than if they were doing business alone. Mutual support and motivation. Now the disadvantages of having business partners. You need to share the profits. You are responsible for the miscalculations and shoals of your partner. And not only morally, but also financially. You don't fully control your company. If you have equal shares, then you always need to coordinate your actions and development ideas with your partners. The mistake of choosing a business partner can cost you the company. Neither an excellent business model, nor the presence of a large market and customers, nor money can save a business from collapse if partners quarrel or simply stop working in the company. The mistake of choosing a business partner can cost you the company. And another very important point. Often, when we start a business with friends, we lose both business and friends. It is rare in which cases friendship can stand the test of business. As Rockefeller said, a friendship based on business is better than a business based on friendship. Before agreeing to a business partnership, evaluate yourself more. Are you the kind of person who can work in a company with partners? If you have previously been used to working and making decisions alone, without consulting anyone else, then, of course, it will be difficult for you now to coordinate your position with another person. Aras Agalarov said very well about this in one of his interviews. If I work with someone, I will have to take into account their opinion, discuss how and what to do. And the comfort I'm in now to create at my discretion will be limited, which I don't want under any financial prospects. It is also always very difficult to measure the exact contribution of each partner to the work. Even if you have written this in the partnership agreement, see Chapter 15 does not constitute a partnership agreement, it is always difficult to understand how hard each of the partners is working. If you want perfect equality and you are not ready to turn a blind eye to the fact that some partners may, in your opinion, underwork, then it will be difficult for you to accept such a situation. This, in turn, will cause conflicts and disagreements. So, the first questions that you should ask yourself when attracting a partner to a business. What new things will he bring to the business that I don't have? How is this person different from me? If his experience, skills, and connections are the same as yours, then think about why you need a second person in business, the same as you, with whom you still have to share profits. A guide to action. Ask yourself the question, why do I need a business partner? And write at least 5 answers to it. Analyze each of the answers. Think about whether it is possible to manage this issue on your own or hire employees to solve it. Think about and write down what your company lacks for successful development. Can your new partner bring this to the business? Before agreeing to a partnership, ask yourself the following questions: 1. Do we have the same motivation with this partner to create a company? 2. Do we see the company we want to create in the same way? 3. Do our skills complement each other? 4. Will we be able to communicate with each other in a respectful manner? 5. Do I have an inner feeling that I trust this person? Error 8. Does not build a system in the company. The richest people I know use systems. Dan Kennedy, money should be invested in an enterprise that any fool can run, because someday a fool will definitely lead it. Warren Buffett. All the successful companies I've ever come across are systems. The exception is 2 types of companies, which receive clients with the help of an administrative resource and in which the owner is ready to work forever on his own, in theory, having created for himself not a business, but a workplace. If your company does not supply pipes for a large oil or gas corporation, is not engaged in the construction of infrastructure facilities, and you do not want to control every step of employees and competitors from day to day all your life, you need to build a system. Unfortunately, many entrepreneurs do not get around to building a system even after the company has become profitable and has taken a strong position in the market. How often do I see business owners who, even in the 10th year of the company's operation, can hardly go on vacation for 2 weeks, and even then they take a laptop with them and answer email and mobile phone every day. Their business can bring in good income, but can you call it an entrepreneurial success to work 12 hours a day with a constant feeling of let go of control and everything will fall apart? All the successful companies I've ever come across are systems. What is a company operating under the system? All the actions of such a company are combined into a single structure, which, working according to certain rules and fulfilling assigned tasks, gives the owner a predictable result in the form of profit every month, quarter and year. The actions of this system are measured and monitored. The company operates without the direct participation of the owner. Any element of such a system is interchangeable. For example, if an employee leaves your company, then you can very quickly find a replacement in the labor market. The change of 1 or more employees in the company will not lead to disruptions in work and a drop in income. Any franchise business can serve as an example of a system business. In such a business, all processes are so debugged and prescribed that even an inexperienced person can manage them. Let's look at the typical development path of almost any company. An entrepreneur or a group of people inspired by an idea creates a business. First, they need to understand whether their business idea is working, whether there are enough customers for the company to make a profit. Then they start selling, as well as looking for as many new customers as possible. When there are already enough funds in the business to pay the hired staff, employees begin to appear. Owners gradually give their functions and responsibilities to subordinates. At this stage, a certain structure of the company begins to emerge, departments and directions with people responsible for them. So far, this structure is quite informal, and intuitively or by experience everyone knows what to do. And at this stage, most companies stop in their organizational development. What else do the owners need? The company works, it makes a profit, there is a certain structure with responsible people. The problem is that, despite the apparent appearance, the company does not have a skeleton, the system on which everything rests. She is most vulnerable to major changes, especially if key and experienced employees who are carriers of information about how the business works suddenly leave. For me, one of the criteria for the fact that the company does not have a system is daily work, during which employees need to agree among themselves on most of the issues that arise, what and how to do next. Or the employee acts on his own in each situation. There are no clearly defined rules and instructions on how to act in this situation, or these rules are not supported by any electronic program that controls and records the actions of people in the company. Often, talented employees are very good at doing not what the company needs to succeed, but what they like. The best option is when the employee's actions are guided by an electronic system. In the sales department, this is a customer management system, the so-called CRM. In the marketing department, these can be weekly electronic summaries of the success of certain events, where the results are compared with the planned indicators. In the logistics department, this is a summary table of indicators, such as the cost per delivery, the number of shipments made on time, plus optimized traffic schedules. I often hear objections: why do we need a system? The main thing in the company is the people. Some entrepreneurs believe that if they recruit talented employees to their company, set clear goals for them and give them good motivation to work in the form of bonuses, then their business will work and generate income without their participation. Yes, it is. With one clarification. These wonderful people need to be integrated into the system. Very often, talented employees are great at doing not what the company needs to succeed, but what they like. A person is designed in such a way that even the best employees will still look for the path of least resistance in their work. Even the best and most successful sales managers will call and seek contact with the client they enjoy communicating with and who does not take them out of their comfort zone with excessive demands and requests. But, as practice shows, it is precisely the largest and most profitable clients who are spoiled by the attention of the market and your competitors who are the most demanding and difficult to communicate with. Do you think a conscious sales manager will force himself to call such a customer? Yes, he would rather spend time communicating with those who are pleasant to him. Only control by the sales system can make your managers regularly contact such clients. The system is needed in order to direct the efforts of employees in the right direction for your company, so that their work gives results for the business. Unfortunately, even in the system business, there is one unpleasant scenario. You can create a business in a market where sales volumes will under no circumstances allow you to have high-quality hired staff. You just won't have the money for it. Or, by hiring staff, you will get an option that I call, the company works on the salary of employees. This is when there is only enough money to pay salaries, and the profit of the founders of the company is minimal or not at all. In this case, unfortunately, no systems will help. A guide to action: building a system is not a quick process. Do not rush to immediately implement a systematic approach in all departments of your company. Look at which area of activity you spend the most of your resources on and where the most problems are. Start building a system there. First, describe all the processes in the company on paper, and only then transfer them to the program. If you do not understand how a particular department works for you and cannot describe it on paper, then no electronic solution will help you. The cost of software implementation must be economically justified. It is not necessary to implement CRM for 15 million rubles in the sales department with a turnover of 50 million per year and a profit of 10 million. When implementing any system in a company, you must understand who will control it. Assign responsible persons in the company for the daily, weekly and monthly monitoring of key data. They should regularly send you this data in the form of reports. Error 9. Does not understand the reasons for the failure of his business. All the disasters of people come not so much from the fact that they did what needed to be done, but from the fact that they do what does not need to be done. Leo Tolstoy. Did you have a Nokia 1100 phone? An indestructible pipe, familiar to almost every European and Russian who is now over 30. Until 2012, every second phone that was sold in the world was called Nokia. In a record year for the company in 2003, 250 million Nokia 1100 phones were sold. That year it was the best-selling electronic device in the world. Already in June 2011, Apple overtook Nokia in terms of smartphone sales in the world. In the second quarter of 2012, 26 million iPhones and 105 million Android smartphones were sold. Nokia has only 5.4 million phones. In the summer of the same year, the president of the company admitted to journalists that they had lost the war for a buyer. He admitted that they are not keeping up with the rapid changes in the mobile communications industry. Employees of the Finnish company continued to create products that the market no longer needed. Nokia's capitalization in May 2007 was €110 billion, and in 2012 it was €14.8 billion. By and large, there are only three main reasons why companies fail: bad market, bad team, a product or service is being created that consumers do not need. Let's look at each one separately. The first reason is a bad market. What is a bad market? I mean a situation where the market is so small that it is impossible to make money on it, or it is dying. Examples of dying markets are paging during the advent of mobile phones or Polaroid photography technology after the spread of digital photography. In other words, there are not enough customers in the market who are willing to pay for the service or product that you offer. Or they are, but they are so few that it is unprofitable to create full-fledged companies to fulfill their whims. Beautiful business calligraphy courses, for example. But how many groups will you gather around the country to teach this skill? Will the business be profitable? Doubtful. The print media market is going through hard times right now. Dmitry Agorunov, the owner of the publishing house Gameland, was forced to abandon the publication of printed magazines. At the same time, he was lucky with the team; it successfully copes with the production of the online publication Hacker. If you have already made the mistake from Chapter 10 and started working in a non-profitable market without studying it and writing a business plan, evaluate it now. If your case is not going well, sit down and calmly figure out the reasons. Break out of the hustle and bustle of work and analyze the situation. Of course, the easiest way is to drive yourself into a daily routine and hide in it from the hard, unpleasant reality, but this is the way to nowhere. Study the key figures of your market now with an open mind. I understand that this is difficult after you have invested time and soul in creating your company, but it is better now to openly admit to yourself that you made the third mistake: you created a product or service that is not in demand, and move on. Remember that if you have a great team of partners and employees, you can work with them in any market. Think of Gameland. Or Rovio Entertainment. Perhaps its name doesn't mean anything to you, but I bet you've heard about the Angry Birds game, and maybe you've set your own records for down pigs. Rovio Entertainment specialists came up with the Angry Birds game. To do this, they needed 8 years of work and the creation of 51 games, which either did not have commercial success at all, or had, but so insignificant that the company at some moments barely kept afloat. Today, the company's taxes make up a significant part of the revenues to the Finnish budget. For 8 years, the developers of Rovio Entertainment could not figure out which game was needed by a wide audience of players. But were they a bad team? No. As a result, the company was able to create not just a successful product, but a game that has not been out of the international top for several years. You should never prove anything to the market. We need to develop in the direction where the market is going and where there is demand. However, even having a good team does not always guarantee a win after a long struggle. Admitting your mistake takes a lot of courage, but if you are closer to failure than ever, it will be more honest with yourself and your employees. It is much worse if you admit your own mistakes later, when the situation goes so far that relations with partners and employees will be spoiled, and instead of working with them on a new project, you will simply run away. I had a business experience in which a great team of employees created a business whose products are not in sufficient demand. We have built a factory in Russia for the production of lighting products. We have invested significant funds, time and effort in it. Modern equipment has been installed. However, no matter how hard we tried, it turned out that it was still more profitable to order various components abroad and assemble them there. It is more convenient and cheaper than our own Russian production. As a result, after 2.5 years, we decided to move all production to China. Further persistence would have led to even greater losses. For myself, I concluded that it is never worth proving anything to the market. We need to develop in the direction where the market is going and where there is demand. The second reason for business failure is a bad team. It ruins you if the idea is worthwhile and there is a profitable market where you can monetize it, but the wrong people are doing the business. Any trading business can be an example of this. Bad sellers will ruin the company, although competitors in the same niche may be doing great at the same time. If you call a spade, it turns out that you have recruited incompetent employees. If so, you are lucky compared to the first case. You can fire these people and hire new ones. Remember, what cannot be measured cannot be improved. Before making dismissal orders, you should find out if your team is really so bad that it can't cope with the tasks of conquering the world. Conclusions can be drawn based on whether employees achieve the goals you set in the company. If you have a clear understanding of the development of your business, then you have a plan for its implementation. Each quarter, set clear and measurable goals with your team, the achievement of which, in your opinion, will lead to success. If the staff does not achieve their goals for several quarters in a row, then it is necessary to understand the reasons. Most likely, you just have people who do not have the necessary skills, they are lazy, or they were sent by competitors on purpose. An example of clear and understandable quarterly goals to achieve at the stage of company development can be the number of meetings per week, quarter, or month managers have with potential clients, the number of commercial offers submitted during the reporting period, marketing activities carried out within the time limits set by the plan, such as website creation, advertising, and others. At the stage of business development, and not only at this stage, measure everything that is possible. Remember, what cannot be measured cannot be improved. When setting goals, check them using the SMART system. According to this system of rules for setting goals, tasks should be clearly formulated, increasing the company's profit, measured in an understandable way, the amount of net profit, explain how the result will be achieved, more meetings, more deals, realistic, out of 1,000 potential customers, employees are able to attract 10 orders per month, link to a point in time, let's designate the day when you should report on the work done. When working with a team, the criteria for evaluating the work is very simple: done, not done. If not done, then why? There are usually only two reasons: laziness or lack of skills. In both cases, the indicator "I have the wrong people working for me" should turn on. Moreover, this can happen at any stage of business development, and not just at the very beginning. Do you remember the development of Nokia? Its products were successful and popular at the start of work, but then the situation changed, touchscreen technology came, the team became not good enough in a changing situation and simply ruined a successful brand. You shouldn't pretend to be Mother Teresa when things have gone badly for the company. If the market continues to grow and develop at the same time, and competitors around make a profit, immediately look for a replacement for employees. For mistakes in working with personnel, see Chapter 21. Hires quickly, fires slowly. The third reason for business failure is the creation of a product or service that consumers do not need. Do you remember what success was predicted for the inventors of Segway? This device is an electric self-balancing scooter on two wheels. It allows a person to move much faster than a pedestrian can walk and save energy. It was assumed that flocks of tourists on Segways would fill the streets. After all, they are much more comfortable to see the sights. However, the rather high cost of the device and the dubious safety of movement did not allow the business to develop rapidly. Today, Segway is used by postmen and police officers in some countries. They are rented out in amusement parks. That's probably the whole range of applications of the devices. In 2001, at the time of the start of sales, it was predicted that from 50 to 100,000 units would be sold per year. Contrary to expectations, 6,000 devices were sold in 2003. And in 7 years, they sold only 30,000 Segways. The company is unprofitable. She has changed several owners and is still alive, probably only thanks to an idea that no one has yet raised their hand to bury. Don't be original, do the business that people really need. A guide to action: explore the market in which your company operates. Does the market have long-term growth prospects? Evaluate the employees in your company. How often do they achieve the quarterly and annual targets planned by the company? If you don't have such indicators, then put aside this book and start developing them right now. If you are going to market a new product or service, evaluate the potential size of the market. Look at the number of requests per month in Yandex for keywords and phrases from your business. Study whether there are similar companies in the West and what their size is. As a rule, we lag behind foreign companies for several years in the introduction of new goods and services to our market. Error 10. Does not write a business plan. To hell with everything, take it and do it. Richard Branson. But first, sit down and write a business plan. Pavel. Annenkov. Most startup entrepreneurs are ready to immediately rush into battle to implement their idea. Real entrepreneurs are people of action, because the word entrepreneur comes from the verb undertake, which means to take and do. It does not come from the verbs read smart books, attend conferences, study and ponder. An entrepreneur acts and undertakes. I am all for this approach, with only one exception. Take a few days or weeks, no more, and write a business plan for yourself before you start acting. I could save myself a lot of time and money by spending a little time writing a short business plan. Today, when I think back to my first companies, I wonder how some of them didn't go bankrupt at the very beginning. After all, back then, when I opened them, I didn't even have the simplest business plan. I could save myself a lot of time and money by spending a little time writing a short business plan. Now I understand that instead of solving the first problems of the business immediately after its opening, I could solve them on paper in advance. One of the most important tasks of a business plan is not its availability, but the process of writing it. While you are writing a business plan, you are thinking about all the components of the future company's work, calculating the estimated income and expenses of your business. I remember when we opened my plumbing wholesale company, we did not take into account, as it seemed to us at the time, the insignificant fixed costs of servicing interest on the loan. Back then, loans to small companies were even more expensive than they are now, and they were quite difficult to obtain. As a result, the bid turned out to be higher than what we expected. In addition, we did not take these costs into account in the plan initially. As a result, at the beginning of our business, the interest on the loan ate up 1/3 of our profit per month. I want to reassure you right away. Writing a business plan is simple. For many entrepreneurs, the word business plan immediately creates the image of a huge multi-page document. Many people are sure that only professional consultants can write it for a decent fee. What is this? Some kind of secret knowledge that is available only to super businessmen, holders of an economic education or an MBA degree, and better than all three characteristics at once. I want to reassure you right away, writing a business plan is simple. There are two main types of business plans. The first type of plan, let's call it internal or something else, is written by an entrepreneur for himself. This plan is quite simple and informal. All the calculations of such a plan fit on one page. By visiting my website www.pavelannenkov.com, you can download a template for such a business plan. Here I will briefly show which sections must be included in it. The purpose of the business being created. Why do you need it? Break-even point. Fixed expenses of the company. Variable expenses of the company. Projected sales per month. Profit margin. Net profit per month. While writing such a one-page plan, you will better understand the goals of your future business. Also, if you have partners in this business, while writing a business plan together, you will already be able to resolve your differences regarding key business issues even before its creation. It may turn out that you and your partners have completely different views, for example, on what kind of profit from the business suits each of you. And it's better to find out now than later, during the company's work. It is also necessary to decide for yourself the most important thing that most entrepreneurs forget when they write a business plan. Where is the point of no return when I decide for myself that the business is successful? Or it is unsuccessful, and I close it? For example, there may be such clear criteria. If I do not pass the break-even point after 1 year of the company's existence, then I close this business. If after 2 years of existence the company does not reach a net profit of 200,000 rubles per month, then I close or sell this business. The second type, let's call it public, is created for external investors and bankers. If you decide to attract outside money for your business in the form of investments from individuals or bank loans, then you cannot do without such a plan. This is a formal and rather large document that contains sections where information about the market, competitors, and cash flow is shown for at least 3 years ahead. Such a plan is usually made in Word or PowerPoint format and is provided with graphs, tables and diagrams. Based on such a plan, your future potential investors make a decision about the prospects of the business and think about whether or not to invest money in you. In this version of the business plan there are sections that are optional in the internal plan. Description of the market in which the company operates, industry development prospects, competitors, cash flow for 3 years ahead, information about the founders of the company. The main difference between an internal business plan and a plan for investors is that information from many sections that are needed by third-party investors is in your head and does not need to be transferred to paper. They need to explain and describe the main players in your market, competitors, suppliers, prospects for its development in the next 3 years, and similar details that you already know by heart or at the level of intuition. And the most important difference between these two types of business plans from each other is that each of them has completely different goals. The first plan is just for you. Having written it, you need to understand for yourself all the necessary figures of expenses and income, the deadline for the company to make a profit and the amount of this profit when the company is already in a stable state. Its purpose is to show you whether you are going to start a profitable business, and if so, how satisfied you are with this amount of income from this business. Some of my best business plans are the ones I threw in the trash. Often, at least a business plan is needed so that as a result of writing it, you understand that the business that you are going to open does not have the right to exist. Or there will never be the profit you want to earn. Then you can throw it in the trash with a clear conscience and save a lot of time, money and energy without developing a business that is doomed to failure. One of my last business plans thrown into the trash is a document on creating a network of fast food outlets in a small city in the Russian region. I had a local partner who knew the city very well and offered me to invest in opening a fast food chain, since at the moment there were only a few such outlets in the city and there was a lot of unsatisfied demand. It took my partner and me 2 weeks to study the market and write a business plan. What is the most important component of the success of a fast food outlet? The place, and once again the place of its location. We took 3 of the most interesting places in the city in terms of traffic for potential visitors. There are 2 premises on the central street of the city and 1 in the food court area in the largest shopping center of the city. We hired a company that counted for us the people passing by these places on a working day and on a day off. The main key figures in the business plan that we have made for ourselves, the number of potential visitors, the percentage of passers-by who will make a purchase, the cost of rent, staff costs, food expenses, the average purchase receipt. As a result, we got 2 scenarios in the business plan. Positive and moderate. Even in a positive scenario, the level of net profit from each point turned out to be much less than what I consider acceptable for myself in terms of risk ratios for invested funds. As a result, I decided not to enter this business due to an unsatisfactory income level. If I had not made a business plan and invested my money and time in this project, I would have received an operating business at the exit, but unsatisfactory to me in terms of profit. Even in the future, when all business processes would have been honed and the business would have reached maximum profitability, both by increasing the size of the average check and by increasing the number of regular visitors, this business would not bring in significant money. And I would have turned out to be one of the owners of companies that do not bring the required returns. And it's a pity to quit the business because of the money and time invested. For you, the most important figure from the business plan indicators will be the amount of profit that you personally will receive in the form of dividends. The goal of the second plan is to sell your idea to external investors. To do this, the idea of your business and its bright future must be beautifully packaged. In general, there are even professional companies that are engaged in writing such plans. I still recommend writing the plan yourself. There are plenty of examples on the internet of how this can be done. You can also buy one of the many books on writing business plans. For example, the book Business Plan for Dummies, and take a lot of useful information from there. For you, the most important figure from the business plan indicators will be the amount of profit that you personally will receive in the form of dividends monthly, quarterly and annually when the business reaches a stable profit. After looking at this figure, answer your questions. Is this exactly what I want to receive in the form of financial returns from my company? Am I ready to take the risk for such money and bear all the responsibility associated with owning a company? At the time of drawing up a business plan, it is impossible to take into account all the external and internal factors that will affect your business. The main question of the business plan is not so much about the business, but about your personal goals in this project. Having written a business plan, you should get an answer to the question, will having this business give me the material return that I want to receive in my life? For example, at the moment I am considering only those new business opportunities where my personal income is at least a certain figure that I have designated for myself. Often, after opening a business, it does not begin to make a profit in a given time, does not immediately become as successful as you intended, or fails. You must understand that this situation is not your fault. At the time of drawing up a business plan, it is impossible to take into account all the external and internal factors that will affect your business. It's just that the world works in such a way that nothing happens right away and success does not come immediately after opening a company. You just have to take it and do it. To move forward towards a big goal, starting with the fulfillment and achievement of small intermediate goals and objectives. The main thing is to start doing and not stop. Many people do not like business planning because it forces us to engage in self-restraint and take responsibility. After all, when a business plan is written, both numbers and deadlines appear. We don't want to limit ourselves, set clear goals and objectives for ourselves, hoping that we will achieve the result by some miracle, without planning and setting goals for ourselves and our company. Even very creative businesses need a business plan, where creativity and a lot of intangible factors are the basis. If you are building a company to make a profit, in the end all the intangible factors will be reduced to numbers and measurable indicators. Take the time and make sure to make a business plan before rushing into a new business project. Believe me, the time spent on its creation will pay off many times. My best business plans are the ones I threw in the trash. These are the documents that showed me that if I start this business, I will earn very little or even lose all the money and time invested. These business plans have saved me months or even years of unpromising work, my time and energy. I love these documents very much and keep them as a keepsake. A guide to action before starting any business. Make a one-page business plan. Write a business plan yourself. The main figure of the business plan is the value of the net profit that you will receive as the owner of the company on a monthly and annual basis. Decide for yourself whether you are ready to take risks and invest in a business that will bring you monthly and annual income indicated in the business plan. Increase the payback period of the business and its break-even point, which you calculated in the business plan, by half. Error 11. He thinks that his company is not like everyone else. Business is the same everywhere, except for state-owned companies and monopolies. If you manage well, you are profitable. If you manage poorly, you are unprofitable. That's it. If something is wrong, go to Adam Smith. Sergey Galitsky, co-owner of the magnet retail chain. As in any field, there are basic rules in business that you need to follow in order to create a successful company. It doesn't matter if you are engaged in wholesale trade, provide design services, own retail stores, or build a business online. There are fundamental concepts in business that work in every company, no matter what it does. The only exceptions are companies that work only for the state, or monopolies. If you know and follow the rules, the chances of success grow. If you do not follow, the chances that you will build a profitable business are minimal. Recently, a sufficient number of business books have appeared that describe the wonderful success stories of their authors. The titles of these books are usually of this type: Break the Rules and Earn the First Million Quickly. What can I say? There are indeed such cases of success. As a confirmation of the rules. Unfortunately, for every successful one who broke the rules and applied an unusual approach to business, there are thousands of ordinary entrepreneurs whose business has collapsed. Books are not written about such people, they are not mentioned in magazines and newspapers. After all, we love to read stories with a beautiful ending. That's what the media is offering us. For every successful one who broke the rules and applied an unusual approach to business, there are thousands of ordinary entrepreneurs whose business has collapsed. Now, no matter what business magazine you open, no matter what website dedicated to entrepreneurship you visit, you see successful entrepreneurs everywhere. You read the beautiful success stories of these people and think you can do the same. In ordinary life, since victories are visible, but defeats are not, you will overestimate your chances of success all the time. The press is not interested in looking for stories about bankrupt companies and entrepreneurs who lost their business. This is not their job, such stories are not for sale. Journalists are very fond of attributing the reason for success to some unexpected move of the hero businessman or a happy coincidence, which he easily took advantage of. But usually behind these beautiful stories there are years of hard work, learning and overcoming problems. And only after that, success suddenly unexpectedly finds a lucky person. But if you write about it, then you will not be interested in reading about the 12-hour working day and the daily tedious sorting out of business problems that allowed our entrepreneur to get one step closer to success. Business success, of course, exists. Its probability can be greatly increased. To do this, you need to study the laws and follow them as the company develops, adapting to the environment. And sometimes use non-standard moves. I also mention many laws in this book. Here I will also give the main fundamental things for building a successful business. Your product or service should be needed by people and companies. Do not create a company that offers a product for which there is no demand or it satisfies a non-existent need. The market should be large enough that it makes sense for you to create a company working on it. Keep proper monthly, quarterly and annual financial records. Build a sales system. Spare no resources for marketing. Moreover, I am in favor of you trying unusual approaches and methods of doing business. Experiment. But only after you have mastered and adjusted the classical methods well. Then you can try non-standard approaches and break the rules. After all, in order to break the rules, you first need to learn and learn them. It's like in music. When a musician starts experimenting on stage, it's called improvisation. It is interesting and pleasant for us to listen to him, because behind all this there is an excellent knowledge of the classical approach. The result is improvisation, not cacophony. It's the same in painting. Before they started experimenting with styles and inventing their own, artists studied classical techniques of craftsmanship for years. And already on the basis of this, they experimented. When I talk about it, I often hear the following: no, that's not my option. We have a kind of market in which classical rules do not apply. My company is unique, and I will look for my own way. Well, I understand you perfectly. No one wants to build standard procedures in a company and adjust them to the specifics of their market. It's much easier to look for some unusual solution that will magically change everything for the better and allow you to succeed. Moreover, based on the success stories of entrepreneurs from books and magazines, it seems to you that this is the way to do it. It's much easier to look for some unusual solution that will magically change everything for the better and allow you to succeed. Yes, your company, due to the specifics of the industry in which it operates, has its own characteristics. But if we talk about the fundamental components and approaches, then it does not differ from the vast majority of companies in the country and the world. Knowing the basics of successful business, you should apply them to your company. At the same time, of course, by changing some elements to suit your industry. Methods and approaches that work in other companies are likely to work in your company as well. Watch, study and apply. The main components are management, finance, marketing and sales. In every industry, these basic business components operate according to the same laws. And you can copy successful approaches. Most often, I hear representatives of companies working in the B2B sectors talking about how much their work differs from the B2B segment. Just in case, I will provide a transcript of these abbreviations. B2B, business to business, when your company sells goods to another company. And your clients are mostly legal entities. You are not being paid by an individual, but by another company. Audit companies, suppliers of office furniture, manufacturers of car parts and other similar companies work in this segment. B2 with, business to customer, when your clients are individuals who pay you their personal money, not the company's money. Almost all retail stores of food, clothing, and household appliances operate in this segment. There are also hairdressers, beauty salons and restaurants. Both types of customers are often important for the success of a company. For example, banks and car dealerships serve individuals and companies. Plastic window manufacturing companies can sell windows for installation both in an apartment, to a private person, and to a construction company, for installation in an entire house. But most of the objections about the differences in doing business in these sectors can be heard from marketers. We seem to have different ways of attracting and interacting with customers. Their experience will not help us. We will look for our way. Let's not forget that in any case, whether you are selling to the end user or your buyer is a company, you are still dealing with people. And people's behavior and their reactions to certain actions have already been well studied. Customers, for example, love everything for free. At our furniture company, which operates only in the B2B sector, we decided to give all customers certificates for free furniture delivery within Moscow. This idea came from online home appliance stores, which almost always deliver for free. Customers like this option, and according to customer surveys, some of them bought furniture from our company precisely because of the free delivery. Remember that your company operates under the same laws as the rest. These laws have already been tested by time and work in other successful companies. Study them, implement them in your work and achieve success. A guide to action. Write down your settings, why your company's business is different from others. Analyze each difference separately. Maybe these are just excuses in order not to do the sometimes tedious and hard work of introducing new methods and approaches to work. Recall an interesting and working approach that you have recently encountered in an industry other than yours. See how you can apply it in your company. 3. If your company operates only in one of the B2B or B2C segments, think about what you can offer customers from another segment. If your company operates in both B2B and B2C, analyze which techniques from one segment you can apply to another. Error 12. Gives a share in the business to partners just like that. A preliminary agreement saves you from reproaches in the future. A German proverb. At the stage of company creation, business founders often believe that the question of who owns what shares in the company is not the most important one. It is more important to discuss how the business idea will be implemented, the development strategy, and run to work faster. And then, many years later, they begin to regret very much that this is how the shares in the company were divided. The issue of ownership suddenly becomes very relevant. Of course, if over the years you have really created a functioning and profitable business, then it has a certain value. Sometimes this cost is considerable. And now every % of the share in the company is no longer those incomprehensible prospects for the future, 100 rubles in the minimum authorized capital and 10,000 rubles, as many years ago. Now the bill can already go for millions of rubles. And in such a situation, everything happens. Each of the partners believes that he has made the greatest contribution to the development of the company, and if everyone's shares are equal, then this is unfair. Mutual reproaches and resentments begin, which can lead to the collapse of a company that works and brings substantial profits to all owners. How can this be avoided? Arrange ownership of the company in advance. As they say, on the shore. Why do you need business partners before you take someone into business? You need to ask yourself the question, what will this person bring to the company that I don't have? If this person does not bring anything important to your business, then you do not need such a partner. It seems that at the initial stage of creating a company, when it does not yet have value, you can distribute shares for the very fact of a partner's participation in the work. Don't ever do that. In the future, when the company grows and acquires significant value, you will remember more than once how you gave away something that is now worth millions for nothing. If this person does not bring anything important to your business, then you do not need such a partner. Each partner in the business must be financially involved in it within the limits of their share. He must also be responsible for certain functions and areas of activity of the company. There can be no partnership without this. Even if the business has already reached such a level that one of the partners in the company does not work, but stays at home, then he should still have responsibility. For example, do not miss meetings of the founders, sign all necessary documents on time, or, if the company's activities are financed at the expense of the founders, contribute money in proportion to their share. We agree on everyone's contribution to the business. This is how a typical background to the creation of companies usually looks like. Several enterprising people gathered and decided to create a business. If there are 2 of them, then immediately there is a decision to establish a company in shares of 50 to 50%. If there are 3, then 33.3% each. If there are 4 of them, then 25% each. And similar options. You'll say, but it's also fair. As in that saying, we are all together and we are responsible for everything we do together, therefore, equal shares. And why? I wouldn't be asking this question if so many companies didn't fall apart later because of the apparent equality on paper. After a year or 2 of work, you can really see who brought what to the business and who works and how. Therefore, immediately agree on the value of each partner's contribution to the company and distribute the shares of participants accordingly. Before you create a business, get together and openly discuss who will bring what to this company. There are several basic resources that partners can invest in a new venture: money, time, connections and market knowledge, customers, business experience, the idea. Let's look at each of these resources separately. We will also discuss which types of companies need each of these resources more. Money is the easiest to obtain of all resources. There is a lot of money around and it is getting bigger every day. It's just that not everyone gets them, and they are concentrated in a limited number of people. Those who have money know their value well and do not part with them easily. But when such people see a really interesting business project with a strong team, they line up to give you money and become your partner. If the value of the future partner you are considering is only in money, then think about whether it would be better to create a company with borrowed money. If you have access to bank loans, it is more profitable not to give a share to a partner, but to pay interest to the bank. And in general, do not treat banks as impersonal organizations that supply you with money. The bank is also your partner. And the partner is very good. He has no stake in the business, and he does not get involved in the management of the company. Just pay him the interest on time, submit the required reports regularly and maintain good relations with the bank's managers. It is much cheaper than having a financial partner in the company who has provided you with money and is also involved in the management of your company. The bank is also your partner. And the partner is very good. He has no stake in the business, and he does not get involved in the management of the company. Just pay him the interest on time. Of course, there are quite a few cases when bank lending is not available to you or you need a fairly large amount for development, which no bank is ready to give you. Then there is no way out, and you will have to look for a financial partner and negotiate with him. Time is the most expensive resource available. Money can buy everything except time. Therefore, the partner who will devote his time to business development claims a significant share. By investing time, I mean taking an active part in the company's activities. Managing the work of the organization and performing certain functions. Here, all partners must immediately decide who in the company will perform what functions and how many hours per week to spend working in business. See the chapter on the partnership agreement. After all, there is always an alternative, to hire employees to perform certain functions. But when one of the founders does some of the work in the company himself, this is, of course, very important, especially at the initial stage of business development. Connections and market knowledge. Connections are a very valuable resource, especially in markets where personal relationships and trust play a big role in decision-making. I would classify almost all industries from the B2B segment as such markets. If you are personally known and remembered as a reliable partner and supplier, then it doesn't really matter if you work for company X or Y. After all, in Russia, business relations take place more at the level of individuals than at the level of companies. Let's imagine that you are going to open a business in a very promising industry that you like. But you have never worked in this industry. Then take a partner from this industry and with connections. This happened when my partners and I opened our lighting company. I saw the opportunities of this market and realized that it is very promising. Our company is engaged in the design and supply of professional lighting for offices, business centers and shopping malls. 7 years ago, these markets began to develop actively. They had excellent growth prospects, but I've never worked in this industry and I didn't know anyone there. But I already had the experience of creating and developing companies. As a result, we created a company where I brought my business organization experience, and my partners brought their contacts and experience in the lighting market. My partners had an excellent reputation and personal contacts with most foreign suppliers, as well as with architects and general contractors who play a significant role in that market. As a result, our company got off to a great start, and we immediately started signing contracts using their old connections. Customers, as I have mentioned more than once in this book, are the foundation of any business. If one of the partners in the company has strong relationships with profitable clients and is ready to make these relationships and guaranteed contracts a contribution to a new company, then such a participant is very valuable for business. Here it is important to assess the quality of the clients provided to the company and clearly state what the company will receive from them over the next quarters and years of operation. Based on these figures, it is necessary to estimate the size of the participant's share. No one guarantees that a new company will automatically receive these customers with the arrival of your partner. Many factors can influence the decision-making, so you need to agree on how much orders from customers will be given a share in the business. Business experience. An experienced partner is very important for a business where the founders are young entrepreneurs. Such a participant will allow them not to make a lot of mistakes at the initial stage of development. After all, it is in the first year of operation that most companies close due to typical wrong moves. In the future, as the company grows and moves to new levels, an experienced partner will tell you how to overcome all the growth diseases and reconfigure the company. After all, he has already been through all this himself and knows what to do. That is why it is so common in the West to invite experienced entrepreneurs to the board of directors of a company for remuneration and a share in the business. As the company grows and moves to new levels, an experienced partner will tell you how to overcome all the growth diseases and reconfigure the company. A few correct tips from an experienced person will help you avoid fatal mistakes and save time on development. Idea. I will disappoint many, but the idea is not worth anything. The only cost is the effort that will be directed at implementing the idea and building a system that will make this idea work and make a profit. I wouldn't give a single % in business for just one idea. If a person comes up with an idea and wants to own a company, then let him show what else he has done or is ready to do. There are a lot of options. He could have invested some of his money to test this idea, create a prototype of the site and get the first customers. Or he tells you that he is ready to work on the implementation of the idea for 12 hours every day. This resource already has a cost. The main thing is not to take people for company, guided by the motives of he is such a cool guy, and it will be fun to build a business together, or we have known each other for 10 years, he is reliable and will not let you down. Gives an employee a share in the business. Often, the owners of companies, in order to stimulate and retain key employees, give them a share in the company. This is a very common mistake. Because you gave an employee a share and made him a co-owner of the company, he will not have the mentality of an entrepreneur. He certainly won't refuse. Is it bad to have the status of a partner, to tell your friends about it? And my wife will respect me even more at home now. In fact, this will not be a plus for the business. Such an employee will not work better. Or maybe it will even work worse now. Because you gave an employee a share and made him a co-owner of the company, he will not have the mentality of an entrepreneur. If you still decide to make one of the employees your partner, then in no case do not give away a share in the company for free. Shares in the business only need to be sold. Sell for real money, without any installments for several years. This is not a loan or a mortgage. If an employee has a desire to become the owner of a part of the company, but there is no money, then let him borrow and bear the risks. As you did when you opened and built the company. If you give an employee a part of the company for free, it means that your company is worthless. Before you involve a partner in a company or sell a share to an employee, think more than once about what really valuable this person will give to the business. You will need to share the profits with him in the future. And I hope that you are creating a business precisely so that it will bring you profit. A guide to action. Build any business from the very beginning, with a future picture of its estimated value in front of your eyes. Based on this, make a decision on what terms of division of shares you are ready to work with partners in this company. Evaluate the contribution of each of the future co-owners of the company. In proportion to the contributions, discuss your percentage of ownership of the company with your partners. Draw up a partnership agreement, which will specify the functions and contribution of each participant to the work of the company. Error 13. He trusts consultants unconditionally. 3 things lead to ruin: women, horse racing, and trust in consultants. Georges Pompidou has a glass of water on the table. One person says, "It's half full." This is an optimist. The second person says, "It's half empty." This is a pessimist. The third person says, "There's half as much as there could be." This is a consultant. There comes a time in every company when the owner realizes that his knowledge and experience are no longer enough to manage the company efficiently and take the business to another level. Then the idea arises to hire professional consultants. My partners and I have done this 3 times. The first time I started working with business consultants was in the third year of my lighting company. At that time, my partners and I reached a level of business development where our knowledge and experience were no longer enough for further management of the company. We decided to invite a consultant to help us transform our organization from a so-called family-type company into a systemic business. Several sessions, meetings of 6 to 8 hours with homework, allowed us, with the help of a consultant, to clearly understand our current situation. In a month, we have developed the company's structure and development strategy for 2 years ahead. A year later, we realized that we had already reached the level that we had planned, and decided to hire a new consultant. Here, with his help, we had to solve the problem not only of future strategic development, but also to coordinate among ourselves the clear goals of the company in accordance with our personal requests from the business. Each of the partners had a different vision of the company, and we had to find a common language among ourselves so that it would not work out, as in the fable about the swan, crayfish and pike. In any case, consultants will never delve into your business in detail and understand its features. Right now, our company doesn't look the way we planned with the consultants. But we have benefited enormously from these meetings for business and for ourselves personally as entrepreneurs. We got to know each other's business goals better, and most importantly, now we had common goals in the company, which we were moving towards together. As a result, we realized that in any case, consultants will never delve into our business in detail and understand its features. Even if they declare this approach in their promotional messages or at the first meeting, it still won't happen, and not because they don't want to, but because the consultant, after several interviews with employees and meetings with us, will not be able to figure out what we do from morning to evening in our business. Yes, and do not expect miracles from consultants, no matter how much you would like it. They will only be able to tell you the methods and approaches in business, and you will still make the decision. Real consultants do not give us information, which is already very much around, but knowledge. We can get a description of the approaches that have worked in other businesses from them and apply them in our companies. For me, a real consultant is someone who has already successfully implemented the processes of implementing their techniques in companies like mine, and whose management can recommend it. Before starting work, I definitely ask for recommendations from at least 3 companies that this consultant has worked with. Expensive is not always good. The quality of the decisions I made and their financial result did not depend at all on the amount I spent on the consultation. I received advice from consultants for little money, and sometimes even for free as part of developing a relationship for the future. I can tell you that the quality of the decisions I made and their financial result did not depend at all on the amount I spent on the consultation. The 2-hour strategy consultation, for which I paid 18,000 rubles, brought me the most benefit for my businesses and personally. At the same time, there were multi-day strategic sessions and developments, for which we paid hundreds of thousands of rubles and received only losses. Who is to blame here? Usually everyone blames the consultants. Here it is worth remembering the famous parable about consultants. A man got lost in the forest. Tired of wandering, I sat down on a stump near the stream. Another man comes out of the forest. The first one addresses him, "Can you tell me where I am?" "You are sitting on a stump, in the forest, on the bank of a stream." Yeah. Are you probably a business consultant?" "How did you guess?" "Well, firstly, I did not call you, you appeared on your own. Secondly, you said everything exactly. Thirdly, I knew everything you said without you. And you, surely, are the leader?" "Well, how did you guess?" "Firstly, you asked a question, the answer to which you already know without me. Secondly, you did not ask how to get out of here. Thirdly, you sit and do nothing, but blame me for everything." It seems to me that entrepreneurs should not shift the blame for ineffective and unprofitable strategies to the consultants who develop them. In any case, they don't know your business the way you do. They provide entrepreneurs with the tools to work with, and we decide how to use them. Don't expect a consultant to tell you, "Look, what a great business opportunity. Go and take the risk to realize it, become rich and share with me for what I advised you to do." They will tell you the following: "Here, look, the first option for the development of your company, here is the second option. The first option has such and such pros and cons, the second has other pros and cons. You need to think about it. I am ready to answer your additional questions." It's their profession to behave and work like that. Do not shift the responsibility for making a decision to them. Also, consultants cannot implement all planned activities in the company instead of us. I have seen many companies that have spent a lot of money on developing a strategy, vision of the company, its goals and values. Only for some reason beautifully designed graphs, tables, texts with the company's mission, for which millions of rubles were paid, are gathering dust in the cabinets of the management. The most difficult part begins after the consultants leave. This is the introduction of changes, this is the fight against employee resistance and the change of old rules and the way of work. And it often turns out that the strongest resistance to implementations comes not from employees, but from the entrepreneur himself. He postpones or slows down the introduction of a new one, because this new one will impose certain limits on him in his work, from which he may have escaped by creating his own business. I personally have nothing against consultants. They are necessary and useful. In a short period of time, they can give us a large amount of concentrated theoretical information and knowledge on any subject. We save our time on learning business theory and searching and processing information. The only thing we need to do is just make a decision based on the data provided by the consultants. This is exactly the essence of entrepreneurship, to choose one of several development options and take the risk of bringing it to life. After all, no theory and knowledge of the subject can guarantee you that by applying it, you will get the result in your business. A guide to action: if you feel that you lack knowledge in some area of business, then invite a consultant to help you. Work only with those consultants recommended to you by your friends and business acquaintances. They should have a personal positive experience of working with this person. It is better to work with a consultant who has already had experience in his business. Even if it's a small one. Never settle for hourly pay. Negotiate only the final amount for the completed work with a clear description of the final result. Error 14. Does not create a team. My business model is the Beatles. 4 guys controlled each other's negative manifestations. They balanced each other, and the total turned out to be more than the sum of the individual parts. This is how I look at business. Big things are not done by one person, they are done by a team. Steve Jobs: at the heart of any business there are 3 fundamental components: an idea, money and people. If you remove at least one of them, do not expect success. In this chapter we will talk about people. Remember, a successful business cannot be built alone. Most entrepreneurs are very confident and energetic people who believe that they can move mountains and achieve any goals. But no matter how hard you try, it is impossible to raise and develop a business alone. Human resources are limited in time and energy, and to achieve a result, you need a team. No one can fully devote time and energy to all components of their business, even working 12 hours a day without days off. It is impossible to simultaneously develop relationships with customers, suppliers, prepare and analyze financial reports, hire and train employees and administer office work. You need partners and employees with whom you will share responsibilities. Human resources are limited in time and energy, and to achieve a result, you need a team. Young entrepreneurs often fall into the trap. They have heard many times from different people that they will not be able to start a business, that it is difficult and nothing will work. However, against all odds, they have created their own business, and it is beginning to show the first successes. At this point, it seems that there are no restrictions and an entrepreneur can do anything. But it is at this moment that real entrepreneurship begins. You need to start building a company and recruit people to your team. But you still believe that now you can do anything and you don't have any barriers. Here you need to tame your ego, start hiring people and delegate some of the work to them. You need to listen to your employees and trust them. Entrepreneurs create companies in order to achieve their goals. The company is the tool with which you implement your business plans. You would probably be very happy to do everything alone for the success of your business, but this is impossible. To do this, you need a company and a team of employees. You simply will not be able to physically cope with all the tasks alone. A business team cannot be bought, it can only be created. It will take you about 2 or 3 years. Do not think that by hiring the best from the market, you will get a ready-made team that will turn mountains for you. It takes time to get people to get experience in your business and with you. It is then that the effective, well-coordinated teamwork of the entire team begins. You also need a team because you cannot be an expert in all areas. People from your team will be responsible for those areas of the company's activities in which you are not strong, you have no experience or simply do not want to engage in them. Every entrepreneur, like every person, has their own strengths and weaknesses. It is best to take people into your team who cover your weaknesses, rather than duplicate your strengths. Remember that the right people for your company are those who have not only professional knowledge and experience. They must have the right attitude to work, and they suit you in spirit. What else is the team important for an entrepreneur? The team is the people who will be with you, even if you say that starting tomorrow we are doing another business. In this case, the true identity of this person to your team is checked. He should be close to you not only in a narrow professional field, but also close in spirit, be ready to go into new projects with you. Many companies at different stages of their existence are experiencing significant changes in the industry. Sometimes the industry you worked in can disappear completely. But this does not mean that because of this you should close the company and stop doing business. You have to reconfigure the company and turn its development in a new direction. This is where you need dedicated employees and partners that you fully trust. For example, a good friend of mine has already changed several industries during his entrepreneurial career. At first, He had a paging company. Then, when that market died, he started trading cell phones. With the increase in the market, when Euroset and Svязной squeezed out all competitors, he sold this business and began providing internet communication services. Now he has a successful company, and all this time his team is with him, several key people who are responsible for sales, marketing and finance in each of his companies. Every successful entrepreneur has his team behind him. These people, as a rule, are not visible, their names are not heard. But they were the ones who made a huge contribution to business development and helped the leader lead the company to success. Tim Cook stood behind the legendary Steve Jobs. Having worked at Apple since 1998, he helped Jobs create the greatest company in history, and in 2011 became its CEO. Before taking over Apple, Tim Cook served as Chief Operating Officer and was responsible for the company's sales and purchases abroad. He also temporarily served as head of the company for 2 months in 2004 and for several months in 2009, when Steve Jobs took a leave of absence for health reasons. Steve Jobs has always had someone to rely on in his work. Despite the charisma and leadership qualities of great entrepreneurs, they would never have achieved such success without a team. And they all admit this fact in their interviews. Do you think the legendary entrepreneur Richard Branson, founder of Virgin Corporation, could have created about 400 companies of various profiles alone? He is now one of the richest people in the UK with a fortune of about $5 billion. He has a team in each of his companies, many of whom are co-owners of the business. And it is they who are driving the development of Branson's company. When I started my florist business, my first priority was to create a team. I understood my own capabilities in this business very well. I had experience in organizing sales in the B2B market. But there was no knowledge of products, suppliers, or understanding of the specifics of working with live plants. To do this, I needed a team, and I had to become a part of it. Of the 3 main components of a business idea, money and people, I had the first 2, but the third most important part was missing. It took me 3 months to find a suitable candidate to run the business I was about to start. I think I was lucky that I managed to find the right person in such a short time. Many people cannot find a suitable business leader and team member in a whole year. But I have clearly understood the rule that without the right people, you should not even think about creating a new company. Jim Collins, in his book From Good to Great, compares a business to a bus, and an entrepreneur to his driver. The bus is standing still, and your task is to make sure that this bus goes in the right direction and reaches the goal. You need to decide who will ride on this bus with you, and also put people in the right seats. The right approach is to decide who to take on the bus and who to drop off the bus before going. First, decide who is going with you, and then where to go. You need to constantly receive feedback from your team members. For example, take an anonymous survey every year so that employees can express their opinions about key aspects of the company's work. Receive reports on their work from managers every quarter and ask them for reports on the work of their employees. Such reports are a storehouse of information. You will immediately see the problem points in the company's work, as they will often be repeated in the questionnaires. So, the most important questions that employees in all my companies answer every quarter are: what do we need to start doing to make the company successful? What hinders our work? What we need to stop doing in the company? Be sure to have a Q&A session with the head of the company at the end of the year. On New Year's Eve, I hold an open meeting with the staff and answer all their questions. I'm sure your subordinates have a lot of questions over the year. They are worried and want answers, but they are afraid to ask. When you do not respond behind the scenes to each individual, but do it in an open form, trust is established between you and employees. Remember that communicating with people from your team and their development is constant work and one of the best investments of your time and effort. A guide to action: write a list of those people from your business whom you consider to be members of your team. Have a meeting with each of them this month to find out what they expect from working with you. Find out his long-term personal plans. Describe what roles each person on your team performs. What role do you think you need more new employees in your team for? Having decided on this issue, start looking for these people. Error 15. Does not constitute a partnership agreement. A business partnership is not a marriage. In marriage, people should be ready to die for each other and be together in all situations. In a business partnership, the main thing is making money together. Money comes first in a partnership. If money is not earned, then why such a partnership? Felix Dennis is a British billionaire. In 2006, we had a great company engaged in wholesale plumbing. My partner had 6 years of experience in the plumbing market, knew reliable foreign suppliers, and had connections with wholesale buyers throughout Russia. By that time, I already had the experience of organizing a business, money and infrastructure of my main company, which we used to develop our joint business. Everyone's contribution to the company was clear. The business was founded in shares of 50% to 50%. A year of successful work has passed. We have adjusted logistics from China, formed a circle of loyal wholesale customers throughout Russia, attracted bank financing, and began to increase volumes. We had a successful future in a fairly clear market with a simple and profitable product. And suddenly, after a year of working together, it turned out that my partner and I see his role in business differently. He wanted complete freedom, to come to the office whenever he wanted, to take long vacations without warning, to work only with those clients he liked. I perceived the company as a well-established mechanism that should be managed on a daily basis. And my partner should do this, acting as both an executive director and a sales director. In addition, our business belonged to the vast majority of small business companies that cannot afford hired management and middle management. If managers are hired in such companies, and the founders do not engage in operational activities, then all profits will go to the salaries of hired staff. If we had clearly defined our business roles with our partner before opening the company, we would not have had to close a profitable company in a year. I don't blame my partner for the way he imagined his role in the company. Maybe that's why he left wage labor for a joint business with me, in order to get freedom. Being the owner of his business meant for him to have complete freedom and not to report to anyone, including his partner. If, before opening a company, we had clearly defined our roles in the business with a partner and under what conditions he could move away from operational management in the future, then we would not have to close a profitable company in a year. Or, alternatively, we wouldn't have started a business together at all. All the companies that I have now and that I once had, I built and developed together with partners. When future entrepreneurs ask me which business is better, with or without partners, I do not have a clear answer to this. I have met many successful entrepreneurs who own their own companies. And I also know about the same number of successful businessmen who have all companies created together with partners. Communicating with them and asking them questions about how they treat business partners, I clearly understood that all entrepreneurs are divided into two main groups. Either they own all their companies entirely, or they build companies exclusively with partners. Trying to understand this situation, I came to the conclusion that the reason for this or that approach should be sought in the type of personality of the entrepreneur. There is a type of people who are initially not ready to share their power in business with someone, listen to the opinions of others, discuss another point of view. Such people, as a rule, are the sole owners. Even if, by chance, they have partners at the beginning of the business, then they most often disperse, buying out shares from each other or dividing the company. The other type of personality is ready to discuss business issues with other people, listen to someone else's point of view, make concessions for the sake of a common victory and find a compromise in controversial issues. A lot of successful companies operating in growing markets, making profits and having a bright future, broke up only because each of the partners took a principled position on some issue and did not want to negotiate. And the business, unfortunately, was destroyed not by external market factors, but by internal disagreements and conflicts. The main disagreements between partners usually occur due to the fact that each of them sees the development of the company and its goals differently. Even when partners have common goals, it may turn out that they see the way to achieve them differently. Or the time it takes to achieve them. Everyone has their own mind. This is where the partnership agreement comes in handy, which I recommend to all entrepreneurs at the earliest stage of the company's development. Or better yet, before launching the business itself, at the initial stage of work, identify at least the main points of principle concerning your company. 1. The market in which you work. 2. Your customers. 3. What is the contribution to the business of each of the partners? 4. The term and procedure for the return of invested funds. 5. Areas of responsibility and functions of each of the partners. 6. How and in what amount is the profit distributed? 7. Actions in case of unsuccessful development of the company. You can describe these points first on just one sheet and sign them. In case of any controversial issues in the future, always return to this document. If new controversial issues are not reflected there, then add new paragraphs to the agreement. Already at the stage of discussing a partnership agreement, before opening a company, it may turn out that you and future partners look at business differently. And it would be better to clarify everything at this stage. It is better for you not to create a joint company at all than to lose a lot of time, nerves and money in the future. And in the end, to disperse. A very illustrative example is the disagreement of the partners on the issue of profit distribution. An entrepreneur I know created a company in equal shares with a professional investor. My friend's contribution to the business is knowledge of the market, customers and connections. The investor's contribution is money. The market in which the company operated was growing and promising. The financial partner wanted to grow the company to a significant scale and was ready to invest in growth all the net profit that the company generated. He did not need the current dividends, since he was already a well-off person and wanted to make money in the future by reselling the company to a profile investor. My friend, in addition to his salary, also needed regular dividends to maintain his standard of living. It is good that this question arose at the stage of starting a business. They were able to agree on the minimum amount of quarterly dividends, as well as at what profit levels they will increase in the future. The partnership agreement is a living and constantly changing document. The main reason for the collapse of business relationships is the same as the reason for most divorces: it is the deceived expectations of partners. It seems like we started doing the same thing together, and everything was fine. Only one expected a completely different result than the other. At the beginning, everyone wanted to create a successful and profitable company. But for everyone, the concepts of successful and profitable are two subjective values. It's never too late to make a partnership agreement. Even if your business has been around for a long time and you have always negotiated with your partners, there is nothing to guarantee that in the future you will not have serious disagreements on key issues of the company's development. Take the time to draw up such an agreement. It may turn out that in the process of writing this document, you will learn a lot about your partners, their view of your joint business, and their personal goals. The main sections of a full-fledged partnership agreement may be as follows: 1. The vision, mission, and values of the company. 2. Ownership of the company. The cost of the company. Shares and sale of shares. 3. Dividends and the use of net profit. 4. Positions, roles, and management of the company. 5. Mutual reporting of partners. 6. Expectations of partners from each other's work. 7. Rules of conduct in non-standard situations. Exit from the founder's business, bankruptcy of the company, illness of the founder, etc. A guide to action. Sort yourself out. What type of entrepreneur do you belong to? Are you ready to take full responsibility and not share shares in the business with anyone? Or do you need partners who will support you? Draw up a one-page agreement with your partners before registering a company. Error 16. Trying to change people. I've been trying to change people for a very long time. God knows I've tried. But then I gave it up. Jim Rania often hears from entrepreneurs who have business partners about the problems they face in working together. And, most interestingly, these problems are mostly not of a professional nature, but psychological. As a result of the disagreements that have arisen, one of the partners is eager to change the other. Or if there are several partners, then all the others. He thinks that the business will only be successful when his partners think, react to emerging situations, and behave the way he does. But as a result of the actions taken to change the people around them, their relationships, the business situation is only getting worse and worse. As a result, mutual misunderstanding can escalate into mutual accusations and end in the collapse or division of the company. Why do people want to change their business partners? Such a desire actually says more about the person who wants to change others than about those he wants to change. Figure out what makes you change others. Is it the desire to control everything? Or is it your self-confidence and the fact that you know exactly how to build, develop, and manage a business? It turns out that you take on the role of the person who decides for everyone what is best for a company that does not belong to him alone. But regardless of what motivates you, usually the desire to change others does not work. Unless other partners value your relationship more than their business. Then they can obey your will, accept your position, even without changing internally. Unfortunately, actions to change others are resisted and end in mutual accusations, endless quarrels, and the separation of partners from each other. You no longer want to meet and discuss the company's strategy and current issues as before. The distance between you increases and increases. There are also cases when such a distance from each other does not develop into hostility, but simply partners stop communicating, and everyone does their job in the company without any mutual agreement. Such companies can exist for a very long time, but the results of their activities are very modest. Because they have no development, and each owner pulls the blanket over himself. The worst thing is when so-called groupings appear in companies. As a result, the atmosphere in the team becomes tense. The company's employees spend more time figuring things out than they do on the job itself. If you want the relationship in the company between partners to be productive and satisfy you, then it is not necessary to change partners, but you need to change yourself. In most situations, the quality of your relationships with other people depends only on you. This does not mean that you silently have to agree with their point of view and accept it. You need to become the kind of person with whom you can constructively discuss any issues in business, who respects someone else's point of view, is ready to look for compromises and ways to resolve disagreements for the benefit of the company. In most situations, the quality of your relationships with other people depends only on you. Sort yourself out. Maybe you are the person who introduces a destructive element into the relationship in the company? Accept the fact that each of you has your own perception of the world around you and a unique way of expressing your position in business. If you demand changes from others, then you, therefore, do not pay attention to their uniqueness and try to impose your worldview on them. How do I start the process of changing myself? First, you must have the courage to admit to yourself that in some matters you are the one who is hitting your relationship and causing problems in business. You have to sort yourself out and identify the qualities that are bothering you. I understand that this is a very difficult decision. But it is your changes in yourself that will determine success or failure in relationships, in business, both current and all subsequent ones. Many people hesitate and are afraid to start changing themselves. It's scary. It means admitting that you have flaws and that you are imperfect. This means admitting your guilt for the problems in the company. But if you see that your business relationship is far from ideal, and the current situation does not satisfy you, then the sooner you start the process of changing yourself, the sooner you will see that you can really develop and build relationships for the mutual satisfaction of all parties. What steps do you need to take to figure yourself out? Take a test to assess your personality. As a result, you will understand why in certain situations you act this way and not otherwise. I also highly recommend holding a joint session with partners to identify your values. This is where a good consultant psychologist comes in handy. You will learn a lot about each other after such a meeting. And you will definitely understand each other better. It's amazing how often we get misconceptions about the people around us. For a long time, we create a certain image of a person for ourselves and then hold on to it. It's easier that way. And then, at some point, we already communicate and solve issues not with the person, but with his image, which is in front of our eyes. After such a psychological session with partners in one of my companies, I was surprised that one of us, whom we all always considered an extrovert, turned out to be a complete introvert. And in the company, he was always responsible for business development, which implies constant communication with people. It contradicted his psychotype. We immediately understood why some issues and situations related to him often caused problems in the company. We must pay tribute to the fact that our partner has always coped well with these duties. He just did it through force, knowing that it was necessary for the company and no one else would do it. It's good that we noticed this in time. To do this, we hired an individual to the company. Otherwise, at some point it could lead to conflicts and burnout of our partner. Do not try to correct the weaknesses of your partners. Identify their strengths and use them together for the benefit of your business. The positive side of having business partners who are different from you is that they will bring something to the business that you don't have. Due to this, the business will develop and move forward. For example, in one of my companies, my partner is well versed in accounting, financial and legal issues. He loves it and has been doing it in his previous jobs, before we started a joint business. I, in turn, am very reluctant to delve into these subtleties, but I really love everything that is connected with marketing and sales in the company's work. We complement each other perfectly and have been dividing the spheres of responsibility and control in our company for many years. Do not try to correct the weaknesses of your partners. Identify their strengths and use them together for the benefit of your business. It's great that you're different. During the development of the company, you will be able to look at the strategy from different angles. It is only very important here that, after listening to everyone's point of view, you make a joint decision that is useful for the company, and not for an individual. And after that, everyone should participate in the implementation of this decision, regardless of their personal point of view. The decision has been made. There is no turning back. The basic principles of psychology are very important for business. They will help you not only in relationships with partners, but also with employees. All of the above is also true for your relationship with the top managers of your company. A guide to action together with your partners and a professional business coach. Take a test to assess your personalities and psychotypes. Openly discuss your strengths and weaknesses. Look at how the spheres of responsibility are divided between you and the company now. Do they take into account your characteristics? If not, then arrange to redistribute responsibilities or hire people to perform those functions that some of you dislike or reject. Error 17. Does not know the break-even point of his company. Everything that exists is a number. Pythagoras is sure that in the vast majority of Russian companies, if you ask employees if they know what monetary turnover their company needs to achieve per month in order to recoup its activities, you will hear a negative answer. And the problem is not only that the company's management does not want to announce this figure to its employees. An even bigger problem is that the management of the company itself often does not know the meaning of the break-even point of its business. What is the break-even point and why is it so important? The break-even point is the minimum volume of goods and services sold by your company, during which sales revenue covers all costs. After passing this point, each next product and service sold will already bring your company profit. In all my companies, the break-even point is written on a special board that hangs in a prominent place in the office. Knowing this figure carries not only economic meaning, but also a very important psychological component. All employees understand that until this quarterly point is passed, the company has not earned a profit. Why do employees need to know this? If the staff sees that the break-even point has not been passed, they feel the pressure and start working even better. An employee in my companies in such a situation does not think of demanding a commission. He understands that his salary will be paid by me to support the company. Therefore, it is necessary to inform your employees about this figure every month and quarter. In all my companies, this figure is written on a special board that hangs in a prominent place in the office. We monitor the progress of the company's sales towards this figure on a daily basis. We write the data on the board. By informing your employees, you make them more responsible for the result of their work. They feel involved in the work of the company and know what they need to strive for. Sales staff understand exactly how their contribution affects the financial condition of the business. Looking at this figure, all staff should understand, if the company does not reach the break-even point in a certain month or quarter, then the business owners pay them their salaries out of pocket or at the expense of the funds raised. I am often asked, how am I going to reveal this figure like this? This is confidential information. I can't understand what is so secret about this information. You don't disclose to them the profits you personally receive. It may frighten someone that this figure will become known to competitors. So what? What is so important for them to understand from this meaning? And most importantly, how will they apply this in their work? Information leakage is terrible, which competitors will be able to use in their work and make a profit from it. For example, customer contacts. Here, I don't see anything terrible if they find out the break-even point of your company. Your employees will only appreciate the openness of their management. This will look especially advantageous in contrast to most companies in our country, where it is traditionally customary to hide all information. In all my companies, we recalculate this indicator every month and quarter. The business situation is changing rapidly now. You can hire new employees, increase investments in advertising, take out a loan or expand the office area. Every time you invest in a business, the value of the break-even point increases. The vast majority of employees take receiving their paycheck every month for granted. At the second stage of analyzing this important figure, I recommend that you also make internal break-even points for each commercial area or department in the company. Then each specific head of a department or direction will understand how much money he and his employees must bring to the company per month and quarter in order to recoup their activities. Unfortunately, the vast majority of employees take receiving their salary every month for granted. As an entrepreneur and the owner of the company, you must explain to them that you bear all the risks while running a business. And you can pay your salary only from the money earned by the company. To explain this, you need a break-even point for the company in each area of your business. In my furniture company, there is a break-even point for the entire company, which we recalculate every quarter, and the internal break-even figures for each department. There are 4 departments in the company. The division into departments is based on the principle of premises in which department employees sell goods and services of the company. These are departments: restaurants, bars and cafes, hotels, shopping malls and design engineering. The sum of the break-even points of each department is a figure for the entire company. This is how we do the calculation for each department. Each department has expenses that are directly related to the activities of the department. These are department employees' salaries, advertising, employee workplace rentals and warehouse rentals. We divide the remaining fixed and variable expenses incurred by the company every month proportionally. For example, we enter the value of the cost of renting common office space for each employee and redistribute it between departments. We also distribute the salaries of the company's employees who work for all departments proportionally, depending on the time and effort that this specialist spends on the department. We believe that the marketing manager spends 68% of his working time and efforts on the restaurants, bars and cafes department, 20% of his time on the hotels department, 12% of his time on the shopping malls department, and is not involved in the work of the design department at all. Accordingly, we will distribute his salary in the same proportions for the monthly expenses of the departments. And so it is for each employee. The value of tax payments is distributed in proportion to the monetary turnover of the department. I understand that this approach does not take into account everything perfectly, exactly to the penny. You can bet on which department an accountant or 2 logistics managers worked more for in a given month. But I am sure that the calculation error is only a few percent. Each department head is privy to the data that form the expenses of his department, and participates in the management of these figures. He is directly interested in reducing the costs that fall on his department. Because the bonus of the head of the department is paid only after passing the break-even point. Every sales manager should understand how much he and his department need to sell in order for the company to recoup all its costs. I also apply the break-even point value when developing a commission and bonus system for all employees. This value starts the calculation of all bonuses and commissions in the company. Every sales manager should understand how much he and his department need to sell in order for the company to recoup all its costs. If the break-even point is not reached, Then employees receive minimal commissions or do not receive them at all. Resist the temptation to give up all calculations to the accounting department. You have to know all your numbers yourself. Spend half a day getting all the information, and then do the calculations yourself. Here, as in the preparation of a business plan, not only the end result itself is important. You will benefit enormously from the very process of calculating the break-even point. You will see new expenses that you have and that you might not have noticed. You will see the profit component of your business, since it is from the monthly and quarterly profit that you will deduct all expenses. Often such calculations are very sobering for an entrepreneur, especially when he begins to get carried away with uncontrolled expenses for the development of his company. This is a disease of most entrepreneurs who look only at their turnovers and do not see the real profit they receive at such turnovers. After all, we must not forget that with increasing turnover, costs also increase. And very often disproportionately. Thus, you may find yourself in a situation where business growth brings you only losses instead of profits. To do this, you need to calculate the break-even point, which in this case will be one of the methods for assessing the condition of your company. A guide to action: set up a marker board on the wall in the office, on which you will write the figures of sales plans per month, quarter and the value of the break-even point. Make the break-even level of the company the main point from which bonuses and commissions for employees start counting down. Calculate the break-even point every quarter on your own. Error 18. Lives for the future in customer relationships. The real generosity towards the future is to give everything to the present. A. Camus. On the path of entrepreneurship, you will find a lot of fears, traps and traps. One of the traps sounds like this: work for the future. You are probably familiar with both self-expression and the motives for which newcomers to the market agree to bend to any whim of a well-known or large customer. Working with a major player in your market or a corporation promises huge opportunities. The size of potential contracts and orders is huge. Why not make a pilot project for free, showing your own professionalism and loyalty? It is difficult for a newly created company to attract attention to itself. Employees are constantly getting rejections, and suddenly a famous client noticed you. He draws wide horizons, you joyfully calculate future profits. Wait to share the skin of an unkilled bear. Behind a beautiful facade and pleasant communication, there may be a calculated strategy, the purpose of which is to squeeze the maximum discounts out of you, get as much information as possible for free, and your goods or services at a price significantly lower than the market. Perhaps the customer is going to impose unfavorable payment terms on you. It happens that a large client is aware of his own power in working with a small company in advance. He can organize the processes in such a way that you will not get paid at all. Due to penalties, for example. I hate to say this, but there are unscrupulous buyers in every market. Consider any potential client, even the largest and most promising, in terms of your own benefits from working with them. Of course, the benefits can be expressed not only in money. At the initial stage of the company's existence, you will have to work with less profit in order to replenish the list of clients at the expense of iconic names for your market. But as soon as you have a portfolio and you don't need to prove anything anymore, forget the beautiful stories about a bright future paired with a giant customer. Defend your interests and work with them only if it is really profitable. At the dawn of my lighting company's work, we managed to get an international client, a large chain of stores. In order to create an image on the market and get similar customers in the future, we just needed a contract with this famous brand. In addition, this chain opened at least 50 stores a year, and the potential profit from this contract was significant for our young company. When negotiating with potential clients, the question: which clients from our segment do you work with? We called this brand. It made the right impression. It was much easier for us to sign a new contract. The international client turned out to be extremely demanding. In order to meet his wishes about the service and the product, I had to purchase products at my own expense at the warehouse and hire additional employees in the logistics department. Time passed, and one day we realized that almost half of our company's resources were engaged in servicing this one client. We sat down and the profit that the brand was making compared to other companies. It turned out that the client had become simply unprofitable for us. It was decided to review the terms of work with us Zvezda. We agreed to meet and offered new working conditions that are already beneficial to us. As a result, we were unable to agree on new prices. We refused to continue our cooperation. The decision did not affect our company, because the business was already firmly on its feet at the expense of other customers. You may ask, what did Zvezda do without us? Don't worry about them. Such companies always have a list of people who want to come knocking on their door asking them to give them the opportunity to prove themselves. This large network instantly signed a contract with our competitor. Since then, we have decided not to work any more for the future. Now, before concluding a large and long-term contract, we check whether it is really beneficial to our company. Famous names have stopped making a strong impression on us. Only profit. Nothing personal. Treat a large client like an equal partner. Remember that large companies employ professional buyers. They, like your sales managers, undergo trainings where they are taught to find the lowest prices and get the best conditions. When faced with a corporation, you encounter a soulless machine that will professionally and technically squeeze you under all conditions. Do not buy into the words "everyone works with us on such terms, this is our standard contract, and we will not change a single point in it, we do not pay advances, everyone agrees for us to defer payment," and similar statements. If you are confident in your professionalism, if you really have a profitable and interesting offer for them, even such a client will make concessions and begin negotiations on the terms of cooperation. Behave like an equal partner. Don't believe their promises, like if you do it for free now or at cost, then in the future your company will receive huge and profitable orders. In such cases, I tell myself that I stopped working for a portfolio a long time ago, but I work for profit, and I notice that if the client initially has such an approach to squeeze to the fullest, then he will behave the same way during the implementation of the contract, not paying on time or looking for reasons not to pay at all. He initially takes positions of disrespect for his counterparty, preventing him from honestly making a profit. Remember, there is another important and dangerous nuance in the work for the future. This kind of work can cost you the business itself. Especially if you agree to terms where a large customer works without an advance payment or requires a large delay in payment. You don't have to go far for examples. Similar situations often happen in the construction market, where my lighting company also works. Some large general contractors do not just squeeze their contractors on prices and payment terms, but even after the work is completed, they may refuse to pay. They find fault with the quality of work, incorrectly executed documents, they will use any means to delay payment. There is even a saying in this market, only cowards pay the last 15%. Therefore, I would like to remind you that properly executed documents are one of the most important components of a business. The arbitration courts are working well now. If you have executed the contract correctly, the court will collect money in your favor. And then you ask, what about a young company that doesn't have a name on the market yet? How does she attract customers? Make concessions, but immediately set a limit for yourself, below which you will not fall. Understand at what financial point is the threshold for business security, the minimum cost of products and services that will not ruin you while working in the future. Also, hone your negotiation skills. I believe that one of the key skills of an entrepreneur is the ability to sell. Not just a product or service, but a relationship too. It is important to establish personal contact with the person from the customer's side. Remember that it is not a company that works with a company, but a person with a person. If a good relationship develops, then even a tough buyer from a huge company can make concessions to you and even defend your interests within his company. This has happened to me more than once. A guide to action: make accurate calculations. How much profit do the large companies you are working with now bring you in order to add them to your list of clients? If you have large non-profitable clients, then negotiate with them. Show them the numbers and offer them new terms on which you are ready to continue working. Accept a job without an advance payment and with a large deferred payment only if you have signed a contract that takes into account all your interests in this transaction. Before signing such an agreement, check again whether your company can withstand the financial burden of implementing such a contract. Error 19. Does not work systematically with the customer base. The most important thing is to establish close relationships with customers and constantly learn from the information they provide. The entire potential of the company should be directed to meet this main need: the efficiency of work processes and data collection systems, feedback and coordination, the development of strategic plans and their implementation. Bill Gates: the most valuable thing in your company is your customers. They are the ones who pay you money every day for products and services. Due to them, the net profit of the company is formed. Each customer is an opportunity to repurchase and recommend your company to other potential customers. It always amazes me when I see the disdainful attitude towards customers on the part of many business owners. There were these, others will come. Our country is big, they say. Do you really want to win the same battles every time? To constantly fight for new customers in order to keep the business afloat? Wouldn't it be easier to set up work so that each of your clients stays with you for a long time? So that he comes again and becomes a preacher of your company among his entourage? When you gather a huge customer base of active and satisfied customers, you will not be afraid of any crises and recessions in the economy. Yes, in times of crisis, sales will sink, but there will not be a recession of such force that threatens to sink the company. And it is at these moments that it will be seen who is working professionally in the market, and who is just growing and falling with it. As Warren Buffett said, when the tide goes out, we'll see who entered the water without panties. I hope it won't be you. Systematic work with clients is especially relevant now, when competition is becoming tougher and customers are becoming more informed about goods and services. It was in the 90s and early 2000s that they came in batches, despite the quality of the work. Back then, there were enough clients for everyone who did their job more or less correctly. These are different times now. In addition, the current economic situation is not the best, and business can no longer work in the old way. Many customers are cutting costs, while others are looking for new suppliers and partners to save money. The business environment around you requires a professional approach, innovation, and consistency in customer relations. It is amazing how many companies still do not collect and systematize data about their customers. To begin with, you just need to start collecting information about each client. It doesn't matter if he made an order or not. Contact information should be saved in the customer database. And do not allow any paper media, magazines, diaries of managers, and similar nonsense. Only in electronic form. To begin with, at least create an Excel file. Although, of course, the best way to collect customer data is a CRM system. A separate chapter 28 on working with a CRM system is devoted to this topic in my book. It's the 21st century. Use modern methods. Now I'm writing this and I'm wondering if I'm telling entrepreneurs the truest truths. Yes, for many advanced entrepreneurs, this chapter will be irrelevant. But you will be amazed at how many companies still do not collect and systematize data about their customers. In many companies that have grown up to the stage of collecting information, this database simply exists, and systematic work with it is not conducted. What should I do? So, you finally have a customer base. By customer base, I also mean the data of those who have not bought anything from you yet. What should I do with this database? There are now a huge number of different tools that automate customer service. Let's discuss the most important of them: calling to get feedback from customers who bought and did not buy, calling current customers, SMS mailing lists, email newsletters. Phone calls to customers. A very effective tool for working with the database, which we use in all my companies, is a telephone call with feedback from customers who bought and did not buy from you. The results of such a call are simply a storehouse of important information for the development of the company. Who, if not your customers, will tell you what the company needs to do to improve its work. As Bill Gates said, your most unhappy customers are your most important source to explore. I understand that it is not pleasant for everyone to sit down and study the problem points in the work of their company. I remember the first time a few years ago I sat down to listen to my sales managers talking to customers who refused to buy. Shortly before that, we installed a system for recording all conversations in a furniture company. This is a very important work tool, and I recommend everyone to implement it. So after listening to the first conversations, I couldn't believe my ears. Is this how employees talk to customers in my company? I asked myself. This can't be happening. But after listening to several dozen conversations, I realized that we have something to work on. The head of the sales department, the marketing manager, and I stayed late after work and listened to recordings of conversations for a whole week. As a result, based on the mistakes made by employees, we developed scripts, instructions for conducting conversations, and at a separate meeting with secretaries and sales managers, we sorted out their typical mistakes. SMS mailing is an inexpensive but very effective tool. Such mailings will be especially useful for companies working in the B2C sector. Through weekly SMS, you once again touch the client and remind him of yourself. Also offer various promotions and discounts via SMS. Today, special companies are engaged in the SMS mailing process. They only need a database from you to work. Many people perceive such mailings as spam. I myself don't really like it when I receive SMS messages from restaurants and shops. But the most interesting thing is, despite my dislike of this type of advertising, I quite often use offers that are sent to me via SMS. It's working. Email newsletter. Email mailing is an almost free way to receive new requests for your products and services. And a reminder to the client about himself. Email newsletters bring quick results to online stores and training companies. That is, those for whose services and goods there is a frequent and constant demand from a large number of customers. Of course, it's not that simple. If any newsletter brought a lot of orders, then there would be only successful entrepreneurs around. Having a customer base is only part of the success. It is necessary to approach the mailing list itself professionally. To do this, you need to do the following: segment your customer base correctly, create an interesting and useful offer for the client in the newsletter, write the selling text of the letter, so that your letters are read, write an interesting and bright mailing title, so that your letters are opened. The most successful companies are those that immediately respond to the changing requirements and requests of their customers. There are a lot of courses and trainings on this topic now, and free information on the internet. Study and try. Now everything is changing incredibly fast. Therefore, The most successful companies are those that immediately respond to the changing requirements and requests of their customers. Get feedback from customers, draw conclusions, and change your business based on this. Introduce new products and services to satisfy customers. You can get in touch with the client in various ways: by phone, through the feedback form on the website, by email, on social media pages. It depends on your business. Offer your customers all the ways they can communicate with your company. In order to really understand the value of each client, you first need to calculate the cost of receiving each of them and the payback period for advertising investments for the company. The cost of attracting a customer can be calculated using the following formula. Divide the advertising budget by the number of targeted actions that a potential buyer must take in order to make a step towards a purchase. For my furniture company, this is a call to the office or an application posted on the website. Thus, we will receive the cost of receiving a potential customer who has not yet bought, but is interested in our product. Working with the database and collecting statistics on how many of the customers you attracted eventually made a purchase, you will understand how much one customer who bought from you costs. To do this, you need to divide the advertising budget by the number of customers who bought it. Rate your customers. Another of the most important functions of the customer base is customer evaluation. Knowing the cost of attracting one customer, you will immediately see a group of customers that does not bring you money. The cost of attracting such buyers is higher than the profit they bring. You need to get rid of them. Parting with clients is, of course, psychologically difficult. But your company cannot be everything and for everyone. After analyzing the database, now find the very 20% of customers who bring you 80% of the profit. Create a portrait of a golden customer and carefully look for them in the stream of incoming requests and calls to your company. It is these customers who bring you the main profit. As a business owner, you should know these numbers very well, constantly monitor and manage them. This is where the customer base will come in handy, which will automatically do all the calculations for you. See also chapters 17 and 28 on finance and customer management in your business. In all companies, I tirelessly repeat to employees that customers are the most precious thing we have. Especially regular customers with whom long-term contracts have been concluded. My landscaping company has dozens of annual contracts with offices for the maintenance of live plants. At the end of the quarter, the head of the service department calls each customer and asks questions about their satisfaction with our service using a special script. Every phone conversation is recorded and the audio clip is saved in a special folder. Then the director of the company listens to all conversations in order to draw conclusions and leave his comments on the work. If a customer is unhappy, then the situation is dealt with by involving a service manager serving that customer. After that, we call the client to inform him about what measures we have taken in connection with his complaint. If the problem is serious, then the director of the company personally goes to a meeting at this company. We always find time for this, because there is nothing more important than satisfied and loyal customers. Remember that you spend much more time, effort and cost to attract a new client than the resources that you will need to spend on retaining the old one. Love your customers, but not in words, but in deeds. Be attentive to them. I'm sure they miss it. Attention to customers can replace a lot of things, including a low price. A guide to action: if you do not have an electronic customer database in your company, then start doing it tomorrow. At least in Excel. Then select a CRM system and implement it. See Chapter 28. Start using several ways to regularly touch customers on an ongoing basis. This is mailing and calling customers who bought and refused to buy. Make a schedule of these events and appoint an employee responsible for them. Calculate the average cost of getting a client in your company. Get rid of unprofitable customers. Select a group of clients in a separate block in the database that bring 80% of your company's profit. Create a portrait of such a client and track the work. Error 20. Hires relatives. Usually, all our relatives are divided into two large groups: those that we can't get rid of in any way, and those that can't get rid of us in any way. An unknown car dealer will wake up, you will see that strangers have become relatives and brothers. But if luck falls asleep, relatives and brothers will become strangers. Muhammad Hussein Shahryar: at the beginning of your company's development, it is very difficult to find professional and loyal employees for moderate money. Therefore, many people are thinking about hiring someone from their relatives. You think like this: we will always agree on money, they will definitely not steal, and they need less control. These are the positive thoughts that future entrepreneurs have. But, unfortunately, people's psychology cannot be changed. If difficult and conflict situations arise, your relationship will be transferred from the business plane to the personal one. As a result, when arguing work situations, instead of logic, figures and facts, arguments such as, "Remember, you and I sat on the same pot in kindergarten," "Remember, I lent you 100 rubles for beer," or "I'm married to your sister," "I'm your brother," and similar arguments. You will say that there are successful family companies where relatives work. Yes, it is. But, according to statistics and my observations, there are hundreds of times more unsuccessful companies in business that were destroyed due to conflicts between relatives than those that succeeded. Why would you try your luck and assume that it is in your case that the business with relatives will be successful? Even if the business does work, you will still spend a lot of energy not on developing the company, but on building relationships with them, resolving problems and emotions. The main problems that you will have to face when working with relatives are, their idea that they are in a special position in the company, dissatisfaction of work colleagues who feel unequal conditions when working with your relatives, even with all the adequacy of your relatives, colleagues will still feel it, lack of professionalism and unwillingness to develop and grow, the presence of moral obligations in a relationship. You have no such obligations to an employee from the outside, and you can part with him at any time. A common reason for the collapse of a business is the low professionalism and quality of work of relatives in their positions. Here is a vivid example that I had to deal with in a company that worked in the market of plastic windows. The uncle of the CEO and owner of the company worked as the head of the delivery and service. There were no complaints about my uncle's work, except that he always solved problems with clients in a raised voice. Sometimes he was just openly rude to people or did not answer the calls of dissatisfied customers. Many difficult maintenance issues simply could not be resolved, and customers were frankly sent away. The CEO knew about it, but didn't want to do anything about it. As a result, if there was a failure in delivery or service, the customer became a one-time customer. I am sure that after such communication, the client not only never ordered anything from the company again, but also told all his friends that windows should not be bought in this company in any case. And on one-time clients in such an industry, business will not go far. Recommendations and repeat orders are important here. A few years later, for the sake of interest, I typed in the website of this company on the internet and saw that their domain had already been bought by another company, and the company itself no longer exists. A separate topic is the business in which a husband and wife work. It is financially convenient to run a family business. As they say, all the money goes to the family. But this will definitely lead to more quarrels within the family. Business is another reason for swearing and scandals between husband and wife. It is because of business that families often break up and the strongest relationship between husband and wife collapses. If your wife or husband still decided to go into business, then you can just help with advice, but in no case do not divide the company into two and do not work together in the same office. I recommend that you sign an agreement with your relatives, where the working conditions, their duties and responsibilities will be clearly spelled out. But let's not talk about sad things. What should you do if you decide to take such a step and hire your relative to the company? I recommend that you sign an agreement with him anyway, where the working conditions, his duties and responsibilities will be clearly spelled out. If he comes to you to work as an employee, then this is a job description and an employment contract. If you take one of your relatives as a business partner, then sign a partnership agreement. See Chapter 15 on writing a partnership agreement. Please separate business and personal relationships. Yes, it can cause offense. You will surely hear the words, "Don't you trust me?" Insist on your own anyway. A little discomfort in the relationship now will save you from headaches and wasted nerves in the future. The main thing is that your agreements will make your business more stable. After all, how many companies fall apart not because the business model was chosen unsuccessfully, not from a bad market or lack of it, but precisely because the founders' relatives could not agree among themselves. As a result, everyone pulled the blanket over themselves, ruining the business. If your relative has a great desire to work in your company and you yourself think that your son or daughter will help you in business in the future, introduce such a practice. Before coming to work in your company, your relative should work in a company like yours, from your industry, for 1 to 2 years. Over the years, you will just check his desire and willingness to work. He also improved his professional level during this time. As a result, you will get an excellent employee in your company, proven by real work. Let's imagine that the owner of a long-established business has a son or daughter who has completed an MBA. Now, it seems, there is no question who should be put in a leadership position in the company. If your relative graduates from business school, keep in mind that there he received only theory, of which a maximum of 10 to 20% of knowledge will be useful to him in his work. There they are taught how global corporations work, and not, for example, small furniture or food production. It will take them quite a long time to gain work experience in your industry. That's exactly why I suggest sending you to train to work for a company from your industry. Create an environment of professionalism and equality in the company. Other employees should not feel the special position of your relatives. Make unbiased decisions in favor of the company's development, and not to please, for example, the ambitions of your son, wife or daughter. Understanding what is good for your business, and not for a particular person, should come first. Of course, you can do it in another way, but if you are building a business to make a profit, then your path is a professional and sober approach to making decisions in favor of the company. A guide to action: if you have hired a relative, then sign an agreement with him, where your expectations of his work and the criteria for evaluating it are clearly spelled out. Your working relationship should not differ from the terms with any other employee of the company. And it doesn't matter whether you take a person to a leadership position or to a very simple position. Error 21. Hires quickly, fires slowly. Competent employees who quit themselves are more common than incompetent ones who are fired. Lawrence Peters: the first and most common mistake an entrepreneur makes when recruiting employees is to hire staff quickly. Don't rush to hire. I repeat, do not rush to hire employees in your company. Spend more time selecting candidates and evaluating them. This is especially true for a new company when you have just opened and have to hire the first employees after some time. I really want to do this as soon as possible in order to transfer some of my worries and responsibilities to someone. After all, until now you have been burdened with this burden of responsibility for everything, and finally there is a person who will take some of the work off you. I understand you. You can no longer stand the 12-hour day and weekend work that have become the norm of your life. You need to hire someone already. And you hire. You hire quickly. Because you don't have time to do a long search for candidates and conduct a large number of interviews. You need to continue to manage your business, grow your company, and put out fires. You're probably doing everything fast right now. You naively believe that after 2 or 3 interviews you will find exactly the right person who will be your reliable employee. You think that this person will love your business as much as you do, will take care of it, work outside of hours and give his all to your company. But this is practically impossible. And it turns out that the person you hired and from whom you expect so much approaches work formally, does not accept the company's problems as his own and even sometimes does not come to work on time. The best employees are people who have a very highly developed sense of responsibility and self-demanding attitude. After several interviews with candidates, you will not be able to find exactly someone who is ready for such feats. To find such a person, you will need to hold meetings and interviews with dozens of candidates. So who is this right employee and what qualities should he have? In my practice, the best employees are people who have a very highly developed sense of responsibility for the work entrusted to them and are demanding of themselves. This is an employee who will ask himself for more results than you would ask him. How to recognize such people? I apply testing before hiring, where I see the level of responsibility of a potential candidate based on the answers to certain questions. Also, when I call his former employers to check the recommendations, I also ask questions about this topic. If you do not use the approach of careful selection of people, then soon your company will have only hired employees. Yes, these will not be members of your team who are ready to go to great lengths with you for the success of the company, but office plankton. You don't need plankton. To run a successful business, you need people who are ready to share responsibility with you, whom you can trust to make decisions, and at the same time you will know that they always act in the interests of the company. It's better for you to spend more time finding the right employee than to spend precious days and hours training the wrong person, and even worse, to sort out the problems that they will create for you. The time spent searching will pay off many times over. The right employees will save your working time and solve problems for you that are within their competence, rather than running to you for approval on every issue. The higher your percentage of those who left the company during the year, the more time you spend on training and bringing new staff up to date. By the way, your clients and partners also don't really like it when the contact person of the company they are used to working with suddenly changes. Any replacement of an employee entails a loss of time and money. I remember how in one of my companies we had to part with the import manager after 4 years of working with her. How many questions did this raise then from our foreign partners, with whom she had already built personal and trusting relationships? After all, the specifics of working with each individual supplier cannot be conveyed in the job description and will not be included in the business procurement process, no matter how well and in detail they are worked out. The director of the company and other employees involved in the process of communicating with suppliers had to spend time explaining the specifics of the approach to working with certain foreign suppliers. Remember also that when you work with the right people you trust, with real members of your team who are passionate about the work, then your work itself becomes less stressful. You enjoy being in contact with people who understand and support you. This psychological effect should not be underestimated. Such work is much more pleasant than the constant monitoring of the work of the office plankton. If an incompetent employee gets into your company, then you will have the biggest waste of time in the future, when he is fired and replaced. The wrong people get fired sooner or later. At first, you take a long time to convince yourself of the correctness of the decision you made to hire this person. Because his dismissal will mean that you made a mistake, and we really don't like to admit our mistakes. You will forgive him for his costly mistakes, thinking that he will change. Of course, you couldn't hire such an incompetent person. But sooner or later there comes a moment when this wonderful employee will do something for which, under the influence of not only the facts, but also the accumulated feeling of anger, you will fire him. Now let's move on to the dismissal process. By quick dismissal, I mean quick decision-making, in the truest sense of the word. Separation from the dismissed employee as soon as possible. Be sure to call those people who are ready to recommend a candidate. I have a rule: if I began to doubt the competence of an employee and this feeling of doubt, supported by facts, visited me 3 times, I part with such a person. It does not matter how long doubts about his competence arise. I realize that you can justify the presence of the wrong employee in the company as much as you want, but in the end you will still have to part with him. It's also good if you don't wait for arguments for dismissal in the form of expensive mistakes, which are sometimes worse than theft. By theft, I mean not only the direct theft of money from a cash register or goods from a warehouse. And also taking clients aside, ignoring responsibilities and negligent attitude to work, which cause direct monetary losses. I also equate absence from the office for disrespectful reasons to theft, since in this case the employee steals the working time paid by the company. Always ask for at least 3 recommendations. Be sure to call those people who are ready to recommend a candidate. If at least one of them says negative things, in no case hire this person. Even if some of the reviews are subjective or unfair. A smart person will never give the contacts of a previous employer who may speak negatively about him. You don't need stupid and incompetent employees in the company. In my experience, recommendations from current employees of your company are the best way to find candidates. Offer them a monetary reward for hiring the person they recommend. You pay 50% of the reward only after the person has passed the probation period. The remaining 50%, after 6 months of work of a new employee. Interestingly, this practice was in Russia even under the Tsarist regime. Only the conditions for those who recommended the employee were quite strict. Before the October Revolution, in order to get a job in the expedition for the preparation of state papers, as the state sign was called at that time, it required the guarantee of 2 employees who knew the newcomer personally. If a newcomer did not justify the trust placed in him at work, then all 3 were fired. If the person who came to you for an interview is no longer working at his previous place of work, then this should alert you. Good specialists at any level always know which company they can leave their previous job for. They have enough job offers. Therefore, it is better to outbid the staff than hire those who have already been fired, even if on their own. There are no compromises when choosing people. It happens that a wonderful person comes to an interview who just lacks a few skills needed in the job, or lacks experience in one of the areas that is very important to you. I really want to hire him. Don't do this. Remember that a good person is not a profession. Don't turn your company into a team of pleasant but incompetent people. A guide to action: it is important to know not only which person you want to see as an employee of your company, but also who you will definitely not take into the company. Describe the qualities and characteristics of a person, if there is at least one of which you will never invite him to work. Never hire a person after the first interview. Set a reward in your company for those who bring you job candidates. Be sure to ask the candidate to fill out the questionnaire before starting the interview. You won't believe it, but some candidates can't even fill out the questionnaire correctly. And you could spend your time on them at the interview. Apply candidate testing. Just don't use an IQ test. It has long proved its inadequacy as an indicator of evaluating a person's success. You need successful people, not those who can solve intellectual riddles. There are a large number of personality tests. I recommend the DISC test. Error 22. Does not train its employees. It takes more intelligence to teach someone else than to learn yourself. Michel de Montaigne: one of the best ways to invest a manager's time and money is to train employees. Unfortunately, in most companies, the last item in the budget is funds for training. Moreover, in many companies such an item of expenditure does not exist at all. What's wrong with that? It is not you who communicate with your clients, but your employees. The fate of the business depends on their competence, training and adequacy. It is the staff who communicates with customers, suppliers and all other contractors on a daily basis. These people ultimately create the image of the company's brand and yourself. I would divide employee training into 2 groups: product training and training in professional skills proper. Training can also be divided into external, when you invite specialized companies or trainers, and internal, when colleagues train each other, or their managers do it. Internal training. In my furniture and landscaping companies, we train sales staff on a weekly basis. Department heads weekly choose the most relevant topic, a skill that needs to be developed, or a problem that needs to be disassembled and solved at that very moment. We usually spend a few hours on this on a Friday afternoon. At this time, work with clients freezes, and employees, instead of waiting for the end of the working week, spend time usefully for themselves and the company. In the process of improving a certain skill, we analyze the working moments peculiar to our business. This is exactly what distinguishes internal learning from external learning. Perhaps a professional third-party coach will be able to present the material better than our employee, but an outsider does not know the specifics of our business and will never understand it as well as colleagues. External training. To hone and develop more general skills, such as sales and negotiation skills, we employ external business coaches. However, they also redesign their program taking into account our requests and the specifics of doing business in our area. We are discussing the program before the start of the training. Such training usually lasts 1 or 2 days off. We try to conduct on-site external trainings every 6 months. Their goal is not only to teach certain skills, refresh old ones, but also to recharge the batteries. After such training, the enthusiasm of employees increases, they work more efficiently. Mentoring. Mentoring is a successful way of internal learning that has taken root in my companies. Its essence lies in the fact that a more experienced employee works closely with a beginner. The old employee must talk daily about the company itself, products, business features, and answer all questions from the new employee. We attach a new colleague to the old one for 1 quarter. Usually this period is enough to transfer the knowledge and skills necessary to work in our business. For the additional workload, the mentor receives a salary supplement. In the process of selecting employees for the role of mentors, we notice that good mentors are not necessarily the most successful colleagues. In mentoring, patience, the ability to explain and listen, the desire to share information, and emotional intelligence are much more important. We were faced with the fact that the best employees were completely unable to cope with mentoring. Many did not want to teach even for money. As a result, we stopped imposing on them the obligation to teach. Pedagogy is an exciting thing, but it should also be a vocation load. Our experience in mentoring shows how important the psychology of people plays in business. In order to determine which mentor is suitable for a certain beginner, we learned how to identify the psychotypes of colleagues and pair up so that the learning effect is maximized. The desire to teach others is a rare gift. If you find a teacher by vocation among your colleagues, consider yourself incredibly lucky. A coach has appeared in your company. Such a person will train employees for free and enjoy it. Enthusiastic teachers, as a rule, are able to captivate everyone with their subject. So, in our lighting company, one of the lighting engineers created the course Lighting Engineering and conducts seminars and lectures with examples and exercises for his colleagues once a week. As a result, the level of training of all employees in such a difficult field has grown significantly and the competitiveness of the entire business has increased. One-on-one meetings with the head. One of the best ways for a manager to train employees to improve their skills is weekly one-on-one meetings. Such meetings should last at least an hour. The subject of discussion should be the results of the past week, the difficulties and problems that have arisen during this period, and the tasks for the coming week. The employee prepares for the meeting in advance, preferably on Friday. Then he will be able to think about the results of the week over the weekend, unwittingly come to some conclusions and decisions to discuss everything on Monday with his immediate supervisor. Thus, the meeting with you will be prepared in advance and will be as useful as possible. Imagine spending a maximum of 2 hours per week on an employee. These hours may be the most useful thing you can possibly do in a 40-hour work week. The remaining 38 hours after the meeting, the employee will work for the company much more efficiently than he worked without your meetings. According to the classical rules, one supervisor can have 6 to 8 people under his command. Let's say you have 8 employees. You spent 18 hours on face-to-face meetings with them, 2 working days. As a result, according to the principle of leverage, you have made their work more efficient for a period of as much as 300 hours per week. With more experienced employees, you can hold face-to-face meetings much less often, once every 2 or even once every 3 weeks. The meeting itself should take the same hour. In less time, you can only have time to discuss current issues superficially, but you will not be able to teach an employee anything and convey to him your own vision of the situation. Seminars and conferences. The employees of the marketing and advertising departments in my companies must keep up with the latest trends and tools in their field. To do this, we spare no money and send them to specialized conferences and courses. This happens several times a quarter for each employee. There are a lot of similar programs now, and they are relatively inexpensive. Webinars also allow you to study without leaving the office at all. It's not a pity to spend money on such training at all. Because even one properly applied idea or way of promoting a company and goods will bring significant profit. This is nothing compared to the money spent on seminars. For example, recently, after a seminar on internet marketing, we seriously changed the approach to weekly email mailing. We applied a new way of providing information to different groups of clients, as recommended by the teacher. As a result, the number of mailing list responses increased by 60% compared to what it was before the innovations. I think that with all our desire and the number of experiments that we conduct all the time, we would not have thought of such a solution for a long time, or even never. The professional gave us his fine for ridiculous money. Let's see how the number of clients that the newsletter gives us after training has increased. The seminar cost 15,000 rubles. After that, the mailing list began to bring an additional 10 to 15 applications per week. The approximate cost of an application in our business at the moment is 1,500 rubles. We recouped the cost of training in the first week, and now we earn with the help of the acquired knowledge. Moreover, this is not the only tool that we use in our work after the seminar. Now in business, and especially on the internet, everything is changing so rapidly that the head of the company and the employees themselves cannot keep track of all the innovations on their own. Seminars and trainings are a great way to get the latest information, and even proven in practice. Do not skimp on training. A guide to action: conduct a survey among your employees about what skills they would like to learn and which ones to improve. Based on the survey, create a quarterly training calendar. Allocate a quarterly training budget to the company. Let it be even a small amount to start with. The main thing is that the training should be put into practice in your company. Implement mentoring in your company. If you have new employees now, then attach experienced colleagues to them. Error 23. Inflates the staff. The work takes up all the time allotted for it. The ideal picture of doing business for most entrepreneurs is when all the work in a company is performed by hired staff, and its owner is responsible only for strategic development. However, in order to be able to hire people, you must first earn money yourself to pay their salaries. At the initial stage, you will have to do almost everything yourself. Unless, of course, you have an investor who is ready to pay the salary of an entire office from the first day. Many startups are looking for investors who are ready to maintain an office and also pay a salary to the business owner, but such fabulous conditions almost never happen in the real world. Leave your dreams, be ready to work on your own. Only when you see that you have developed your business to a level where you physically can't do anything in 12 hours a day, and the income from the business allows you to hire employees, it's time to look for people. The criterion for hiring an employee to a company at this stage of business development is as follows: the employee will do certain work for you with sufficient skill and save the business owner's time. At the same time, you will spend your time on activities that bring maximum income to your business. Ideally, the owner of the company, with proper business development, no longer has to answer customers' phone calls, engage in purchases, and organize the delivery of goods. The task of the owner is to communicate with key and largest clients, develop a strategy, and control the work of the staff. The employee will perform certain work for you with sufficient skill and save the business owner's time. The owner of a small or medium-sized business cannot afford the luxury of a large number of employees. It is in large corporations or state-owned companies that they can afford to keep a junior assistant to a junior merchandising analyst on staff. In small and medium-sized businesses, you need to look for ways to achieve set sales volumes with as few employees as possible, and one person can perform the duties of several positions. Let's take the standard receptionist position. In most companies, secretaries answer calls, meet guests, and the rest of the time they sit on social networks or wander through online stores. In all my companies, secretaries have additional responsibilities besides the standard reception of calls and visitors, preparing coffee and keeping order in the office. In between receiving calls, they do not go online shopping, and do not paint their nails, but work with accounting documents. Or they call the company's customers using a special script to find out their level of satisfaction with our work. In one of the companies, the secretary also works for the marketing department. She regularly calls competitors, receives price lists and commercial offers from them, on the basis of which the marketer makes a report on the competitiveness of our company's prices in the market. In my furniture company, sales managers also perform the functions of purchasing goods, so we do not have a purchasing manager on staff. A good secretary is always ready to learn and help other departments of the company in order to eventually do more interesting work than office work. Use it. You don't need any other secretaries. The owner of a small or medium-sized business cannot afford the luxury of a large number of employees. When you need to hire a new staff member, you have two alternatives: assign these functions to someone from the current staff for additional remuneration. It will be much cheaper than hiring a new person. Outsource this function. Never put accounting on the side. My experience. Third-party accountants are not responsible for the figures and reporting. For the accountant who is assigned to run your company, you are one of the 15 clients he deals with. They don't even sign the documents they are preparing. Usually, in cases of outsourcing accounting, the CEO remains the accountant in the company. He signs all the documents and is responsible for their correctness. One day there will come a day when you realize that the staff has grown to such an extent that you simply can't fit in the office anymore. Hold on to the last one, but do not move, so as not to incur additional costs. Buy smaller tables, rearrange furniture, and organize temporary workplaces where several people can work at the same table. It will be more profitable for you to spend some money on a professional designer who will make you the right furniture layout plan and buy new tables of a smaller size or a different shape than to get into new rental costs or, worse, spend money on moving. My rule is to expand the office area only when every day for a month all employees will tell me that it is no longer possible for them to work like this. And if I see for myself that such a workplace situation affects the quality of the company's work, with a clear conscience, load your employees with new responsibilities. They definitely have time. When your employees start telling you that they don't have time for anything and they don't have time for additional responsibilities, remember, according to research, an employee at work is engaged in work, that is, his job responsibilities, only about 30% of the time. Think about this figure. I wonder what they do the rest of the time? I don't know. But they just don't work for your company. Here is at least one of the facts. Purchases in online stores are 3 times more likely to be made from a work computer than from home. Therefore, with a clear conscience, load your employees with new responsibilities. They definitely have time. When your employees start telling you that they don't have time for anything and they don't have time for additional responsibilities, remember, according to research, an employee at work is engaged in work, that is, his job responsibilities, only about 30% of the time. Think about this figure. I wonder what they do the rest of the time? I don't know. But they just don't work for your company. Here is at least one of the facts. Purchases in online stores are 3 times more likely to be made from a work computer than from home. Therefore, with a clear conscience, load your employees with new responsibilities. They definitely have time. If the amount of work is still more than the staff's capabilities, hire a new employee. Salary belongs to the category of fixed expenses that do not depend on sales volume. Having hired a person, you must pay him a salary at the beginning of the month, regardless of whether the sales plan has been completed or not. In the vast majority of companies, the bulk of expenses are employee salaries and related taxes. In service companies, especially in the IT business, salaries can account for up to 90% of all company expenses. Before hiring a new employee, answer, is it possible to solve the tasks that he will perform in his position using the use of technology? By technology, I mean the introduction of software that automates people's work and will save time on work. If modern technologies are used, one person will be able to do the work of 2 or 3 employees. Think of Henry Ford and his wonderful conveyor belt. After the machine assembly process was divided into the simplest operations, Ford managed to reduce staff and increase the quality of products. Also, working time is significantly saved when all work operations and functions of employees are described using business processes. To do this, you need to decompose all the processes in your company, such as sales, purchases, and deliveries, into separate components. Clearly describe what needs to be done at each stage, who is responsible for this stage and where responsibility shifts from one employee to another. When each employee clearly knows his responsibilities at a certain stage, he spends much less time on their fulfillment. As a result, one person armed with technology, clearly knowing their responsibilities, can do work that would normally require several people. Of course, it is easier to hire a new person than to do a rather tedious job, to sit down and understand the business processes of your company. Let's take the experience of an entrepreneur I know. It so happened that the business environment itself forced him to implement technologies and business processes, which significantly reduced staff costs. He decided to try his hand at international business and opened a company in Germany. The company was engaged in the production and distribution of office supplies for office equipment. A year later, the company's turnover began to grow. The number of daily shipments of goods has increased, and the full-time storekeeper has stopped coping. What would we do in such a standard situation in Russia? Of course, they would have hired another storekeeper. His salary, for example, in Moscow, will be 30,000 rubles per month. And this is quite a small expense even for a small business company. But in Germany the situation is completely different. The salary and related taxes are much higher there. There are also stricter laws in this country that regulate employee-employer relations. Therefore, compensation for dismissal is significantly higher than ours. After making all the calculations, our entrepreneur realized that it was expensive for him to hire a new person to the warehouse. There was only one way out. Automate the shipment of goods in such a way that one person can cope with the increased volume of work. It took me a month to do it. It took a detailed description of all business processes related to the operation of the warehouse. All stages and operations of shipment were documented, and each employee associated with the receipt and shipment of goods clearly knew their duties and responsibilities. A year later, when turnover increased even more, the processes of receiving and shipping goods were still successfully managed by one employee, and the owner of the company saved about €40,000 of net profit per year, which he would have spent on wages and taxes. Of course, it's easier to hire a new person than to do a rather tedious job, to sit down and understand business processes. And then also implement them. This is one of the reasons why many entrepreneurs inflate their staff. It's amazing to see 3 or 4 people working in accounting in a small company. But the annual salary of even the simplest accounting employee, including taxes, will amount to 600,000 rubles per year. And these are expenses from your net profit. Implement employee training in new skills in your company. Most of the employees who want to grow and develop will be only too happy to learn new skills. Always present such a job to them as a career opportunity. A large number of surveys also prove the correctness of this approach. Employees of various companies were asked what they value most in their work. The majority of respondents in the top 3 answers put the opportunity to acquire new skills and develop themselves as a professional. In teaching additional skills, as well as in everything, of course, you should know the measure. You should not ask sales managers to clean the office in their free time and thus save on the services of a cleaning company smile. A very clear indicator of whether you are effectively hiring people from year to year is the value of your company's net profit per employee per year. To calculate this indicator, take your profit for previous years and divide it by the number of employees who worked for you in each of these periods. You will see the dynamics and indicators of whether an increase in staff brings you additional profit or not. A guide to action: make a list of all your employees and write next to each one what other functions they can perform in your company during the working day. Before making a decision about hiring a new person in the company, ask yourself the following questions. Is it possible to redistribute the functions that a new person should perform among the current employees of the company? Is it possible to do without hiring this person by automating business processes and introducing new technologies for doing work? At the interview, always talk about the appearance of additional functions in the work and reflect this in the job description and employment contract. Calculate the value of the company's net profit per employee annually. Error 24. Does not keep or track the movement of money, cash flow, in his company. Nothing will bring you back to earth so quickly as the realization that your company has run out of money. David Heinemeier Hansen, managing partner of 77 Signal C, think many entrepreneurs have already faced a situation where a company shows profits month after month, but there is no living money to pay dividends to shareholders. I call such a profit paper. Because it exists only on paper, and not in the form of live money. Everything seems to be fine. We are looking at the quarterly profit and loss report. We see there the profit that the company received as a result of its activities for the quarter. The owners have a normal desire to take advantage of this profit. Either for their own personal goals, or for business development, new areas of activity and projects. Now we look at the checking account, but there is no money there. What's going on? Most likely, this is a disease of business growth, and your increasing turnover is overtaking the financial capabilities of the company. You are developing your business at a rapid pace, and this entails a constant shortage of financial resources in the company. You give deferrals in payments to your customers, you invest in business development by hiring new employees and purchasing goods at the warehouse. As a result, you need more and more money to keep growing. All profits are spent on development. Money is the blood of business. If the company is drained of blood, it will die. You must properly plan the incoming and outgoing cash flows from the company. Do not give too many delays to customers, do not agree to small prepayments for your goods and services. You can be a successful company with a large number of clients and signed contracts, but if at the moment you do not have money to pay salaries and rent, then you will face big problems, despite the apparent success of the business. Ultimately, such uncontrolled growth and development will lead to the bankruptcy of the company. The value of the report is that it gives a direct answer to the questions: where does money come from in your company and what is it spent on? And now a little theory. In this case, you can't do without it. What is a cash flow? A cash flow statement, or cash flow, English, cash flow statement, is a financial report that shows all cash flows to a company. And also these are all expenses of funds to pay for the company's activities and investments that you have made during a certain period. In short, the report shows where and how much money comes from and where it goes during the reporting period. In addition to direct money in cash and non-cash form, the report also includes so-called cash equivalents. These are, for example, loans and borrowings that you have received from a bank or from suppliers, as well as other investments that can be easily and without risk turned into money. Why do you need this report? The value of the report is that it gives a direct answer to the questions: where does money come from in your company and what is it spent on? A big plus is that the report contains operational information. It can be generated immediately after banking and cash transactions have been registered. You must record such transactions in this document day after day, unlike, for example, The information in the profit and loss statement. The data in the income statement is received with a delay, and usually it can be generated only in the first days of the next month. In terms of financial analysis, the report is useful for assessing the viability of a business in the short term. In particular, to determine the company's ability to pay bills. The cash flow statement has one important limitation: it shows changes over the period of only one component of the financial statements, cash. Therefore, in order to fully analyze the company's activities, you need to consider the picture obtained from this report along with the figures from the balance sheet and profit and loss statement. How do I make such a report? To add data to the report, you need to collect information about all financial transactions in your company during the day. At the end of the day, such a report can be generated automatically, for example in the 1C program. Or all data is entered manually by the responsible employee in an Excel form. As a result, at the end of the day you see the difference in the amounts of all money received and sent. What structure should I choose for this report? I suggest making it as easy as possible to fill in and understand. At the beginning of the day, you deposit the balance of funds in all accounts of your company and in the cash register. At the end of the day, all the money received by the company and all outgoing payments made. Accordingly, at the beginning of the next day, you will have a difference between the balance at the beginning of the day plus all the money received minus all the money sent. In our companies, this document is an Excel form with filled-in cells by dates for 3 months in advance. For this 3-month period, we contribute all expected cash receipts from customers under concluded contracts and all fixed expenses for the maintenance of the company. So every day for 3 months ahead, we see the projected balance of money in the company. Based on this, we can predict outgoing payments for the main cost items, such as payment to suppliers, payment of taxes, advertising and marketing expenses, interest on loans, salary. Thus, we can anticipate the balance of funds in the company for each specific day and manage it by transferring the corresponding payments. This file is alive, and the picture in it changes every day. For us, this is one of the most important files that shows the financial health of the company. We make management decisions based on it. By the way, I am often asked how finance differs from accounting. The answer is simple. Accounting works with the past, that is, with information about payments that have already passed. Finance works with the future and predicts what will happen to the money in the company in the coming weeks and months. I also like the definition that accounting works for the state and the tax inspectorate, since it is these bodies that need official reporting data. These reports are not of great value to businesses. Entrepreneurs, as a rule, focus on the so-called management reporting, in which the balance sheet and profit and loss statement are shown in a form that is convenient and understandable to the owners and management of the company. Also, based on management reports, you will be evaluated by your potential creditors before granting you a loan. Therefore, proper maintenance of such reports is a very important element of your business. If you can't afford to hire a good financier yet, learn how to keep such a report yourself. It's not as difficult as it seems. This file is alive, and the picture in it changes every day. For the owner, this is one of the most important files that shows the financial health of the company. I plan cash flow in my companies for 3 months ahead. And I hold weekly meetings with partners and the CFO, where we discuss the current situation in the company with money. If we see that there is a gap in the flow of money ahead of us, then we take appropriate actions in advance. We transfer payments to suppliers and contractors, stop temporarily concluding contracts with a small prepayment, borrow money from the bank for this period to cover the gap. It is especially important to predict such gaps in cash flow before the date of salary issuance. Salary delays to employees are a big psychological blow to the atmosphere in the company and people's attitude to work. Keep track of the cash flow in your company. As a business owner, you should know every day how much money you have and what financial prospects the company has for the near future. A guide to action: if you don't have a file for cash flow accounting yet, then make it this week. Appoint a responsible employee from the accounting department who will fill out this document daily. Set a day per week and the exact time when you will hold a meeting with employees and partners to discuss the financial situation in the company. Error 25. The head of the company is not involved in the hiring of every employee. The company's staff is like a football team. The guys should play as a single team, not a bunch of bright personalities. Lee Iacocca: once upon a time in your business, there will be such times that you will not have to post job ads yourself, view mountains of resumes every day, call candidates and schedule interviews for them. Maybe this is your present today. Well, congratulations, you and the company have come a long way. However, until you grow up to the size of a corporation, you always find time for a final interview with each job candidate. Only you, as a business owner, can fully experience a person. I don't really like all this hype about the company's culture. It is important, but it is far from the most important thing in the success of a business. Unfortunately, I know a sufficient number of companies with excellent corporate culture that have left the market and gone bankrupt. There are enough companies in which they have not even heard about corporate values, but this does not prevent them from working successfully. The company's culture is just one of the components of success, along with a well-chosen market and systems implemented in the company. But employees should be selected not only on professional grounds, but also in accordance with the company's culture. If a person does not fit into the company's culture, then no matter how professional he is, he will not be able to work for you for a long time. For example, you have a lot of issues to solve collectively, celebrate corporate events in a big way, and employees really enjoy communicating with each other. Suddenly, an excellent specialist appears, but he is so closed that he is even used to dining alone. If you hire him, misunderstandings and conflicts with colleagues will arise all the time in a close-knit team. An example from personal experience: culture in one of my companies, which is engaged in landscaping. It's a stressful pace of work. We immediately set it at the founding of the company, as our goal was to become the #1 company in our market segment in 3 years. And we warn all employees at interviews that they will have to work hard and at a high pace. This does not mean that we stay in the office until the night. This means that at work, everyone is engaged in work and makes appropriate demands on each other. Teamwork on projects. If one link of the team falls out of the pace of work, then the overall result suffers, and the team is unhappy. It turns out that such an employee, the weak link, will still be ousted, since his colleagues will not tolerate such an attitude to the case, and we had several cases when we hired an excellent specialist who passed all the stages of interviews. But after the first few days of work, I realized that he did not fit into our pace. We had to break up. I understand that as a business owner you have enough things to do besides interviews. Find time for at least a short conversation with the candidate and spend it as efficiently as possible. During the interview, listen to the candidate for most of the interview and ask questions. I suspect that most of the interview you want to tell me what a wonderful company you have built and what its future is. In this case, you still need to learn more about the candidate, and not tell him about the company. The more you talk, the less you will learn. The rule "talk less, listen more" does not apply to cases when you lure trusted people to your company or conduct a second or third interview and have already learned a lot about the person. At these moments, you already need to sell the company to the candidate, if you are convinced that he is suitable for you. Find time for at least a short conversation with the candidate and spend it as efficiently as possible. Now he is a marriageable girl, and you persuade him, her, to get married. Smile. Apply sales skills. Good workers are rare nowadays. Even during the final interview, I decided for myself that I would definitely discuss 5 questions with the candidate. 1. What our company expects from him. 2. That this job will give him personal. 3. How important is what he does for the company. 4. Who to go to if there are problems. 5. Will he be able to do the job? Until I clearly clarify all these issues for myself and for him, the interview is not over. It's amazing how often it happens that when a new employee comes to work, he realizes that this is not the job he was applying for. And this is just a communication problem during the interview. Perhaps what I'm going to tell you now should be attributed to mysticism, but I always feel how well a new employee will fit into the team and how long he will work with us. This feeling has never failed me before. A guide to action: always conduct a final interview with each candidate for your company. If you hire a lot of people on a weekly basis, then set a clear day and time for such meetings. Describe your company's culture in a few sentences. Always, when meeting with a candidate, ask yourself the question: does this person correspond to the culture of your company? Error 26. Does not record agreements on paper. The palest ink is better than the best memory. The Chinese saying is that the most important invention in the history of mankind is a written contract. It allows people to put down on paper all the reasons why they don't trust each other. Unknown author: I often remember how much money I lost. I hope that an oral agreement will be enough and that in negotiations with pleasant people we reached, as it seemed to me, a complete understanding. Now I have taken as a basis an iron rule: always record any agreements in writing. This mainly concerns the groups of people you have to deal with when working in the company, namely, customers, business partners, employees, contractors and suppliers. Let's take a look at each of these groups in turn. Customers. During negotiations, each side sees everything discussed in its own way and interprets it in its favor. It's not because people are dishonest and want to cheat you. It is a common human trait to turn facts in your head so that they are of the greatest benefit to you. Therefore, after each meeting, draw up a short protocol on paper and sign it on both sides. I use a special A4 notebook to keep notes during negotiations. He's with me at all meetings. There is a handy rubricator in the notebook. I keep separate records for each company I work for and for each potential deal. It is very comfortable. During the meeting, I can always return to previous agreements, and when we reach some important agreement during the meeting, I immediately write it down in a notebook on the appropriate page of the transaction or company. It also disciplines everyone present at the negotiations. They see that I am writing everything down. After each meeting, draw up a short protocol on paper and sign it on both sides. I got into the habit after every meeting, even if it happened in a restaurant or cafe and we agreed on a not very important issue, to write everything down at once in a notebook. At the end of the meeting, I take a photo on my phone or tablet and send it by email so that the result of the agreements remains with all participants. I also recommend that you definitely develop a standard form of your company's contract for the supply of goods or services. Do not skimp on this, pay a good lawyer for the service of drafting such a contract. This is not very expensive, but it will save you a lot more in the future than you will spend on drafting such a contract. It will reflect and take into account all the features of your business. Alternatively, to save money on legal services, you can ask someone from your market participants to send you their contract, and then just send it to a lawyer for revision. Try never to agree to the form of contract offered by your client. Give him your own version, explaining that it is designed for the specifics of your business. Say that you are ready to discuss all necessary changes. Business partners. There is especially a lot of misunderstanding between potential business partners during the discussion of the work of a future company. Each of them has their own vision of the business being created and their role in its work. Therefore, it is necessary to immediately clearly outline the areas of responsibility of each participant in the company. Do you remember what happened because of unclear and unfixed agreements among the founders of Facebook? I think the level of discussion that we saw in the film The Social Network and which we read about in the press does not even closely reflect the intensity of passions and nerves spent by the founders of the network to resolve the issues that have arisen. And all because they did not initially register their agreements. And then it was unclear who was right and who was to blame for this situation. Everyone had their own truth. It often happens that partners, without agreeing on basic things, begin to build their own company, rather than work for one common cause. The main issues of the agreement that you need to fix in writing are as follows: the size of the shares in the business, areas of responsibility and executive functions in the company, salaries and positions in the company, the contribution of each partner to the business, money, connections, real estate, customer base, etc. How much profit will be spent on paying dividends and how often they will be paid. You can read more about the partnership agreement in Chapter 15. Even at the beginning of the work, it is important to at least outline the main points regarding the work of your company. In which market does it work? Who are the customers? What turnover do you want to achieve in a year, 3 and 5 years? This is necessary so that everyone understands equally what kind of company they are creating. It often happens that partners, without agreeing on basic things, begin to build their own company, rather than work for one common cause. And when it turns out that everyone's company image and goals are different, conflicts begin to arise. With this course, you need to check regularly as the team that controls the ship, and understand that the ship is sailing in the direction where everyone wants to sail. Hold annual strategic meetings with your partners to rewrite your development strategy. Staff. It's all the same. Record in writing all agreements when hiring new employees. The main issues that you should clearly state on paper and sign bilaterally are: salary, work schedule, responsibilities performed, who does he obey, probation period and criteria for its completion. Your new employee should clearly understand what the company expects from his work, by what criteria his work will be evaluated and what he will receive as a result for successfully completing the tasks assigned to him. To do this, you need to make and sign an employment contract and job description with him. This manual describes the work in your company, and not a standard template downloaded from the internet. Take the time to do this. Having spent time once, you will then save yourself from long conversations and discussions with employees about whether the work assigned to them is included in their job responsibilities or not. It is also very important to reflect the point about future wage increases. Under what conditions will this happen and how often? The issue of wages, as a rule, is one of the main causes of conflict and separation of an employee from the company. During weekly meetings with key employees of my companies, I record all the tasks that I have assigned them. These tasks are always written in my notebook. Then, a week later, during a new meeting, it is very easy for me to remember my assignments and check the result. Contractors and suppliers. Now you are already in the role of a client. And you need to clearly agree and fix the following transaction parameters at the negotiation stage: the timing of production of the products you order, or the timing of the provision of services, basic terms of delivery, the amount of the prepayment. Get ready to make adjustments to the contract that your supplier sends you. Never believe the words that their company's policy is never to change the contract. This is complete nonsense. You are just being tested for strength. Insist on your position and move step by step towards the conditions that are beneficial to you. Remember that there are no winners and losers in real negotiations. There are two equal parties who must agree among themselves to mutual satisfaction and benefit. A guide to action if possible. Immediately make arrangements in writing after negotiations and ask all parties to sign. If it is not possible to arrange everything on paper, then send the agreement by email. After the end of the negotiations, always send the results of the agreements to all participants of the meeting by email and ask for a written response. Correspondence by email is also legally binding. Draw up an employment contract with each employee of your company and attach a job description to it. Ask the employee to sign for its receipt on your copy. Buy yourself a notebook with a rubricator to record all your meetings. Error 27. He thinks that business will make him happy. To make a lot of money is courage, to keep it is wisdom, and to spend it skillfully is art. Bertold Overbach. Everyone knows that money can buy shoes, but not happiness, food, but not appetite, bed, but not sleep, medicine, but ill health, servants, but not friends, entertainment, but not joy, teachers, but not mind. Socrates. According to statistics, the vast majority of people start their own businesses in order to become independent and rich. The third common reason for starting a business is status. It is prestigious to be the owner of your own business. It is believed that, having achieved freedom and wealth, high status in business, we automatically become happy. I know many businessmen who have achieved the desired goal, but have not become happy. Why is this happening? Let's look at each of the goals that newcomers to entrepreneurship strive for. Independence. Probably, each of you has thought at least once in your life that your boss is not the smartest and most pleasant person. You wanted to get rid of the shackles of wage labor and start your own business. Finally, to become a free person who makes his own decisions and does not depend on anyone. By starting your own business, you become the master of your own destiny. You make your own decisions about what to do and how your company will look like. You decide what to sell, which customers to work with, and which market to work in. You can rent an office near your house so as not to waste time on traffic jams. Choose the employees you want to work with. There is also a dark side to choosing freedom. Along with independence, you get a burden of responsibility. It lies entirely with you and your partners, if there are any. If you are an employee and there are difficulties that you cannot handle on your own, you go to the management and transfer responsibility for making a decision. Now you are responsible for the fate of the company. For example, a commercial director signs a multi-million-dollar contract for the supply of 5 containers of products from China. He is happy, the quarterly plan has been completed, he will receive a bonus, things are going great. Suddenly unforeseen circumstances occur. A factory in China delays shipment for 2 months because their equipment has broken down. What does a commercial director do? He goes to the management. Now the business owner has a headache about how to get out. If he could, he would invite the employees of the entire company to spend this couple of months at home on vacation at their own expense. Office landlords should give him a vacation while the Chinese fix the machine, and customers should wait until the goods arrive at the warehouse late. It is especially easy to negotiate with customers if we are talking about furniture for summer verandas, which is needed in the summer, and not on New Year's Eve. Naturally, a business owner cannot ask for absurd things, he will need to look for a difficult solution. Which could cost him his business. What is the biggest trouble in our situation that a commercial director can expect? He will be upset that he will not receive a bonus for the completed transaction. Within 2 months or completely. So who is freer, the commercial director or the business owner? Freedom. Many people think that by starting their own business, they become free. In practice, the owner is dependent on his staff, customers, creditors, and circumstances. A businessman does not have a boss, but all the listed people and factors become his boss. It is important for an entrepreneur to learn how to live calmly and joyfully, experiencing the pressure of new bosses. Which only a few succeed, because one problem replaces another. Managing your own business is a constant solution to various problems and tasks. Not because we have a special country or economic situation. That's how the whole world works. Because of its imperfection, there are so few entrepreneurs around. Few people dare and endure such a lifestyle for a long time. No wonder many entrepreneurs say, if I had known before starting a business that everything would be so difficult, I would never have decided on this risky step and stayed employed. But then entrepreneurship drags on, and we can no longer imagine a different way of life. Someone is even learning to enjoy the adrenaline rush. If you have managed to build a successful business, then quit it and return to hired work is not just because you are used to a high level of income. They outweigh all the problems that their own business brings with it. Wealth. Why does wealth not always become synonymous with happiness? Business success and wealth are also a great responsibility to partners, creditors, employees, and everyone involved in the work of your company. In many businesses, there comes a time when even with the great desire of the owner, he will not be able to retire. He has to manage the company 7 days a week, stay in touch almost around the clock. Often the reason is that the cost of closing a company is much greater than the revenue it generated. Imagine that you are tired of everything, and you no longer need money, and you have decided to retire. Stay in a country house, travel and spend time with your family. But before you close the business, you should fulfill all your obligations, pay salaries and compensation to employees, return the borrowed money, if any. And the main thing is to complete all signed contracts. Imagine how you can close all loans, fulfill obligations under signed contracts, pay taxes, while laying off staff? Perhaps such circumstances keep many entrepreneurs from closing their business. Thus, they become attached to their companies and are rich only as long as they have a business. And in this business, whether they want to or not, you have to work constantly. High incomes and the presence of a certain condition impose many obligations on their owner. The presence of a state presupposes its preservation and multiplication. We have to constantly work on this, otherwise inflation will eat up the money. It takes a huge amount of time and energy to fulfill obligations. Since time is a limited subject, everyone, regardless of income level, always has 24 hours a day. You definitely have to make a choice what to do: manage money and business, or spend time with friends, family, or relax. Even the owner of a couple $1,000s begins to worry when the exchange rate jumps and thinks a lot about how to save money. And when it comes to hundreds of thousands of dollars, anxiety grows in direct proportion to the amount. Most people are built in such a way that worrying about saving money deprives them of sleep, negates the feeling of happiness from their own wealth. Since the situation in our country is not very good with opinion polls concerning money, I will give an example from the USA. Here are the results of a recent survey on the dependence of happiness on income. According to the latest data, people are starting to feel happy abruptly, having overcome the income barrier of $5,000 per month. After exceeding this income level, the level of happiness practically does not change. That is, a person who earns $10,000 a month has about the same level of happiness as someone whose income is twice as low. After $5,000 a month, the monetary factor in the level of happiness practically ceases to play a role, and other areas of life begin to matter. Such as health, family, relationships with loved ones and self-realization. In order for the money from your business to bring you happiness, figure yourself out. Decide how much money you need for a normal life. The kind of life that you personally want to live, not your environment. And not what society demands of you. Calculate what kind of business you should have, how much time you should work in it, and what risks you are willing to take to achieve this level of well-being. A guide to action: think about what reason prompted you to start your own business. It can be independence, money, the desire to have a high status, or something else. Calculate for yourself the final amount that you want to receive from the business. Describe in detail what your business should look like in order for you to have the income you plan from it. Error 28. Does not implement a CRM, customer management system. We have a system, she's dragging me, and I'm dragging myself. From the animated series Life with Louie, I remember how many years ago in my first company we started working with clients in Excel. We made plates, filters and fields to add clarity and be able to work with data. It turned out quite well. But at some point, as each of the companies grew, we realized that the capabilities of this wonderful table to control the increased number of employees and their work with clients were no longer enough. The customer table swelled to an incredible size from the amount of data. And no filters or macros saved her anymore. We realized that this is no longer possible and we cannot do without the introduction of CRM. Over the 10 years of my work, I have installed 6 different types of CRM in my various companies. And I have never regretted the effort, time and money spent on the implementation of this system. Unfortunately, even now, when there is such a variety of low-cost customer relationship management products on the market, many companies do not use them. I personally conduct many interviews with candidates for the position of sales managers, and very often I meet cases when companies do not use CRM even with a large number of clients. At one of the recent interviews, I asked the applicant a question: what kind of customer management system do you use? And I heard an amazing story that all managers in their company write down customer contacts in a personal notebook in a box. To my question, how do you then remember who and when to call with a reminder of your offer? I received an answer: I'm flipping through my notebook, looking at who I haven't talked to for a long time, and I'm calling. I don't mind Excel files and even notebooks for managing clients. These are great tools for the job. Especially if the company fulfills the sales plan and the owner receives the planned income. For example, if you have 20 to 30 clients in your company, and all are long-term, let's say you are a boutique, an advertising agency or an engineering company working with 2 or 3 large general contracting organizations, then you do not need CRM. You need a program for managing individual tasks rather than customer relationships. A little theory. What is CRM and what is hidden behind this abbreviation? This is an abbreviation of the English Customer Relationship Management, Customer Relationship Management. This is a database with the contacts of all your clients and contractors. The database is filled with all sales managers, and they do their daily work in it. What types of CRM are there? 1. Installed on your server or computer. 2. Cloud services that you use online via the internet. And all the data is stored on a remote server. Now there are a huge number of different programs on the market, and each company can find a convenient and cost-effective option for itself. You can also reprogram many existing options to suit the specifics of your business. You can even order a CRM to be specially developed for your company. You can justify the lack of results in your work with anything. The system also makes the work of each employee transparent to management. Why does your company need CRM? The fact is that, according to statistics, 80% of your employees will work the way the system is built in your company. 10% will always work better than the company requires of them. 10% of employees will always work worse, no matter what you do and no matter how hard you try to change them. The system will give you the opportunity to identify these 10% of lazy and unproductive employees and immediately fire them. She will put the average 80% of the employees in the framework of the work required by your company, and 10% of the star CRM employees will only help to make the work even better. You can justify the lack of results in your work with anything. The system also makes the work of each employee transparent to management. At any moment, you will see all the activity data of your people. How many clients are at work, how many calls have been made and commercial offers have been prepared. If you don't have a CRM right now, then its implementation will give you results immediately. Here are just a few parameters that you will see and be able to control in your company. The total number of clients and the number of clients in each manager's work, sales funnel, sales forecasts for any period of time, the activity of your sales managers. Finally, the contacts of all clients will be in one place, and not on computers and in the records of your employees. It often happens that when an employee leaves, his customer base leaves with him. You shouldn't have that. According to statistics, after the introduction of CRM, sales grow by at least 20% during the year. I believe that this is an excellent result for an operating mature business with good turnover per year. Why, with all these wonderful properties of CRM and its usefulness for business, do many companies not implement it? And sometimes, having implemented it, they stop using it? The first reason. The point is the limitations that this system imposes on the company owner himself. If he participates in the daily work of the company and is engaged in operational activities, then he must work in this program himself and set an example to his employees. It's hard. After all, no one, especially the owner of the company, wants restrictions and limits in their work. The second reason. They implemented it, but they forgot to teach employees how to use it. The user's instructions were poorly worked out. The third reason. Initially, the system was designed not for employees, but for management. As a result, we received an inconvenient and cumbersome program in which it is completely inconvenient for employees to work. Writing a system and putting it into operation is just the beginning of the implementation process. You will encounter resistance from your employees from the very first days. They will say that they have no time to fill out a customer card, that the system distracts them from real work with clients. An example will work very well here, when the head himself works in the system and shows the need for this process by his daily example. There will come a time when employees will get used to working in the system and will no longer be able to do without it. How can we overcome the tough resistance of some employees to work in CRM, which is bound to be? Based on my experience of implementing such a system in 4 companies, I can share one of the main conclusions. There is no way to do without a system of punishment and rubles. But since it is impossible to find the hiring of employees by law, we did the following in one of the companies. We divided the fixed part of the salary of all employees who have to fill out the CRM into 2 components, one of which was paid for proper work in the system. Part of the salary for CRM was not paid until all the necessary information was entered. After several delays in this component of the salary, the employees realized that they were not being trifled with, and began to do everything on time. And then working in the system has already become a habit. If you do not constantly monitor how employees work in the system, then over time the quality of their work in the system will necessarily decrease. You need daily monitoring when working with CRM. The point of having a CRM is present only when all the information is entered there and employees work in it every day. A half-empty program with scattered data will not benefit the business, and you will only waste time and money. There will come a time when employees will get used to working in the system and will no longer be able to do without it. All information about clients and the stages of working with them will be there. Stages and pitfalls of CRM implementation. After you have selected a system, assign one person responsible for its implementation. You can create a working group that will include several employees, but one person should be responsible for the result. Otherwise, everyone will throw responsibility on each other and blame anyone but themselves for the disruption of the implementation deadlines. The expression 7 nannies have a child without an eye is the best fit in this case. In any case, the implementation period will exceed the planned minimum by 2 times. It's not your fault. It's just the way things are arranged that there will definitely be some kind of obstacle. Often it will be something that you did not expect at all. Here are a few variants of events that disrupted deadlines in my companies. At the very end of the implementation of the system, we realized that this version of CRM does not suit us and there is a better option. We started all over again. The project manager from a third-party contractor, who was finalizing the basic version for us, fell ill for several weeks. His company's policy is that they do not provide customers with anyone to replace during an employee's illness. They believe that a new person needs to delve into the course of things for a long time, to understand all the details. It is better to wait until the employee leaves the hospital. So we waited. The employees of our company, due to the workload of working with clients, and of course, customers are the most important thing, could not quickly answer the contractor's questions so that he would prepare the terms of reference for programmers. Remember, even the simplest customer management system is better than its complete absence. Don't go after the most sophisticated version right away. First, implement a simple option that you can afford for money, and then gradually increase its capabilities and introduce new modules into the work. A guide to action before implementing CRM. Immediately think about and decide who will monitor the work of your employees in the program on a daily basis. Be sure to write the instructions for working in CRM. Before connecting an employee to the system, arrange a test for his knowledge of the system. When choosing a CRM, do not chase fashion or price. Choose exactly what suits your business. Personally spend a week studying and testing different systems. Now the basic and test versions of any system can be installed for free. As the owner of the company and the most interested person, you personally should be part of the CRM implementation working group. This time will definitely pay off. Error 29. Does not create a full-fledged sales department. Sales cure everything. Mark Cuban. A common reason for the bankruptcy of companies is the inability to achieve the planned sales volume per month and quarter in order to recoup their activities and make a profit. Low sales are the main reason for companies leaving the market. Unfortunately, owners and top managers often attach more importance to the quality of a product or service than to the organization of their sales system. I have met many companies that worked in thriving markets, had interesting products and in-demand services, but closed due to inability to organize sales. After all, for the success of a business, it is not even the quality of the product that is more important, but the skill of the sellers. Take a walk to the cooler. What kind of water do you buy at the office? Most likely, you will be surprised when you realize that this is not the most delicious or even the cheapest water on the market. However, in most other offices you will find the same brand of water in coolers. The secret is simple. This brand has the best sales department in the drinking water market, in which managers are trained to sell well, despite the average quality of the product and the same price as the competitors. Often, company owners are sure that anyone can sell. As such, the profession of sales manager is not taught in institutes. Therefore, random people without knowledge and skills often work in sales departments. So, sellers are people with a well-hung tongue. It's not difficult for them to call customers all day long. Looking at such a sales department from the outside, you think that the products in this company are selling great. In fact, most efforts, conversations, and negotiations don't end in anything. Sales managers explain their failures by the low prices of competitors and the stagnant market. They begin to look for the reason outside, not inside the company. The presence of strong players in the market, high exchange rates, unfair competition with unjustified price cuts, all good reasons to justify low sales. In many companies, mainly small businesses, sales are held by the owner. He is often the one who signs all the major contracts. The owner does not trust anyone with the main clients and believes that only he is able to conclude large-scale contracts. This way is justified at the stage of the company's formation, when the most important thing is to sell at any price and expand the list of customers. In the future, the owner needs to immerse himself in other processes of his business. However, customers will still demand attention. As a result, we observe owners who are busy for 12 hours a day, who are torn between communicating with customers and building business processes. The growth of such businesses is limited by the personal time of the owner. Sales are not an art, but a science. There are proven methods and approaches that, if applied correctly, are guaranteed to lead you to success. And you will be able to bring sales volumes to the planned level. The key message of this approach is that every company should have a professional sales department. What does a professional sales department mean? Such a department should consist of a set of specific elements. It can be compared to a car. No matter how good the car is, it will not be able to take you to your destination if there is no steering wheel, devices that monitor the condition of parts and fuel levels, without mirrors and lighting lamps. The head of the sales department should not be involved in sales himself, he should not have his own clients. A full-fledged sales department must have a head. This seems obvious, but many companies are working with a vacant executive position. In this case, the department may be headed by a general or commercial director, or even the owner himself. The disadvantage of this approach is that this person cannot allocate enough time for monitoring and training sales managers. He's got enough to worry about. Sellers spend most of their time doing amateur work, what they consider to be the most effective for themselves. And they remain without control. Why do we need a sales manager, and what are his responsibilities? My firm belief is that his main concern is the control and training of subordinates. In no case should the most successful salesperson be appointed as the head. He should not be involved in sales himself, he should not have his own clients. His focus is on the work of his subordinates. The maximum that the head of the department can afford in relation to clients is to put the squeeze on large transactions. A major deal is a serious potential contract, the decision on which is made by a top manager who wants to cooperate with a person of his level. If such a situation arises, the head of the sales department should be involved in communicating with the client. Aerobatics is when the head of the department has managed to grow several managers who independently conclude large contracts without involving him in making deals. Another element of a full-fledged sales department is a customer management system, CRM. I will not recommend any particular system to you. Her choice depends on the company's field of activity. The main thing is that there should be a CRM in principle. Even the simplest one. The system allows you to bring together and put in order information about customers. It makes the work of every sales manager transparent. The CRM shows the number of meetings, calls, commercial offers submitted, and contracts signed by each manager. The next essential element is regular training of managers and their reporting on work. On a weekly basis, the head of the department must train employees himself or involve external trainers. He should also receive a detailed report on each employee's work week. To discuss working moments with them, to sort out difficult situations, to set intermediate goals for the next week. Probably, it is not necessary to explain why managers should be constantly monitored. Perhaps only the issue of regular training requires some explanation. The level of sales directly depends on the skills and qualifications of the staff. Accordingly, sellers must constantly improve. The next element is a clear system for evaluating the performance of sales managers. We are talking about monthly and quarterly plans. The reporting should include not only sales volumes, but also key performance indicators, KPIs, of managers. By this I mean the number of calls, meetings, invoices and commercial offers, as well as other activity of the department's employees. It is necessary to measure the activity of each manager in order to increase his efficiency, sales volume. After all, these indicators are directly related. More meetings and commercial offers per day, more sales volume. Very often, a sales manager can be guided by his own considerations about how much and how comfortable he is to work. However, the head of the sales department should be aware of the statistics on what level of manager activity leads to the planned sales volume. This activity should be monitored and demanded from employees. In my furniture company, based on statistical data, we came to the conclusion that 90% of meetings with potential customers end with the signing of a contract. If the manager manages to arrange meetings. Therefore, one of the main KPIs of the department was the number of meetings held. Here, the difference between a full-fledged sales department and a spontaneous one is especially clearly visible. The system, based on statistics and analysis of previous experience, forces sellers to make more appointments. Meetings, in turn, lead to sales. In contrast to this approach, there is the spontaneity of managers who are not controlled by anyone. Sales success is at the mercy of their own ideas about what to do every day. You need to find the key performance indicators in your business that most strongly influence managers' sales volumes. This is just one of the tasks of the head of the sales department, to identify such indicators based on statistical data. To force managers to perform actions that lead to sales and monitor the implementation of the plan. Let's add up all the main components of a full-fledged sales department: the head, CRM, employee training and control, set key performance indicators that you monitor daily and on a daily basis. And we get a department that will lead you to financial success. Let's look at the results of applying a professional approach to sales using the example of a department of a company that I know well. Initially, the sales department consisted of 4 managers. Their work was to be supervised by the commercial director. He himself led large clients, worked with suppliers and also managed marketing. There was almost no time left for sellers. The company did not have a CRM system. Each manager entered information about working with clients in an Excel spreadsheet. The managers, of course, had quarterly sales plans, but their performance indicators were measured only by the money they received. As for the employees of the department, the picture was as follows. One of the managers considered himself a star. He always exceeded his personal plan. The other two carried out the plan in a quarter. The fourth is never. The company was based on large customers. The commercial director himself made contacts with them. The incentive to create a full-fledged sales department was the dismissal of the star manager. The commercial director realized that now even his 10 or 12-hour working day would not be enough to fulfill the plan. It was decided to create a new sales department. The first step was to implement a simple CRM system. Managers have added contacts of old and potential customers to it. The commercial director was gradually freed from the sales themselves. His main job was to recruit and train new employees, implement a CRM system, and analyze statistical data that is needed to determine and implement key performance indicators. Managers have added contacts of old and potential customers to it. The commercial director of Pastiche. 6 months later, the number of sales managers increased to 8 people. It turned out that a star employee is not a star at all if there are 8 employees in the sales department who are regularly trained and monitored. The planned indicators, which were considered stellar before the changes, could now be predictably achieved by observing the rules of efficiency, by completing a certain number of meetings, calls, and putting up a certain number of commercial offers. The commercial director now spends the freed up time on monitoring and training managers. Having perfected this system, the company was able to hire the head of the sales department and fully transfer to him the functions of control and management of managers. The company's performance indicators in figures before and after innovations are shown in the table. The implementation of the new system took place gradually, over 2 quarters, while statistics were being collected and the commercial director transferred his clients to new managers. It was also necessary to train new managers, and they did not immediately reach full capacity. One of the newcomers, the sales manager, had to be fired and replaced by another, and sales in these months sank a little. Also note that seasonality affects the company's business and the fourth quarter is the largest in terms of money receipts. A guide to action: if you do not have a CRM system in your sales department, implement it this month. Now there are ready-made inexpensive solutions for cloud systems for a monthly or annual subscription fee. Develop key performance indicators for sales managers based on the specifics of your business. Start training your salespeople this month. If you don't have the funds for training, at least buy them books on sales skills. Start making professionals out of them. Error 30. Develops a business, but does not develop itself. The most dangerous poison is the feeling that you have already achieved everything. The antidote is to think every night about what else can be done better tomorrow. Ingvar Kamprad, founder of IKEA. It all started 10 years ago with my purchase of a nondescript book for ridiculous money. The book was on the shelf among many others in a stupid bright cover with a picture of dollar signs. It was Napoleon Hill's book Think and Grow Rich. Before that, I had never approached the shelves of books on self-development and popular psychology in a bookstore. I thought that the books that were lying there were not serious reading. Another thing is the thick and serious books in the sections Management and Economics. As I found out later, more than half of the Forbes list participants named Napoleon Hill's book as one of the most influential on their consciousness. Reading this book gave me the impetus to open my first business. When I saw the results that reading the book led me to, I began to feel differently about reading in general and about my development. Without exception, all the successful entrepreneurs I know, including myself, spend substantial amounts of money on their education, courses, conferences, trainings and books, every year. As one of my respected business consultants, Brian Tracy, said, investing in your own training generates an income of 3,000%. I even calculated the results of investments in my education and development. I got a figure close to this value. I am often asked by entrepreneurs, what is the most important thing in business? What kind of answers would you give? For example, maybe find a new unique product or service? Create a team? Guess and ride the growing trend in the industry? Be able to negotiate large government contracts? My answer is, the main thing in business is the entrepreneur himself. He, with all his qualities, both positive and negative, is what everything in the company revolves around. It supports the company, its fighting spirit, the atmosphere in the team and the ability to overcome difficulties. Each company is a reflection of its owner. By the way, about the spirit. Enter the office of any company, stay there for 10 to 15 minutes. You will begin to feel and understand the very spirit and atmosphere that reigns in the company. By the way the company secretary greets you, by the behavior of employees, by several phrases they have heard from them, By the order or disorder in the office, you immediately get an impression of the company. Each company is a reflection of its owner. Why is this happening? Why do most employees become like their supervisors after 6 months? Employees unconsciously read your behavior towards customers, other employees of the company, and watch how you solve problems that arise in the company. They adopt most of your approaches to work. Seeing how you react to certain situations, they start to do the same. The reason for the collapse of most businesses is not that some unforeseen event or a chain of failures occurred. The reason is how the owner of the company behaved during these events, how he took and held the blows. The company is falling apart and going bankrupt not because a hired top manager leaves and opens the same business around the corner, taking away all the customers. Not because the development team realizes a year later that they made a fatal mistake and spent all the investors' money. Not because all the goods ordered from China came defective. This is where the moment of truth comes, when circumstances test the strength of an entrepreneur. Anything can happen in your company at any moment. At the moment of crisis situations in the company, everyone will be looking at you, waiting for decisions and actions from you. It is naive to believe that employees will rush to save your business. 90% of them will only think about whether you will pay them their salary on the promised day. Very often I see how entrepreneurs are seriously engaged in the external development of the company. They buy good office equipment, designer furniture, hold corporate parties and invest money in maintaining corporate spirit. But they often forget about the most important thing, themselves. If you are physically and mentally healthy, you will be engaged in training, you will not forget about a good rest, then all this will definitely affect the work of the company. Your employees do not need a tired, eternally dissatisfied and irritated manager. But more and more often I see exactly this. A tired man with a worried face who can't find time for anything, including himself, is the image of a modern entrepreneur. I'm not saying that you should have a lot of business knowledge. A huge number of educated people with MBA degrees are not entrepreneurs. Go to conferences and trainings, read books. That's all you need. The question of reading or not reading books is simply not worth it. Of course, read it. To be a successful company leader, you need a diverse development. Read books not only on business, but also on psychology, health, philosophy and history. This will also be useful to you in your work. With the knowledge from the books you have read, you will be able to look at the problem from different angles, not one-sidedly. To approach its solution using different approaches. This is especially necessary in the modern business world. Graduates of business schools receive knowledge during their studies that will already be outdated by the time their studies end. Understand that the question of reading or not reading books is simply not worth it. Of course, read it. You need to find answers to more difficult questions: which books to read, how to find time to read. An ordinary executive and entrepreneur reads about half a book a year. Think about this figure. Most people read their last book when they graduated from college. 81% of books are bought as a gift. Be among the 5% of people who read. If you read even one book a month, you will be 24 times more well-read than your typical competitor. Imagine, said the great American educator Jim Rohn, what you want to get in your life is on the top shelf. To reach the desired things on this shelf, you need to stand up on the books that you will read. Only you, knowing your weaknesses and strengths, being able to manage them, relying on knowledge, will be able to lead the company to success. And please don't forget the golden rule of success in business and life in general. This rule says that your success depends on 2 things. 1. How quickly you learn new things. 2. How quickly you begin to apply what you have learned in your business and life. A guide to action: determine for yourself the amount of money that you are willing to spend on your development per month. Make your list of books to read for this year. Read for at least 30 minutes every day. Make a list of conferences and seminars that you want to attend every month. Error 31. Does not change its environment. Your monthly income is the arithmetic average of the income of the 5 people with whom you communicate most closely. Unknown author: at some point in the development of my companies, I realized that I had been standing still for a long time and there had been no changes in my businesses and personal income over the past 2 to 3 years. I started comparing myself to the entrepreneurs I know. Some of them have gone far ahead compared to me in recent years. Then I decided to figure out what the reason was. Maybe they worked in highly growing and profitable industries? I wouldn't say that. Were the market segments they worked in better than mine? Also not a fact. Maybe they worked longer hours than I did? Unlikely. Many of them worked much less than I did, but found time for monthly travel. So what's the matter? I analyzed the reasons for a long time and realized that one thing distinguishes them from me for the most part: this is the environment, the circle of communication. I noticed that all my successful entrepreneurs I know have communicated with successful entrepreneurs like them. Or people with larger businesses and incomes. The people who surrounded me at that moment were the same people who were with me 5 years ago, in the early years of my business. And 10 years ago, even before my company started, they were my environment. They did not allow me to get ahead, limiting my level of development, thinking and lifestyle. I'm not saying these people were bad. No. It's just that we are different, and everyone has their own goals in life. Most of them, having reached a certain level, stop. They don't need any more. Someone is ready to work as an employee all their life, and such a person will never have the mindset of an entrepreneur. I have always wanted to grow and develop further, both as an entrepreneur and as an individual. If you want to change your income, become more successful, change your environment of the 5 people with whom you communicate most often. Then, 5 years ago, I purposefully began to change my social circle. I used every opportunity to get to know people who I liked and were more successful than me. He attended all the conferences on the topic of entrepreneurship and approached the participants and speakers. He joined several business clubs and organizations, wrote emails, invited people to lunches and breakfasts. As a result, my inner circle gradually changed over the course of the year. If you want to change your income, become more successful, change your environment of the 5 people with whom you communicate most often. This does not mean that you should remove your current environment from your life. You just need to spend more time with new people and less with old acquaintances, those who are around you now. If difficult situations arise in life and in business, now turn to people from a new environment for advice. Your old 5 will remain, you will continue to communicate. It's just that now they won't affect you as much as they used to. If you are an entrepreneur, then you are different from 97% of the people around you. You think differently and see the world differently. By surrounding yourself with the same successful entrepreneurs, you get a group of people who understand what you are doing, what motivates you. They won't laugh at your business ideas and will understand your problems. Their advice and opinions are backed up by the real results they have already achieved. Many of them have gone through all the stages that your company may be going through at the moment. They will be able to tell you how to behave better in a given situation. You won't need to learn from your mistakes. The path to success through trial and error is very long. Based on their experience, they will show you which mistakes should be avoided and how to achieve results faster. If you need information or access to a certain person, your environment will help you. This will save you a lot of time and save you a headache. Interestingly, over time, there will come a stage when you realize that you have already outgrown your new environment, and it's time for you to move on, up, and change the 5 people around you again. In this example, the number 5 is, of course, quite conditional. There may be 4 or 8 such people, but not much more. In our modern world, we all suffer from a constant lack of time for high quality and intimate communication. Therefore, a qualitatively high level of mutual openness and trust is possible with no more than 6 or 7 people. The quality of your environment and relationships with other people depend only on you. Don't try to get to know and maintain relationships with as many people as possible. An interesting statistic about the number of people in the inner circle of successful entrepreneurs, millionaires and representatives of the middle class, is given in his book Business Brilliant by American writer Louis Schiff. A typical representative of the middle class, he writes, has an average of 9 people in a close network of contacts, people with whom he discusses business and his joint affairs. Millionaire entrepreneurs have the number of these people equal to 6. And the richer a person is, the fewer such close people around him. For people with a fortune of more than $30 million, the average figure is 4 or 8. Warren Buffett, one of the richest people in the world, says that there are only 2 people in his inner circle. It is better to have less, but better quality. I am often asked the question, where can I find such people? Join business clubs. Go to business conferences and get to know the speakers you like after the speeches. Write to people on Facebook and Twitter. The main thing is to ask. If you don't ask, they won't get to know you themselves. Remember, the quality of your environment and relationships with other people depend only on you. Maybe someday there will come a moment when you will find yourself in a room where all people will be richer and more successful than you. It will be uncomfortable and maybe scary. But imagine what you will learn from these people in an evening and how you will change. You've noticed that I often use the word lists in my book. This is not accidental. All the successful people I know use lists. These can be lists of annual goals, to-dos for today, books to read, countries to visit. Lists organize our thoughts and discipline us. If you want to develop and move forward, then you need to surround yourself with people you want to be like. Make a list of such people and act. A guide to action: make a list of the 5 people in your environment who influence you the most. Calculate their average income. Is this the figure you're aiming for? Write down which of your friends or acquaintances of your friends you consider a successful person and would like to learn from him. Develop an action plan to establish contact with these people. Specific actions: call, send an email, write via Facebook, ask a friend to introduce you to him, invite you for breakfast or a cup of coffee. Error 32. Saves on marketing. Marketing is a game that takes place in the mind of a potential customer. In order to get into consciousness, you need money. And you need money in order to stay conscious after you've penetrated it. Jack Trout, if you are the owner of a company that serves state monopolies, or you have signed a multi-year contract for the construction of infrastructure facilities in our country, then you may not read this chapter. Your company already has reliable and long-term customers, and this is the main thing. I recommend other entrepreneurs to pay attention to the most important component of your business, marketing. One of the most common reasons for the bankruptcy of companies is the lack of a sufficient number of customers. You can build a great working company with a quality product or service. But if you do not have clients, the profit from working with whom pays for your activities, then your company will soon have to close. And no one will care how well you can work and that your product or service is the best on the market. Consider that you have failed to fulfill the most important task in business, to attract a sufficient number of profitable customers. Attracting customers is the main function of marketing. Unfortunately, many entrepreneurs forget about this. They are ready to find money in the company's budget for new office equipment, beautiful furniture or training for staff. For everything except marketing. Each company owner puts his own vision into the concept of marketing. Someone thinks that marketing is only something that is related to advertising in his company. Some refer to the functions of marketing as relations with suppliers and purchases. In order for you and me to speak the same language in this chapter, let's take all the activities aimed at attracting and retaining customers, promoting products, services, and shaping the company's image in the market as marketing. Marketing brings you customers, and the right customers bring you profit, so investing in marketing is one of the most important things in a company's work. I understand that as the owner of a small or medium-sized business, you always operate in conditions of limited financial resources. You are not a huge corporation that does not count either its money or the money of investors and can work for several years without profit, trying various approaches in business. Do not forget what a huge difference there is between the laws of operation of large companies and small businesses. Sometimes you look at a report on the work of a corporation and read something like this: at the same time, the company's activities in the fourth quarter of 2012 became profitable again after a year and a half of losses. That would be like this for us, a year and a half of losses, and at least that. For most small business companies, a couple of quarters without profit is tantamount to death. And I know that you need to save money on everything. But this does not mean that you need to save money on such an important component of the business as marketing. Marketing brings you customers, and the right customers bring you profits. Therefore, investing in marketing is one of the most important things in the company's work. How you manage your marketing budget, how much money you invest, and how you track results directly affects how your company gets new customers, as well as the speed of your business development. When you decide that your business needs to move to a new stage of turnover growth, you must coordinate your strategy with marketing. It is investments in marketing that will be the main driver of the company's turnover and profit growth. You ask, what about sales? The work of the sales department in most cases is only a consequence of the marketing activity of the company, which brings a stream of potential customers to the business. When in my furniture company we decided to actively increase the direction of work with restaurants, bars and cafes, we did not hire sellers in the first place, but increased investments in marketing. Thus, we tested the market to see if there is currently a demand high enough to hire new people. After making sure that the demand for our products is sufficient to hire 3 more sales managers, we decided to increase the staff of the sales department. The classic rule is that you need to spend about 5% of your turnover on all marketing activities, including advertising. No one has cancelled this rule. And it works in most businesses. I think that if those of you who actively spend money on marketing calculate your expenses for this article as a percentage of turnover, then the resulting figure will revolve just around 5%. Now let's talk about how you can choose the most effective and transparent approach to investing money in marketing. Traditionally, many companies still consider marketing to be something ephemeral. The money is going away, and the return on these expenses in the form of profit is unclear. Therefore, the company's management and owners are very reluctant to allocate money for these expenses. I want to make you happy that now the return on investments in almost every marketing article can be measured. To do this, you need to make efforts and implement certain systems and processes in the company. And many managers don't like it. But there is no other way. So, how do you measure the return on investment in marketing? Now the return on investments in almost every marketing article can be measured. The easiest way to measure the costs associated with advertising on the internet. Visitors to your site come to it from search engines, and then call your office, leave requests and subscribe to your products or services. With the help of modern tools, each such action is easy to track, find out the source of a potential client and calculate its cost. There are now a large number of books and courses on this topic. I recommend that you personally delve into the basic points of advertising on the internet so that your marketer or the company you hire to promote your business on the internet does not give you bullshit. For example, industry exhibitions. The impact of participating in them is more difficult to measure than advertising on the internet. But it's also possible. First of all contacts with potential customers should be recorded at the exhibition. Arrange these clients in a separate group. During the year following the exhibition, track the results of work with these companies. Have you signed a contract with them? What net profit did you get from them? And before you invest money in participating in this exhibition next year, look at the return on investment. Is the profit you received from customers who came to you after the exhibition comparable to the cost of it? If so, feel free to participate in the next one. To do all this, you need to get a customer management system, CRM. We talked about this in Chapter 28. My furniture and landscaping companies have an annual experience of participating in an exhibition dedicated to commercial real estate. The companies that own shopping malls under construction are exhibited there. For both companies, this customer segment is one of the most important. After the first 3 years of participation, we saw the same result. One signed contract in the first 2 months after the end of the exhibition beats off all expenses for it. The contracts concluded in the following months already bring a net profit. Now we don't even have a shadow of a doubt whether to participate in this exhibition or not. Every year after the end of the exhibition, we immediately book a stand for the next one. But this does not mean that we have stopped counting the return on investment. There is a separate group of clients in our CRM system. In the card of such a client, in the source section, there is the name of the exhibition and the year of participation. By setting a filter on the source of the client's receipt and on all contracts concluded during the year, we can see at any time how much profit each exhibition has brought us. Thus, by measuring the return on investment in marketing, you will understand which channel brings you the largest number of profitable customers. When you find the most effective channel, first of all reallocate the bulk of the budget there. Do this until you realize that you have hit the ceiling and every additional ruble of investment in advertising no longer brings you profit. Then you connect another marketing channel. You measure, keep track of when you reach the maximum budget. And you do the same with the next source of receiving customers. Before the heyday of online advertising, my furniture company used about 10 sources to attract customers. This, direct mailing of product catalogs, fax mailings to restaurants, bars and cafes, 3 industry exhibitions in Moscow per year, 2 regional industry exhibitions, participation in thematic conferences with the purchase of a sponsorship package to distribute our catalogs to all participants, contextual advertising on the internet, banner advertising on the internet. As a result, we came to the conclusion that it is cheaper to attract customers through contextual advertising on the internet. Now we direct the vast majority of the marketing budget there. We have abandoned almost all other methods of attraction. Some of them are already outdated at the moment, but this does not mean that we have stopped and calmed down. The marketing service of our company is constantly in search of new sources of customers. It is very dangerous to depend on a single channel for potential customers. Perhaps the only item of expenditure that I do not support in small and medium-sized businesses is image advertising. This includes advertising on billboards on the street, as well as advertising in industry and business media. Until you have exhausted all the possibilities of investing in advertising, from which there is a direct return in the form of new potential customers coming to you, I suggest that you do not use image advertising. Let large international and Russian corporations spend money on this. When forming advertising budgets, completely different laws apply there. Finally, I have a simple question for you. If you don't spend money on marketing, where will you get new customers? Yes, you may have an abundance of customers right now, or a big contract has been signed. But think about the future. Your task is to make your income predictable. And marketing is your main assistant in this. Invest a little money in different channels to attract potential customers. Measure the results. Repeat the process. Both the constant flow of customers and the stability of your business are ensured. A guide to action: if you do not have a marketing manager on staff, review the salary fund in your company and decide when you can afford to hire such a specialist. Hire only practitioners. During the interview, ask candidates to tell you how they measured the return on marketing investments in previous jobs. Let them show you concrete examples with numbers. Before investing money in any marketing campaign or advertising campaign, make a tool for calculating the return on invested funds. As a result, you should clearly understand how much profit you get per ruble of marketing investments. Error 33. Does without a mentor. The teacher comes when the student is ready. Oriental wisdom: business is like a sport. There is also a competition between teams, companies and athletes, entrepreneurs. In business, as in sports, you are awarded points and points. Only the market and your customers do this in the form of paying money. Here, as in sports, there is a scoreboard showing the current account. This is the money in the company's checking account, sales volumes, and your net profit. There is a coach behind every successful athlete. Can you imagine a successful athlete or team without a coach? I think not. There is a coach behind every successful athlete. We know the names of all the famous coaches of football and hockey teams as well as the names of the athletes themselves. These are the mentors of athletes that every team in the world dreams of getting. Their salaries are measured in millions of dollars a year. Why does an athlete need a coach? Only he, by virtue of his experience and knowledge, can move an athlete forward, develop his skills. He sees from the side the mistakes of the athlete and what he lacks to win. The coach disciplines the player. In business, the role of a coach is performed by a mentor. Where would the first rackets of the world, the Williams sisters, be if their father had not seen the girls' talent for playing tennis and would not have coached them? At the same time, they were his fourth and fifth daughters. Richard Williams was not a member of the Millionaires Club. For him the costs of lawn tennis were significant. He owned a small private company. However, the gift of foresight and the talent of the coach helped my father to raise two brilliant athletes. Since ancient times, successful people have understood the importance of having an experienced teacher and mentor. The great commander Alexander the Great had the best possible mentor of that time, Aristotle. When the question arose about who would be his son's teacher, King Philip did not hesitate to choose the best teacher he knew. He sent an invitation to Aristotle to the island of Lesbos and received the philosopher's consent. Alexander learned about other countries from Aristotle, and his character hardened. The young man risked becoming a commander and conquering half the world. Working with a mentor is getting out of your comfort zone, setting limits to yourself. Once you have opened your company, you have to start making a lot of decisions. But you don't necessarily have to do everything yourself, without any outside help. Yes, you are the only one responsible for all your decisions in the company, but it is better for you to consult with a mentor to make them. For some reason, it is not customary in Russian business to look for a mentor. In our culture, the habit of achieving everything on your own, as they say, with your mind, has taken root. Everyone wants to walk a long and thorny path to the top of success on their own. But with a mentor, you move much faster. This is a proven fact. Another reason why entrepreneurs are not looking for a mentor. Those who started their business are undoubtedly strong personalities. It can be difficult for such a person to listen to the opinions of people around. It's hard to admit your mistakes. Working with a mentor is getting out of your comfort zone, setting limits to yourself. And how we don't like being limited. Here's what the famous business philosopher and entrepreneur Jim Rohn wrote about his mentor, who changed his whole life. From the very beginning of my work, he asked me about the results and the numbers. He asked, how many books have you read in the last 90 days? I replied, 0. Not a very good number. How many lectures and seminars have you attended in the last 6 months to learn something new? 0. Not a very good number. In the last 6 years of work, how much money have you saved and invested? 0. Not a very good number. Then my teacher said, Mr. Ron, if these numbers don't change, your life won't change. But if you start increasing these numbers, it's most likely that the whole world will change for you. Both in life and in business, you need someone who will regularly ask you about your numbers. Who will ask unpleasant questions. Who can be suitable for you as a mentor and where can I find him? A mentor is a successful person. He has already passed the path in the business that you are going to go through. He's already made a lot of mistakes that you're just about to make. If you turn to him for help, he will help you avoid them. This is a person who is ready to help you develop and grow both in business and personally. Why do you need a mentor? He will look at you and your business from the outside and see what you will not see. Will monitor your progress towards goals. If you don't have them yet, then look at chapter 2 of this book again. Will guide you on your entrepreneurial path. Will set you new goals that you would not dare to set yourself, and will pull you towards them. When you are looking for a mentor in business, pay attention to the following qualities that he should have. He is already an established entrepreneur and has achieved serious success in his business. The turnover of his business is at least 5 times the turnover of your company. He is ready to take you out of your comfort zone. He is ready to share his experience and help you. He must be a person you can completely trust. All other things being equal, choose a mentor who is older than you. After I got a mentor, my annual income increased 2.5 times in the first year. And how many stupid and failed business decisions I managed to avoid, thanks to his advice. How to work with a mentor and behave with him. Be as organized and open as possible when passing information about your business to your mentor. Respect his time. His time is probably much more expensive than yours. Adjust to the meeting time convenient for him. Set the time and place of the meeting in advance. Meet with him at least once a month so that he can see the progress in the development of your business and your personal development. Be realistic in your expectations of working with a mentor. Don't expect him to run your business for you and make key decisions for you. You are the only one responsible for your decisions. Do not forget to thank your mentor for the time he gives you and his advice. Maintain feedback in the form of regular emails with interim results throughout the month. Always record the results of your meetings and a list of actions for the near future, on which you will report to your mentor at the next meeting. Invite a mentor to the board of directors of your company. Where can I find a mentor? Look around you. Communicate more. Celebrate those people whose successes you admire. Get in touch with them. Look for meetings with them at conferences and other business events. Write to them via Facebook and Twitter. As soon as you set yourself the goal of finding such people, believe me, these people will instantly appear in your life. A guide to action: write a list of people you admire in business and want them to be your mentors. Find their contacts in open sources and write them a letter with an offer to become your mentor. Check the dates of the upcoming industry and business conferences on the internet. Register for them and pay for participation. While attending conferences, note which of the speakers you like and fits the criteria of a mentor for you. After the performance, go up to them and get to know them. Error 34. Does not manage his time. Truly great is the man who has managed to master his time. He see it is shameless not to go, but to rush with the flow and in the maelstrom of affairs ask, taken aback, how did I get here? Lucius Aeus Seneca. I think most of you will find this situation familiar. A new working day begins. In the morning or in the evening, you have written down your day plan and to-do list in a paper diary or electronic calendar, whichever you like. You arrive at the office, turn on your computer, open your email. You start reading letters and answering them. In parallel, office and mobile phones are ringing, colleagues and employees approach you with questions. You don't even have time to notice it's lunchtime. Finally, you can take a break, and after lunch, deal with those urgent matters that you have as a result of meetings, letters and calls made this morning. At the end of the day, you look at your to-do list and realize that very little or nothing has been done. Don't worry, you're not the only one. According to statistics, most managers manage to do a maximum of 30% of their planned tasks in a day. The job of an entrepreneur is not to spend his days responding to external stimuli. Many people will tell me, but this is the job. No, my dears. The job of an entrepreneur is not to spend his days responding to external stimuli, letters from employees, calls from customers and partners. The job of an entrepreneur is to organize work and manage changes in the company that are aimed at achieving the success of the company and yours personally. Yes, at the beginning of the entrepreneurial path, when building and developing a company, you will have to do everything yourself. Replies to emails, calls and meetings with clients cannot be avoided. Strive to escape from the daily maelstrom as quickly as possible. The problem is that even when the company already has employees, the business owner continues to waste his time inefficiently and is not doing his job. What is the job of an entrepreneur? How to achieve efficiency? Maybe we plan too much for ourselves and need to set fewer tasks for the day? There are several basic elements of work that consume almost all of our time: meetings, calls, and emails. Let's take each of them apart. Get to know them better. They are the enemies of your entrepreneurial efficiency. The fewer emails you write, the less you receive. Email. Email is the most important enemy of an entrepreneur. Never reply to emails online. Every time you respond to a message about the arrival of an email and start reading it, you are distracted from other work and lose at least 10 minutes. Then you have to delve into the essence of the issue that you dealt with before the letter arrived. Set aside a well-defined time during the day for checking mail and answering emails. I do this 3 times. From 11 to 12 o'clock, at 16 o'clock and the last time, before leaving work, at 19 or 20 o'clock. A good rule for working with mail: the fewer letters you write yourself, the less you receive. Before you sit down to write a letter, think about whether it is necessary to write it at all. Maybe just come up and solve the issue during the conversation, or write an SMS, or make a call. It's much faster. If you reduce the volume of your correspondence by at least 20%, you will receive a large number of additional working days per year. For example, if you write about 50 emails a day, that's 10 days. And if it's 100, then as many as 20. This is practically 1 extra month per year. And you don't have to spend it on work. You can just relax these days. In order for the recipients of your letters to better understand what you want from them, change the quality of your letters using the following simple rules. The title of the letter should reflect the main topic of the message. Never send emails without a subject. If the meaning of the letter changes as a result of the correspondence, change the subject in the reply. Be brief. People don't read long letters. The subject of the letter and what you want from the recipient should be disclosed in the first lines. At the end of the letter, before your signature, there should always be a call to action. Before copying a person, think carefully about why you are doing this, whether he needs to be aware of this letter. Before sending an email, always check the text for errors and inaccuracies. Remember, you are primarily an entrepreneur, not an email operator. Meetings agree only to those meetings that will really move you forward towards achieving your goals. It is better to set aside certain days a week for meetings and insist that they meet with you on these days. For example, Monday is my meeting day with all employees. Wednesday and Thursday morning, with partners in all companies, and the afternoon, with clients. Before each meeting, always formulate its purpose. Ask yourself the question, what result do I want to achieve as a result of this meeting? After the meeting, ask yourself the question, have I achieved what I wanted? Agree only to those meetings that will really move you forward towards achieving your goals. Phone calls. If your current job allows you, I recommend that you do not answer calls on your mobile and keep the phone in silent mode. Once an hour or two, check who called you and answer missed calls, allocating a certain amount of time for this. This way, just like when working with mail, you will not be interrupted. You will be able to do important things without being distracted. And you'll save a lot of time. It is also important for an entrepreneur to know what he should not do, as well as what he needs to spend time and effort on. Before you take on any business, agree to a meeting, answer a letter and a call, ask yourself a question, what am I going to do now? Will it lead me to realize my goals? You must clearly understand your company's goals for the year and quarter and make decisions based on them. Goals serve as a kind of filter for you to select all incoming offers. How do I set company goals? Conduct annual and quarterly planning sessions with partners and colleagues. Make plans and follow them. There is nothing great here. In all my companies, I use the concept of the top 5 for the year and quarter. These are the 5 main tasks that will bring the company as close to success as possible this quarter and year. And then it turns out the following. The goal filter starts working, through which you sift through the entire incoming flow of information, calls, emails and meeting offers. For example, one of the top 5 tasks in this quarter is to reorganize the sales department. This task includes such time-consuming tasks as recruiting new employees, organizing trainings for them, writing department work regulations, developing a new motivation system and other similar tasks that require time. You open your email and see that your supplier offers you to meet and discuss current business, sales volumes, discounts and working conditions. What to do? Cancel the meeting, reschedule it, or delegate it to someone. Your time is limited. You can achieve your main goals for the year and quarter only by giving up on other things. You have to make your own rules of communication. Yes, as a result of applying these approaches, you will seem to many to be not a very pleasant and unresponsive person. If you are still in doubt, then ask yourself the question, do you want to please everyone or be a successful entrepreneur? Unfortunately, both are impossible at the same time. A guide to action: attend courses or read a book about time management. Develop a methodology for managing your time that is right for you, based on the specifics of your work. Try not to reply to email and mobile phone in real time for at least one day. See what happens. Gradually accustom your environment to your time management rules. Error 35. Focus is on the product, not the customer. When a customer enters my store, forget me. He is the king. John Wanamaker. Many entrepreneurs believe that if they offer a high-quality service or product, then their office will have a long queue of customers. Therefore, the focus of their attention becomes the development of the best, in their opinion, product. All attention is focused on quality and continuous improvement. What's wrong with that? You ask. The fact is that, deeply immersed in product improvement, such businessmen forget to listen to the opinion of customers. It doesn't occur to anyone to ask users exactly what level of quality they need, whether they use all the existing options. Often, such companies remember about customers only when faced with a drop or lack of demand. How is that? The owners and developers are perplexed. We have offered a product of such a high level, and the market is sleeping. Entrepreneurs begin to blame the market, which has not yet matured, and customers for their lack of education and lack of understanding of the happiness of working with their company. They resemble unsuccessful screenwriters who accuse directors and viewers of bad taste and idolatry to Hollywood consumer goods. Designers can also scold customers who prefer clothes from chain brands to their creative finds. You can endlessly advocate for a healthy diet, but people love Big Macs. Give customers what they want to buy, not what you think they need to sell. But no matter how much you complain, such companies have only 2 ways of development. Close down or start listening to the opinions of customers and customers. The third way of development has the right to exist only if we are talking about such giants as Apple Corporation. Only corporations can create new markets and can convince customers to buy something they have never had before. Remember the advent of the iPad. Did you immediately understand what you can do with it? Why do you need this giant pseudo-telephone? It's a subcomputer. In this book, we deal with the rules by which small and medium-sized businesses operate. Give customers what they want to buy, not what you think they need to sell. Ask customers what they need. Even if we believe that our product is better or more interesting than our competitors. Only the customer can decide what they will buy. I was convinced of the validity of these words a few years ago from my own experience. After the 2008 crisis and the change in the exchange rate against the ruble, most of our customers could only afford Russian-made furniture. We persuaded them, explained that buying foreign furniture would eventually be more profitable, since it would last longer than ours. That the furniture design will attract more visitors to their hotel or restaurant. But it was all useless. We realized that the quality of the goods we need to work with is determined by the customer, not the seller, and gave up, switching to cheap furniture models. I really love Italian and Spanish furniture, but the profit and success of my company are more important. Now sales of Russian furniture account for about 90% of my company's turnover. A vivid example of the ability to listen to customers is the restaurant business. For this reason, this market is one of the riskiest. Approximately 250 restaurants in Moscow are closed annually, and about 300 new ones are opened instead. And so it goes from year to year. It is extremely difficult to specify clear criteria for why one turned out to be successful, and his twin brother on the next street was closed. Many restaurants do not want to go, as they say, on the customer's lead. They come up with authors' projects and in practice they can rarely find enough audience for the institution to flourish. At the same time, there are kitchens that are win-win loved. An example of this is beer restaurants with broadcasts of football matches or restaurants with Caucasian cuisine. They gather much more guests than restaurants of the author's cuisine, for example, Middle Eastern cuisine. Most of the long-lived restaurants in Moscow are pubs. From the very first day of the company's operation, you should receive feedback from customers. I'm writing this chapter in a restaurant. I ordered an unusual ice cream, with green tea and eucalyptus. I didn't like it. Then the waiter asked in detail what exactly was wrong with the ice cream. A great example of collecting feedback. Especially if the waiter sends my wishes directly to the cook. You must make sure that from the first day of the company's operation, you receive feedback from customers. All means of collecting information are good. In all my companies, it is customary to record all conversations with clients. We listen to recordings once a week to understand exactly what customers need. Through the CRM system, we analyze the reasons for rejections of purchases and cases of return of goods. The sales manager cannot close the deal and transfer it to the rejected contracts section until he signs the reason for the refusal in a special field of the CRM system. Analyzing the reasons for failed transactions, we adjust the company's work to customer requests. We are ready to meet them halfway in almost everything, whenever possible. Most likely, you've heard about the Flickr photo storage service. Did you know that this startup started as a platform for online computer games? The developers closely monitored the behavior of their users and drew attention to the fact that they like to store screenshots from the screen during games and even their personal photos in their profiles. The site began to promote the option of storing photos and quickly turned into a popular resource. Facebook bought the service not so long ago. However, most current Flickr users no longer know that computer game lovers used to live here. I wonder if the service would have survived if it had remained a place for games? If the creators of Flickr dictated to customers their ideas about beauty, and did not follow their interest, it is not enough just to collect feedback from customers and analyze it. The results obtained should transform the company and its offerings. Perhaps this way you will have new products and offers. Or even whole directions. Clients of my furniture company often said that it would be useful for them to see how our furniture would look in their premises. We listened to them. Now a designer is working on the staff. The client sends us a room plan for a restaurant, bar or cafe, and the designer makes sketches of the professional arrangement of our furniture in this space, taking into account that it is possible to seat as many customers as possible. This service is in great demand. We offer it for free as an additional way to convince the client to buy furniture in our company. If you want to build a successful company, do not create it to satisfy your own ambitions, and in order to make your customers satisfied and happy. Respect their opinion, at least for the reason that the customers are not you. They can think completely differently than the creators of the brand, and they have the right to do so. This is the only way to build profitable and successful companies. Profit is the main goal of any company, but profit is the result of the fact that you have served a sufficient number of customers. Here I would like to quote the words of Peter Drucker. When asked what a business is, an ordinary businessman, as a rule, answers, an organization that should make a profit. An ordinary economist is likely to answer the same way: bring maximum profit. But such an answer is not only wrong, but generally harmful. To understand what a business is, we need to start by understanding its purpose. The purpose of the business should not exist in the business itself. There is only one logical definition of a business goal: creating a customer. It is the consumer who determines the essence of the business. It is his willingness to pay for a good or service that turns economic resources into wealth, and things into goods. What the consumer buys, what has the highest value for him, is not a product. He acquires usefulness, i.e., those useful qualities that his product or service provides. Create value for customers in your business and get a profitable company. A guide to action: set up all possible ways to receive feedback from customers in your company. Analyze the information received from customers on a weekly basis and adopt an action plan for changes to meet the emerging needs of customers. Analyze all the customers who have made purchases from you in the last quarter. Identify the main reasons why they decided to buy from your company. Focus on this property of your product or offer. Error 36. Builds processes in the company so that it is convenient for accounting, not for customers. Debit and credit do not converge, but a person will always converge with a person. From the aphorisms about accountants, how often do you see a sales manager asking an accountant to urgently make documents for a client? The accountant will not even raise an eyebrow. They are very busy, he says, there is no time, they work with the tax service, prepare an annual report and the like, important and urgent. I would like to remind all accountants that their work belongs to the auxiliary processes in the company. Every accounting employee should know that his functions are costs for the company, not a source of profit. Of course, you can't do without accounting statements. But it is not she who brings the money, but other divisions of the company. Accordingly, colleagues from the accounting department need to be set up for cooperation and any assistance they can provide in working with clients. In our country, a huge army of accountants is a feature of the tax system in Russia. In the USA and in many Western European countries, for example, only one accountant is needed to service a company out of 100 people, while we have as many as 5. And even then, sometimes 5 are missing. I'm not saying that some tax systems allow all reporting, including primary documents, to be submitted electronically. This is an unattainable dream for Russian entrepreneurs. Following the simplification of the financial reporting system, the halo of importance and sacredness of accounting services will disappear. In the meantime, the office with the sign accounting is surrounded by such honor and awe that it is even ridiculous. This happens because the words balance, wiring, balance and other terms beloved by accountants arouse respect among some businessmen, since they did not bother to understand financial processes. To feel confident in the society of accountants, first of all I recommend that all entrepreneurs take basic accounting courses. Then you will be able to speak the same language with the accountant. There is another important psychological aspect. In many companies, accountants still give out salaries and cash for expenses. The person who gives out money automatically gets a kind of psychological advantage and some semblance of power. Think about it. Remember that every employee in the company must understand that the most important thing for a business is customers. They pay their salaries by transferring money for goods and services to the company's account. An accountant, among other things, must respect all clients and realize how much work the company and employees had to do to get each client. Accountants should also understand that the process of working with a client does not end with the shipment of goods or the provision of services to him. Your company's work with the client does not end there, and it is very important not to relax here. It often happens that the impression of a company can be spoiled at the last stage of document exchange. If a conflict occurs at this stage, no one will remember later how well and professionally your company's specialists worked, how they beat all competitors and concluded a deal at the best price for the client. Everyone will remember only the last unpleasant incident and judge your company as a whole based on it. Do you remember the voiceover in the famous Soviet TV series 17 Moments of Spring? Stierlitz knew that the last phrase is best remembered. Make sure that the most recent contact with a client in your company does not spoil the impression of you. A guide to action: define the rules of accounting with the company's employees. Write the rules for the work of accounting staff with clients and contractors. Hang a piece of paper at their workplaces with a memo for accountants about which phrases should never be used in communication with clients. Give this chapter to your chief accountant and accounting staff to read. Smile. Error 37. Believes that production is more important than trade. Let's do our own thing, including contraceptives. Ours are ugly, but more durable and reliable. Vladimir Zhirinovsky. Most small business entrepreneurs dream of moving from trade to production. Many people think that, having earned a profit in the first years of work, they will invest it in creating their own production and finally start doing real business. Some entrepreneurs believe that only by producing something, they are engaged in real business. You often hear such words addressed to yourself: you are merchants. Manufacturing is really a real business. It is especially surprising that in recent years many people have been running around with the concept of domestic manufacturer and give it an aura of some kind of heroism. If you have set up a factory in Russia, then you are an entrepreneur, a hero and the pride of the country. But business in almost all sectors has long become international. The concept of Russian manufacturer can only be based on belonging to the territory. Who should be considered a Russian manufacturer now? The company that pays taxes in Russia, or the one that uses Russian materials? In most industries from completely different segments and niches, components and raw materials from different countries are used, while in Russia only assembly is carried out. Conversely, many industries, for example, food products, under Russian brands located in our country, belong to global foreign corporations. The profits from the activities of these companies end up in the pockets of foreign shareholders. They give jobs to our country and pay taxes here. We also had a dream to become Russian manufacturers with our partners in the lighting business. We really wanted to show everyone that we can produce lamps in Russia as well as Italians, Spaniards, and Germans. After visiting a sufficient number of small European factories, we saw that this is not rocket science. Behind the thick, beautifully designed catalogs are ordinary people in sometimes very small and not presentable rooms where products are made. After looking at all this and studying foreigners, we decided to become factory owners in Russia too. Stop supporting a foreign manufacturer, we decided. We will create jobs in Russia and build production facilities. We decided to produce decorative lamps, table lamps, sconces and floor lamps, which will be used in hotels and restaurants. It took us about a year to purchase machines, hire and train staff, and design collections of lamps. Then the most interesting thing began. No matter how hard we tried, no matter how we optimized the costs and cost of purchasing materials, the price of our products was still close in value to European analogs. As a result, we had a full-fledged full-cycle production for 2.5 years. And then we decided that it was easiest to order products and components on the side. At the moment, the company still has design and sales functions, and we have abandoned the dream of becoming a fully Russian production company. Now our production has developed collections and knowledge of how and where to produce these products. We place orders at contract manufacturing facilities in Europe and Asia. We partially do the assembly in Russia. We still sell our products under our Russian brand. We really wanted to show everyone that we can produce lamps in Russia as well as Italians, Spaniards, and Germans. Now let's talk about money and look at the leading participants from the Forbes list. Most of them have earned their fortunes outside of manufacturing. This applies to all young people without exception, under 40 years old, the participants of the list, except those who inherited their fortune. Mostly money earned from investments, information technology, real estate and retail. What do they own? This is the development, sale and implementation of software, Microsoft and Oracle. The internet business is Amazon, Google, and Facebook. Retail, Walmart. Investments, Berkshire Hathaway. Among the participating manufacturing companies, there are only huge enterprises that have been created for generations. In the unstable economic situation in our country, where capitalism has existed for only 20 years and the future of the economy is uncertain, I would not make a long-term bet on the manufacturing business. Even the famous Apple company owns only factories for the production of special glass. And all products are assembled at contract factories in China and other countries. The main tasks of a modern successful company are design, innovation, marketing and sales. Markets are changing very fast now. If your product and service are no longer needed by anyone or the market has become small, then you need to close the company or reformat its work to a new market. It is very difficult with production. People, rental of premises, machine tools, leftovers and stocks of materials, you can't get rid of it so easily. Closing production is a very expensive business. It is especially difficult for those manufacturers who create a fairly simple product in a highly competitive market. It is not difficult for a professional purchasing manager to push several manufacturing companies together in a tender and squeeze the most out of them. Often, as a result, such orders are taken only in order to load production, that is, to pay people a salary, and to have enough for rent. In this case, the owner of the production does not even dream of profit. What is most appreciated now is not your property in the form of factories and machine tools, but knowledge of what the market wants and the ability to adapt to the needs and desires of customers. I will give you an example in the furniture industry in the niche of cheap hotel furniture. My company works with many manufacturers from this industry. The products here do not have a unique design. An experienced buyer will quickly deduce for himself the minimum price that he can squeeze out of the manufacturer. Having distributed the same technical specifications for furniture to all factories, while understanding how much the materials cost, furniture plate, fittings, he already dictates prices. The only option here is to reduce the cost of furniture and get involved in a price war with manufacturers like you. Another option is to have so many potential customers that a certain part of them will be ready to buy from you not because of the price, but because of the unique furniture design, service, or the ability of your employees to sell. Here, factory owners should already begin to develop marketing and sales skills in addition to production competencies. But in most cases, he simply does not have enough time for this, since production issues need to be resolved. We have long since moved from the age of industrialization and machines to the age of information. What is most appreciated now is not your property in the form of factories and machine tools, but knowledge of what the market wants and the ability to adapt to the needs and desires of customers. It is now possible to produce almost any product at third-party factories. The main question facing an entrepreneur is not how to produce this product, but whether this product is needed by the market and how to promote and sell it. A guide to action. If you want to open a production facility, then think about why you personally need it. Do you want to feel important as a production owner? Do you really like to delve into production processes, and does it give you pleasure? Before investing money in production, see if it is possible to place an order for this product in Europe or Asia. Compare the cost. It may turn out that it is easier to order production on the side than to do it yourself in Russia. If you have opened a production facility, get ready for the fact that you personally will have to delve into all the details of the process. In the first year, you literally have to live in production. Error 38. Confuses entrepreneurship and self-employment. Entrepreneurs don't do most of the work. They identify problems, find opportunities, and then build processes and systems that allow other people to do the work. Mike Michalowicz. What does the entrepreneur's path most often look like? As a rule, people come to their business after they have worked for hire and gained work experience in their specialty. Accordingly, they open a business in the same industry in which they worked as specialists. As a result, a novice entrepreneur opens a company and initially performs the same work as he did before for hire. A web designer creates a website design studio, a consultant creates a consulting company, a civil engineer creates an engineering company, and so on. It is extremely important to gradually move from self-employment to real entrepreneurship when developing your business. What is the difference between entrepreneurship and self-employment? Self-employment. Self-employment is when your income is made up of the work you personally do. Even if it is within the framework of your own business. In this case, your income depends on you personally, on how much and intensively you work. Accordingly, earnings are limited by your time and physical capabilities. In any case, no matter how hard you try, working 14 hours all 7 days a week is the maximum you can do. With such a schedule, you won't be enough for a long time. I think after a year of such a load, no one will want any business. And few people's health will allow them to work so intensively. There is only one way out, to hire people and share some of the responsibilities with them. Hiring people is only the first step on the path to entrepreneurship. Quite a large number of small business companies cannot operate without their owner. To understand whether you are an entrepreneur or trapped in self-employment, answer these two questions for yourself. 1. If I don't go to work tomorrow, will my company stop working? 2. How many days will my company work without my presence? Quite a large number of small business companies cannot operate without their owner. Unfortunately, most entrepreneurs can afford a maximum of 2 weeks vacation, and even then with a computer in their arms. When they return from vacation, they usually find their company in a worse state than before the vacation. And they understand that you can't leave your business for a long time. And everything starts all over again. To keep the business going, you work harder and harder. I really respect such dedication, especially since you cannot avoid it at the initial stage of the business. This state of affairs is nothing more than a self-employment trap. Remember that you need to become a real entrepreneur. This is your goal, entrepreneurship. What is entrepreneurship? There are many different definitions of this concept. I see entrepreneurship in the following way. Entrepreneurship is the creation of a company or tool that brings income to its owner on a regular basis and works without his participation. In my understanding, a company is such a machine or system that constantly produces money for its owner. From the role of a specialist who, at the beginning of his entrepreneurial career, serves clients and does the work himself, you should gradually move into the role of the owner of the company. You need to gradually spend more and more time working on business rather than in business. By working on the business, you are building a system that supports itself and works without you. A company is a kind of machine or system that constantly produces money for its owner. Building a system. How difficult is it to build such a system? To create such a company or system, an entrepreneur does not necessarily need to have a sharp mind, education, or a bright and interesting idea. From the very beginning, imagine your company as a machine that you need to design and create. It always consists of certain parts, the main functions of which are to sell a product or service to a customer, then invest the money received in development and launch a new sales cycle. The money that remains after that is paid to the owner in the form of profit. One of the main features of such a machine is its operation and result, which are predictable to a certain extent. The more accurately you can predict the outcome of the company you have created, the more stable and successful your business will be. Let's look at examples of several models of such machines. A company operating in the fast food industry. In a simplified version, such a machine consists of a room where food is sold. Customers come into the room and pay money for food. You use this money to buy groceries, pay rent, taxes, and staff salaries. You also incur marketing expenses to attract customers, and keep records of incoming and outgoing money. All that remains after expenses is the income of the owner of such a car. This is how the machine works: an internet search engine that sells ads. A website on the internet finds information for users. Manufacturers and sellers of goods and services pay the site to display their ads when a visitor searches for their products through a search engine. From the money received from advertising, the site owner pays for services, equipment for storing and processing data, technical support for the site's activities, and staff who keep records and taxes. All that remains is given to the business owner. These two companies are just some of the many examples of different types of business machines. Now look at the difference between a system machine company and a company where you play the role of self-employed. Everything here depends on you personally, and the company's clients do not bring money to the company, but to you personally. The company employs assistants to whom you pay money and try to keep something for yourself. Yes, your company does not have employees, but assistants. Now this car has one part that cannot be changed. It's you. Rid the company of itself, and the most important thing. You have to rid the company of yourself. You should set up all processes so that the company can work without you. This, of course, will not happen in a moment. But you need to gradually reduce the percentage of time you spend working in business. You need to increase the percentage of time when you are working on business. A real entrepreneur should ideally bring this ratio to 80-20. When you spend 20% of your time doing some kind of operational work in the company, and the remaining 80% of your time dealing with strategic issues, studying the prospects of the industry and the market or your other businesses, which you finally have time to create smiles. The system of work in the company has already been established in such a way that you can choose what you do in your business. Or even completely move away from operational matters. There may be different options here. Many entrepreneurs I know could completely step away from managing work in a company. But they like to do it, delve into the individual components of the business. This does not mean that they personally do some work. They just like a certain area of the overall process. For example, I love marketing and constantly delve into all marketing processes in my companies. They discuss in detail the advertising budget, approaches to advertising on the internet, and approve various marketing activities. It gives me pleasure. Some of my partners like to communicate with clients and want to delve into all the processes of working with large clients in their company. For example, I don't like it. It's good when the system of work in the company is already set up so that you can choose what you do in your business. Or even completely move away from operational matters. Maybe that's also why the most successful entrepreneurs I know have never worked for hire for a single day. They did not transfer their professional work experience to the business and immediately looked at their company from the position of the owner. Be prepared for the fact that building a company is not so easy. The creation of a company is somewhat similar to the process of raising children. In principle, everyone knows how it is done, they have seen and read books about it. But understanding how to do it correctly comes only during the process itself. Remember that entrepreneurship is the achievement of success by the hands of other people with the help of a system you have built. A guide to action: evaluate your current position in the business. Do you consider yourself a self-employed person or an entrepreneur? Why? Keep time of the day during the working week. Calculate how much time you work in business and on business. Start planning your days so that you gradually spend more time working on the business. Write down what steps you need to take to make your company's work less dependent on your participation. Which of the functions that you are currently performing are you ready to transfer to current and new employees? Make calculations on whether your company will make a profit if you replace yourself completely with hired staff. If not, what needs to be done to make the company profitable without your participation in its work? Error 39. Does not focus. People who achieve high results guard the gates of their minds with special diligence. They focus only on what is really important to them. As a result, they manage to do extraordinary things in the same amount of time that the average person spends on ordinary everyday affairs. Brian Tracy: the moment you open a company, you will have an inexhaustible stream of things to do. An entrepreneur always has something to do. Problems and tasks look at you from every corner every day. In the flow of business, it is important to be able to choose the one that will bring you success and move the company forward. Probably, the main task of an entrepreneur is to look at a huge number of possible tasks every day, choose the one that will have the maximum impact on achieving the company's goals, and focus on it. The main difference between a startup company and a mature business is that a project within a large company or in an understandable market has time. Young businesses have very limited time and money. You have a short period of time in which you must prove to the market and your investors, if you have any, the viability of the chosen business model. This is what all your activities should be aimed at, and forget about the rest for now. The only proof of the success of your development at the initial stage for most markets is getting customers who pay you regularly, make a profit, and who are satisfied with your work as a result. Focus all the efforts of the company and yours personally on this. I would break down the task of getting profitable customers and the flow of money into 4 main components. Creating a flow of potential customers. This can be attracting subscribers to your service, buyers of your service, goods through advertising on the internet or through calls from your sellers. Working with the customer base and CRM will help you here, see Chapter 28. Converting potential customers into buyers. At this stage, you will just test whether the market needs your product or service. Have you chosen the optimal price-quality ratio to attract enough customers? High-quality execution. It is very important here, after receiving money from the buyer, to provide him with a service or to deliver the goods exactly on time with acceptable service. As a result, you will get a satisfied customer who will come back to you again and recommend your company to other people, receiving full payment for your goods or services. This is also an important point. It concerns businesses where customers do not pay the entire amount immediately, but part of the money is deferred. You need to set up the process of collecting money from customers in such a way that the current debts of customers are as small as possible. Many companies, especially at a time of rapid growth, forget about this and remain without money. See Chapter 24 about the cash flow of your business. In the next stages of business development, when you already have a customer base and have worked out all the processes of doing business, you cannot relax. Constantly look for and find points of application of efforts, the results of which will lead you to additional profit. Constantly ask yourself the question, what should I do today to achieve my long-term business goals? An example of clear and focused goals for a quarter could be, for example, increase the number of calls from new customers per day to 50, conclude a distribution contract with X, Y and Z, achieve the cost of obtaining a potential client in rubles. One of the goals, to achieve the amount of concluded contracts for plant maintenance and the amount of 1 million rubles per month, was once in front of my landscaping company. Service contracts for our business mean a constant and predictable inflow of money. This is what was especially important to achieve in the early years of the company. We understood that our specific daily regular actions, which sales managers should focus on, would lead to achieving this goal. Here's what the breakdown of this annual goal into quarters, weeks, and daily tasks look like. Annual goal. To achieve monthly payments of 1 million rubles for plant maintenance. The goal for the quarter: each sales manager must hold at least 10 meetings with potential customers for the service and make 15 commercial offers for them. Not all offers could end in a meeting. The achievement of this indicator was checked at the end of each quarter through CRM. A bonus was paid to the sales manager for achieving the planned value of these indicators. During the weekly sales department meeting on Monday, we discuss everyone's tasks for the week. At these meetings, a separate time was devoted to discussing potential plant service contracts with managers. Also, who has and how many meetings and commercial offers for the service are scheduled for the current week. This information was then recorded on a special board along with other company indicators. This way of controlling progress towards the goal of service contracts made the work of all employees clear and transparent. We all understood what we needed to focus our efforts on. By the way, such billboards, where we record weekly digital performance indicators, are hanging in all my companies. All employees see every day what the focus of their work is, their results and progress. It's incredibly motivating for the staff. An example of the annual goal of my furniture company in the first year of operation is to conclude at least 5 contracts for the equipment of chain hotels. We needed to build a reputation as a supplier of hotels operated by international operators. This would help us gain the trust of large customers from the hotel segment and enter the large market of chain hotel services. To achieve the annual goal, we needed to achieve certain quarterly targets and take a number of active actions every week. Here's what the breakdown of that annual goal looked like. The task for the first quarter: create a database of all chain hotels in Moscow. Call all the hotels and find out the contacts of the person responsible for furniture purchases. Find out what purchase plans each hotel has for this year. Make 12 commercial offers for our products. The task for the second quarter: to take part in the conference, where representatives of international hotel chains will be present. Hold 13 meetings in hotels, 1 meeting per week. Make 18 commercial offers for our products. The task for the third quarter, to make a presentation and become a sponsor of the conference of participants of the hotel business. Hold 18 meetings in hotels, 1 meeting per week. Make 24 commercial offers for our products. To conclude the first contract. The task for the fourth quarter, to take part in the exhibition of the hotel industry. Make 36 commercial offers. Sign 3 contracts. Of course, everything was not as smooth as it says in the plan. Many hotels did not agree to meetings and did not want to work with a young and unknown company. We did not even pass the qualification process so that our company would be given the opportunity to make a tender offer. But we persevered towards our goal. We signed the first small contract even for the second quarter of work with networks. As a result of our actions, in the second year of operation, the company signed a major contract with a well-known hotel chain that opened a hotel in Moscow. Now the company no longer needs to prove its competence. Nevertheless, we are constantly introducing new approaches in sales, looking for business development opportunities and additional profit. To do this, we use the same approach, clearly focusing on achieving a specific goal. The entrepreneurial itch. Not only external factors can be a hindrance to concentration, but also your increasing experience in entrepreneurship. No matter how paradoxical it may sound. The first successes in business and the experience of making a profit, as if by magic, will allow you to see other opportunities around. You will begin to notice promising areas for creating new businesses around you, which was not the case with you before. I call this new condition the entrepreneurial itch. Newbies in business can be obsessed with it. They want to open new directions in their own business, and perhaps new companies, one after another. In my opinion, we should wait with new projects. At least, until the business started reaches the planned targets. Firmly say no to the opportunities that come up. There will always be opportunities for an active entrepreneur to earn money. You won't miss anything. New markets and niches will appear, various requests from customers, new products and services from your company. You will still have time to open an additional business in the future, if you want. For now, put the ideas on paper. This will cool down the fervor and allow you to remember these ideas when you have time for it. There is a separate file in my computer called Business Ideas. I put in it everything that comes to my mind when I see new business opportunities. Some of the ideas have already been implemented. Others are waiting in the wings. Some have not passed the test of time or the business plan. Individual copies make me smile now. There will always be opportunities for an active entrepreneur to earn money. You won't miss anything. If you don't clearly understand what measurable goals your business is heading towards, the daily hustle and bustle will blur your focus and you will be dealing with short-term tasks. Many of these tasks, even if they are completed successfully, will not lead you to goals, and the business will not lead to success. You can say that every day you will have to make a decision not about what needs to be done, but about what does not need to be done at all. Remember that you are working not only in a world with unlimited possibilities, but also in a world where your time is limited every day. You can work efficiently on just a small number of big goals at a time. This applies to both life and business. Focusing on one important thing is always also sacrificing other things. The victim can be your hobby, meetings with friends, vacations, and at peak times of stress, your family. After reaching the goal, you will be able to make up for it all, but on the way to the goal, forget about everything else. You cannot do without sacrifices on the way to building a company. The decision is yours. A guide to action. Find the most effective way to grow your business and fully focus on it. Forget about everything else. Ask yourself the question, what are the most important tasks I need to do in the next quarter in order to achieve the planned success rates? You must always know and remember them and analyze your actions every day through the filter of these most important tasks. Analyze your progress towards achieving your goals on a weekly basis. Write down the tasks for the week and the current performance indicators of the company in a prominent place. Error 40. He does not know his life values. People often drift with the flow of time. And yet our fragile shuttle is equipped with a rudder. Why does a man rush through the waves, and not obey his own aspirations? Dante Alighieri, can you ask me a question? How is entrepreneurial success related to life values? I think these things are very seriously connected. If the business goes against the values of life and is not part of them, then it is highly likely that your company will fail. Or, alternatively, you will be the unhappy owner of a successful company. This happens quite often. Gathering all their willpower, people overcome themselves and achieve a lot at the expense of their values. They are building a profitable business, but they are unhappy at the same time. I constantly meet many successful and rich, but very unhappy people who have created a business that does not bring them satisfaction at all. What do I mean by life values? Your life values are a set of internal attitudes that shape and control our desires, decisions, and actions. When making important decisions, you should turn to your values and use them to understand how important it is to you what you are striving for now. Do you really want this? Sometimes the goals you are going for can be imposed on you from the outside, by others or society. How are life values related to business? Your life attitudes are what everything in the company revolves around, whether you want it or not. Even if you haven't fully formulated your life values yet, you still have them. They exist, and they permeate all work in the company. When you create and develop your business, you will, consciously or unconsciously, adjust the work of your company to your values. Your life values are a sieve through which you will sift through all your business decisions and possible ways of developing the company. How do I find out my values? To see exactly what you spend most of your time on is valuable for you. The results may be unexpected. Here are some examples of the impact of values on the business and the work of the company. If your values are respect and recognition in the eyes of others, then you, as an option, will spend a lot on PR of your company. It will be important for you that the company is visible in the market and is one of the leaders. And everyone around you knew you as the owner of this wonderful and successful company. You will not spare money for a lavish celebration of the company's birthday in an expensive club or restaurant. And invite all participants of the market where you work to this event. What could be more pleasant than spending the whole evening basking in the universal admiration of your company and you personally? Just the phrase "what a cool company you have," in your opinion, will more than pay off huge budgets for catering and entertainment for guests. If one of your key values is family and time spent with children, then when new business opportunities arise, the implementation of which requires investing a lot of time to the detriment of the family, you will reject such offers. This can happen completely unconsciously. Realizing that now you will have to work a lot in the evenings, fly on business trips to build new areas of your company's work, you will definitely find flaws in the new development strategy. How many well-designed strategies of companies that could lead to success and income growth are gathering dust on the shelves in the cabinets of businessmen? A lot of money has been spent on consultants. All the steps are scheduled. All that remains is to take it and do it. But this does not happen, because the development strategy may bring profit to the business, but it goes against the internal desires, sometimes unconscious, of the owner. It is very useful to understand your life values in order to make business decisions consciously. Consciously means fully understanding on the basis of what you are making such a decision. Unfortunately, entrepreneurs often make unconscious steps in their companies. They start business projects that bring success to the company and money, but do not bring personal satisfaction. The time you take to sort out your life values will be one of your best investments. How do you formulate life values and understand which ones are yours? An example of common and important life values for many people may be the following: my and my loved ones' health, family, children, freedom, time, self-realization, professional success, material well-being. It will be very good if you decipher exactly what each value you name means to you. For example, this is what the decoding of one of my values sounds like: time. Have time to constantly learn new things, get new emotions and impressions in all spheres of life, travel, books, music, movies, meetings with friends and new people. To meet this need, I need to organize and set up my business in such a way that I have enough free time. My business brings me money so that I have the means to get new emotions, but at the same time it does not consume all my free time. If material well-being is important to you, then write a clear figure. Decipher how much money you want to have in your savings, how much you should earn regularly. Be very specific. There is now a sufficient amount of training and literature to identify personal values. The time you spend trying to figure out this issue will be one of your best investments. I will give you an example from life with decision-making in business through a sieve of values. For example, your health is valuable to you. And you decided to undergo a full medical examination every year. Such a medical examination takes about 2 to 3 days. You need to find time for such a costly procedure. We need to go around all the doctors and take all the tests. Every year you plan the dates of the medical examination in advance, negotiate with doctors, and maybe go abroad for such an examination, because it is very important for you. Suddenly, a few days before the start of the medical examination, a very large and promising foreign client or partner of your company says that he will be in Moscow and would like to meet with you to discuss business and potential new contracts. You have already scheduled the next month by the day, and you can't stick a medical checkup there. What to do? If you live by values, then do not hesitate to ask your partner to reschedule the meeting for another time. In this case, health is more important to you than new business opportunities. When all your actions and business decisions are aligned with your values, life becomes correct and meaningful, and you are confident and satisfied with yourself and your company. A guide to action: make a list of what seems to you the most important thing in your life, So important that you can't live happily without it. Now review your list and ask yourself, is this really something I can't live happily without? Will my life really seem unbearable and empty without it? If in doubt, delete the item from the list. Repeat this process until your list is reduced to 6 to 8 values. Now you have a list of the most important life values for you. Based on them, you will live and build your business. Reread and adjust your list of values every year. Conclusion. Instead of concluding, I want to write about another mistake that everyone necessarily makes. Every entrepreneur initially underestimates how emotionally difficult it is to develop and build their own company. I may repeat myself in some ways, but it would not be superfluous to remind you of this again. Working as an employee, in most cases you leave problems at work and easily separate yourself from work. Once you start your business, you become a part of it. Many even compare their business to a child. Your business is such an emotional roller coaster. When everything is successful, you feel euphoric and you are on top. When there are serious problems, you are unhappy. It kills you, and you go downhill. You live in a constant atmosphere of uncertainty. The company will always have too many variables to control. There will never be enough information and time to study the situations that arise and fully understand them. Often decisions will have to be made quickly and intuitively, choosing not between a good and a bad option, but between a bad and a terrible one. How to deal with this? How to survive this? My answer is, I do not know. If you start your own business and you will be seriously engaged in it, then you will not avoid such a situation. Just know that it's going to happen. Be prepared to live in a mode of uncertainty and with swings of emotions. And maybe someday you will learn to go to bed in the evening, not knowing what awaits you tomorrow, but feeling great at the same time. I wish you that very much. Pavel Annenkov.